and they try to take aggressive measures to curb our greenhouse gas emissions that contribute to climate change. Those are two totally different things.
Okay.
Okay.
Cow fart, cow poop, shut down farm. That makes sense.
Do your own research. Watch a YouTube video. Same thing.
Well, I just read an article.
Watching a YouTube video.
We just read the article.
Same shit. Go. Hit me up with the next one.
BBC.
Add up.
Just gave us a 20-second definition of Malthusian theory, which is amazing.
Well, that's what I'm built for.
I, Thomas Robert Malthus, have merely done you the service of stating the obvious, that the demographics of our situation equal death.
Reverend Thomas Robert Malthus was a British demographer of the late 1700s and was the first to popularize the idea that there's simply too many people using up too much resources.
How many cars, stereos, fancy bars?
How many people could the world support? Well, it depends. It's a sliding scale.
Malthusian ideology is often summarized in the following graph.
Very simple graphs which project what's going to happen to the planet over the next 150 years if we don't do something drastic to stop it.
It's an ideology, an eschatology.
Here we can see a chart that looks at the total world population over the last several hundred years. And at first glance, this is a bit scary.
And it spawned a new genre of
I like
fear
how
that
fucking
lasted for
pause
generations.
it. I like how Bill Gates says, at first glance, this is a bit scary, like he was about to say something that contradicted it, but the clip cut right there. I'm so curious what he was about to say immediately following that. That's just me asking questions.
Well,
but
you know Bill Gates is pro-depopulation, right?
I would need to see the context of clips.
Oh, God,
Okay, hold on. I just want to say, it's really funny that, like, if this was like a leftist video clipping up Andrew Tate, you would be like on your knees with Tate's colleagues, like, oh, you gotta watch. Have you watched the full
It's
War Room
weird
video?
for you to make
You
gay
haven't
jokes.
even watched the full
It's
5
weird,
hour
it's weird for you to make
video.
sucking dick jokes.
It's not
you
weird
really
because you're
do it.
sucking more dick than I have in my entire fucking life
If
as
you
a
really
bi
do it.
dude. You're sucking more dick right now, right? If that was an Andrew Tate clip, you'd be screaming,
does that have
watch
to
the
do with
full
Andrew
video.
Tate?
I'm just saying that you want to see the full video when it's your guys, but when it's like part of the world elite, you're like, oh yeah, that 5-second clip, even though it sounded like he was about to contradict himself, that was totally fair. You're so biased. Do you not see that?
I'm biased because I'm watching the documentary and you didn't want me to pause it and yell about Bill Gates?
If this was a leftist documentary, you would be screeching right now. I want to see the full video that came from. That's what you'd be saying. I want to see the full video. But that's okay. Keep going. Okay.
Fear of overpopulation.
You have to get the death rate and birth rate in balance, and there's only 2 ways to do it. One is to bring the birth rate down, the other is to push the death rate up.
If we do not, by humane means, limit our numbers, then numbers are going to be limited by more famines and shortages.
It's reaching plague proportion.
No intelligent, patriotic American family ought to have more than 2 children, preferably 1.
Maybe anybody who's thinking of having a 3rd child ought to go hungry a week.
So should we have policies that penalize people for having extra kids in the developed world?
So I do think that we should at least consider it.
And this is where people start getting nervous.
Crazy how
talking
Bill
about
Nye's in the fucking Matrix
overpopulation
now.
and population issues because they're scared that I'm going to take away their rights to have children.
It's the belief in a coming apocalypse and that it is you and I who are ushering it in.
We're even running out of sand, which may not seem important, but without it, you can't make concrete or glass, like for windows, so you can look outside and see the world ending.
Now, the world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion.
Okay, not out of context. Bill Gates is telling you the reasons why depopulation is necessary.
Okay, cool.
Now, if we
Interesting tweet by Bill Gates. Malthus wrote one of the most influential essays in history, ... but it's wrong. So I don't know. What's his actual
It's a
opinion
link
on
to a video. You don't even know what that video is. We're listening to it right
But
now.
he's saying right now that it's... We didn't
You got
listen
mad
to
at
it.
me for
We
getting
listened to
bored
a
at
clip.
you reading an article for 10 minutes and you're not even watching the
I
documentary.
am watching and listening, but all I'm getting...
You're looking at Twitter and...
Bro, how we just got 20 rapid-fire clips in a row of entire presentations. If somebody did this to me, I would fucking kill them. I would cut their fucking throat. Why the fuck would I take it seriously when I'm getting 8 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds,
Okay.
4 seconds, 3 seconds?
Bill Gates
I haven't heard a fucking argument.
right here talking about
Okay, let's hear
depopulation.
what he's about to say. Okay, go
A
ahead.
really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services. We could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Wait, lower what by 10 or 15%? Go back.
We're running out of sand, which may not seem important, but without it, you can't make concrete or glass, like for windows, so you can look outside and see the world ending.
The world today has 6.8 billion people.
Okay. The world has 6.8 billion people.
That's headed up to about 9 billion.
Okay.
Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
We can lower the population by 10 or 15% with vaccines.
No.
What?
Hold on. Okay, wait, I'm curious. If we listen to
Bill Gates said we can lower the population by 10 to 15% with vaccines.
If we listen to that in context.
What's the context?
No, I'm asking you a question. If we listen to that in context and it's completely different, will that shade how you view the rest of all these other clips?
Yes.
Okay,
that's fair.
Let's find this. I'm curious. Yeah. So look for like Bill Gates lower population. I'm curious.
Which one was it? It was
We've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to zero. And that's going to be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero. That's back from high school algebra, but let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people.
Okay.
That's headed up to about 9 billion.
Right.
Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
Wait, look, finish. Let him fucking explain what he's talking about.
Okay. You're getting triggered.
I'm not getting triggered. You're just pausing.
I'll admit it, that clip looks bad.
Oh, he's
and
playing
people
the
on the
clip.
right love to hate Bill Gates. And I'm no fan of the World Economic Forum, who the Bill and Melinda Gates.
Hey, it looks and sounds like you.
Where's
the whole clip? It's just him talking.
Wait. I want to hear the explanation. Go.
But it's this dude's. He looks.
Just let him.
Him?
Scared?
Why him? I'm not scared.
You're scared.
I want to watch the actual clip. That was the point of us leaving the documentary to go and watch the clip, not to hear this guy talk.
Put it on 2x. Let him talk for 30 seconds. I don't hear him say it because it sounds like he's talking about
Foundation closely partners with. And I think that Bill Gates is certainly a suspicious guy. Between his ties to Jeffrey Epstein and his advanced knowledge of the coronavirus, he's certainly not somebody who you should trust immediately. That being said, I've seen a lot of tweets circulating today about the video that you just watched. And while it does look bad, I don't think that Bill Gates was saying in this video that vaccines are going to be used to depopulate the world. Here's the thing. Bill Gates is in favor of population control. This is something that's fairly common among the NGO government types. Population control is founded on the idea that if you give people access to birth control and if you provide them with health care such that their children don't die, that they'll have less children, but they'll be able to take better care of those children, they'll be able to educate them, and it will allow them to move up the social hierarchy. And this is a real phenomenon. When you see countries grow and develop, this usually coincides with them having less children. And that's what Bill Gates is referring to here. He started his work in public health in the early 2000s.
Chat, 2 destinies at the same time is a lot to handle, bro.
With contraception
Look, if you want to find
because
the
of
original
this.
video, look for 10x Bill Gates.
Okay.
Got a thing on the left, CO2, you want to get to zero. And that's going to be based.
TEDx Bill Gates. What was he wearing? It was this? He's wearing the blue shirt.
Look for like
Is this one?
TEDx Bill Gates CO2 because that's what it.
Which shirt is it? Is this one?
I don't know. They all look the same to me.
How can you argue against Bill Gates being against population control? Yeah, this TED Talk. I'll tell you everything you need to know about
First, we've
it.
got population. The world today has 6.8 about
okay.
1.3. The second factor is the services we use. This encompasses everything: the food we eat, clothing, tea, those billion. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to.
Okay, hold on. Go back like 10 more seconds. Okay.
People. What?
Play it.
Each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero.
I want to hear what he's getting down to zero.
Bomboclad.
Okay, go ahead. I know it triggers
And
you.
somehow we have to make changes that will bring that down to zero. It's been constantly going up. It's only various economic changes that have even flattened it at all. So we have to go from rapidly rising to falling and falling all the way to zero. This equation has 4 factors, a little bit of multiplication. So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to zero. And that's going to be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these.
When he says get this down to zero, he's talking about CO2. That's what he's talking about.
And people.
So when he says
people are part of the equation.
When he says we can reduce this by 10 or 50%, he's not talking about people. He's talking about CO2.
Okay, but when you people is part of the equation for CO2.
Let's take a step back from Dick Suck Cliff, and let's think for 2 seconds. Do you think he's giving a speech in front of TEDx saying this is how we're gonna kill 10 to 15% of humans?
No, he says it in a nice way that like makes the language soft and so that it's digestible for people like you.
You think that's so? I'm here like, okay, we're gonna get rid of 15% of the world's population with vaccines.
Listen, energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero.
Each one of these
variables for how we get.
And you know what's one of the variables?
Just let it play out.
People.
But it's how do you
People
modify?
was one of the variables.
Oh my God.
What? How are you missing that? How do we get each one of these down? People.
It's not depopulating by killing people.
I never said kill people. Now you're moving the goalposts. I'm saying Bill Gates is pro depopulation. Now you're saying it's killing people.
Okay, hold on. Depopulation how?
By administering vaccines, by telling people to go on birth control.
Oh, wait. Those two things are completely different. If you want to tell me Bill Gates is pro depopulation by encouraging like developing countries to use birth control, that's way different than he's using vaccines to control populations. You understand those are two wildly different
This
claims.
is what he's saying here. He said that. Listen.
Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero.
One of these numbers are going to have to get pretty narrow to zero.
Now that's back from high school algebra. But let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people.
First, we have population. Now, I don't know how you want to cope with that. What is that's population? People. That's the only thing that makes a population.
That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
What is the misdirection? We can lower the population
He's
by
trying
10
to
to
find a
15%. How are you going to take and try to spin what he just said?
Okay, what he said was, it sounded like he said the current population is 6.8 billion. How old is this?
And it's supposed to get to 9 billion by 2030.
It's supposed to get to 9 billion.
How do we prevent it from going to 10 billion?
Prevent it there through things like vaccines, reproductive services. What is he talking about?
By preventing how many people are, by less people than 9 billion.
Yeah, but
depopulation. By changing the course of people.
How?
He's playing God.
By changing the course, how?
Listen.
But there we see an increase of about 1.3. The second factor is the services we use. This encompasses everything.
Okay, he doesn't say the reasons why, but yes or no? Can you concede that he says that he wants to depopulate the Earth, or not maybe not kill people, but change how many people are going to be born? I
would agree with that second part.
So less people born.
Yes.
Okay, we agree.
But that's wildly different than the first claim.
Then I didn't claim that he wanted to kill people, but I'm saying it's a different way.
The argument given for developing countries, okay? So this is why children, if you go and you look at the birth rate of every single country in the history of fucking mankind, all of the population growth slopes off. One of the reasons why that happens is because in developing countries, people have a fuck ton of kids. The reason why is because not all of those kids survive to adulthood, right? So you might have like 8, 12, 15 fucking kids in a family because half of the fucking kids die. But when you make countries healthier, as countries do in the developed world, people get access to food, people get access to things like vaccines that let you not die from preventable diseases. Believe it or not, vaccines are still important in some parts of the world. What happens is people are able to have less children because they don't need to try to have 20 kids to make up for the 50% of them that die during childbirth. So if your argument to me is going to be that Bill Gates is trying to improve access to like medicine and food and shit to people in order to make them have less kids, I would agree with that. That's usually everybody's goal. Everybody wants that to happen. But that's wildly different than saying vaccines are being used to control and depopulate people. Do you see how those two are wildly different statements?
Okay, those are different statements, but in the beginning you were saying that Bill Gates isn't pro-depopulation, and now we can understand that he is. He wants to change how many people are going to be born.
But the way that you say it, of like, that he wants to get rid of 10 to 15% of the population.
But you also started by saying Bill Gates isn't pro-depopulation. It's very
in the way that you say it. Because you're making it sound like he wants to kill 10 to 15% of people. But that's not true.
Maybe you heard
he wanted to cut the growth by 10 to 50% by expanding medical
Bill
services
Gates wants to
like
cut the growth of people, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Bill Gates wants to cut the growth of people.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I agree with
Okay,
that.
let's keep watching
Especially in
the
developing countries. Yes.
Semantics.
Well, common sense would tell you if you have a man standing in front of you saying he's going to reduce the world's population by 10 or 15% using vaccines, what does that mean to you? It means somebody's going to die because you put a vaccine in them.
Do you acknowledge that he's completely fucking wrong?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's wrong here. Well, we'll see. I'm sure that they play more Bill Gates clips, but he is taking that out of context. But he's not wrong in that Bill Gates wants to depopulate the Earth.
It doesn't mean you're going to save people.
No.
You don't want...
Have kids, chat. Get a bitch pregnant.
You don't want. Okay.
That's pretty
Have a
much
family.
common sense in my brain. But yet I saw him say it. He said it. And here we are. I don't know. I'm just, here we are. I'm now an anti-vaxxer. I wasn't before. From what I've learned here with this and seeing what I've seen, not just in the funeral home, but, you know, what everybody else has had an opportunity to see.
This is a documentary, Died
I
Suddenly,
don't take any
chat.
vaccine,
I don't know if you guys heard this
I don't
one yet.
trust the pharmaceutical.
Watched
Just
it.
context. You don't need to laugh.
I mean, I just buried someone recently who died suddenly. Wasn't sick, person in their 60s, but otherwise was not sick. And I met with the family, and that was my first question: was what happened to him? Somebody mentioned to go onto Google and then type in "died suddenly" and find the news articles that would pop up. And lo and behold, here's a whole listing of people, of articles, of people within that last week who died suddenly. Younger people,
Stream's about to get shut down for this.
older people, but a lot of younger people around the world. Famous people, athletes have just dropped dead without explanation. And it's like it's no big deal. It's like we just don't know. It happens. But no, it's not happened. It's never happened like this until now.
Wait, pause. Do you think that nobody's died suddenly?
No, of course, a lot of these articles you can't attribute all of them to the vaccine, but I think that there's an influx of them, especially because a lot of funeral directors are saying the same thing. And also, I've seen this documentary. They get into why, and they're seeing a common trend with these people that have died suddenly, and they're noticing a different in the
Okay, sure.
blood clots.
But I'm just curious.
Yes, not all those articles. Of course, people have died suddenly.
No. I don't
have had
even know the
aneurysms
articles.
and stuff like that.
If we were to hypothetically go to Google and type in quotes, died suddenly,
You'll see a lot.
and put before 2020, do you think we would find a fuck?
Of course. But I'm saying that there's more after the vaccine.
Okay, is that quantified anywhere? Or
Our phone goes over and
read them all on Google search.
Well, from the research and from documentaries like this, and
Documentaries like this,
and athletes,
study.
there's been way more after the vaccine than before. I haven't seen this documentary shows it. You haven't seen this type of death
Hopefully we
before
get there.
COVID.
Hopefully we get
Make sure I don't miss something.
It'll take a 30-minute tangent to read an article again about
It sucks doing research. I know. It's so much better when
You
somebody
can
can force
get one of
feed it to
those important calls.
You actually
This
do
is
that.
both from carotid and veins.
Not as much as you are to these guys.
Very similar. It came out, apparently, I've got some of that's from a carotid artery and also some veins. So, back around November of last year, of 2021, people were
Did you guys get the
asking me
vaccine, chat? You guys
how many
pro-vaccine?
people are having these strange clots? And I didn't have a very good answer for it. So, starting in November, I started making notations of whether or not the person was clotted or not, or vaccinated. My green is people that have been verified are vaccinated. Yellow typically is somebody that has smaller clots, and the orange is somebody that had more significant clots, the clots that are really kind of concerning to me.
Wait, hold on.
I have it dated for the...
So this guy is a funeral director?
The previous guy, I'm not sure what this guy is.
Okay, hold on. To be clear, that's important because blood clot. I'm sure he knows this.
Bomboka!
But blood can clot and shit after you die.
Bomboka!
So I hope he's not trying to pull tubes of blood from corpses.
They are.
No shot.
Bloods can clot after you die?
Yes,
How do you
of
know
course.
Oh
Weird
no.
shit happens to bodies when you die. Or, I mean, Google it if you want. If you don't believe me, can blood clots form after death? If you want, you can Google it, or we can research it if you want.
I mean, if that's true, that would debunk a lot, because that's like a big part of this documentary.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. The people who made the documentary are watching this right now too, so they're gonna.
Not trusting the CDC.
Not trusting CDC. Fuck no.
Studies on post-mortem blood in sudden death. Wow. Visible
Dying
clots formed
suddenly.
within 3 minutes, did that say? And this is in sudden death, too. And that's in 1964, which is quite a bit before the fucking vaccine.
containing soft coagulum or bloody blood were studied, and satisfactory results were obtained when use of postmortem blood 3 or 4 hours after death. Okay, it doesn't look like what they're talking about in the documentary.
You don't think so? What,
Nah,
what was that table up there?
It looks much different than this.
Bovine fibrogen, is that the name for... Wait, hold on, let's do this. Normal, healthy blood and post-mortem blood. Bloods of sudden death were tested against anti-human euglobulin serum. Anti-human euglobulin serum gave 2 lines, blah, 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 with plasma, which very similar, okay. The same anti-serum given identification of sudden blood that stains, described was tested against anti-human.
Bruh.
Okay, keep scrolling. This might just
Doesn't
be
say anything about it.
But it sounds like if we control F clots. The fibrous part are varied and was added to this. After mixing 2 drops of thrombin, when invisible clots are formed in 3 minutes. Oh, so this is creating clots by adding something to.
But not
the blood is what it seems
not
like.
to a
Okay,
corpse.
go back in. We can keep reading on this.
Can we just keep watching the documentary?
Well, I mean, it seems pretty important to.
Okay, while we watch, ask DGG to send you an
Okay, if
article about
DGG
this.
could give me any
Okay.
information about it, I'd be interested. Okay.
Which is good because they make a lot of bold claims in this documentary, and I think a lot of it is meant to scare you.
I mean, numbered by the quarter. So the entire quarter, I had about 130. Yeah, only almost 14% had no significant clotting. A lot of the substances that I'm seeing are stuff that looks pretty much, it's this white fibrous stuff. Instead of calling them blood clots, I try to refer to them as white fibrous clots or white fibrous structures.
Is that what a blood clot looks like?
How come all of a sudden these things are happening in so many people? When I first started seeing these strange clots, in the beginning I thought, this is kind of weird, it's kind of crazy, I don't understand. As I started gathering more and more photographs, I'm able to share it amongst other people that I work with. I talk to other embalmers that have 30, 40, even 50 years of experience.
I'm a licensed funeral director, National Board funeral director, and certified embalmer. I've been in the death care industry since 1982. I've been in the embalming process with well over 1,000 bodies. And I had actually noticed some of the differentiations in the clots as well in some of the bodies I had been embalming, and that had started recently.
First time I saw it firsthand, pulled out of a deceased, my end, was about 3 months ago. Been struggling to embalm people for around about 18 months. My embalmer was complaining that he was having trouble getting fluid through people, and the way they do that is they cut into the carotid artery and they pump it around the body via a pump. He was struggling to get it through, and we kind of thought, well, maybe the pump wanted servicing, and had a look at it, it doesn't. Pulled this out, and he kind of grabbed the end with the tweezers, and this comes out in one piece, one elastic piece.
Oh my god, that's disgusting.
It looks like
it's
calamari.
Plastic.
Longest one that I have on video is probably almost 3 foot long.
And if this happens all the time, why are all these
3 foot long?
They deal with corpses on a regular basis.
This is gonna sound like really shitty, but like, I don't really care what embalmers or funeral directors are saying. They're not medical professionals. Like, do these guys even know if the people were vaccinated?
Yeah, they do.
How?
Because it's on your medical record.
Why the fuck would an embalmer have your medical record?
That's part of an autopsy.
Embalmers don't do autopsies. They're just there to prepare a body for death. They don't have access to your medical history unless the family releases it to them. They just work in. If you ever go to like a funeral house, like you don't need to give them the medical record or whatever. You give them the body.
I think they confirmed that they checked if the bodies were vaccinated or not.
Yeah, okay.
I remember watching this.
Which is incredible to come out of the, the jugular up here. It's incredible.
Oh my god. Oh, that's disgusting.
Normal.
I can't watch that
I
shit.
talked to other embalmers that have 30, 40, even 50 years of experience. Said, hey, have you guys ever seen this stuff before? And the answer was always, I haven't seen clots like these. These long, white, fibrous, different, not blood clots, but they're clotting the blood, so therefore you have to call it a clot.
I have been in this profession actually for approximately 12 years and approximately 2 to 250 bodies per year, and I have never seen.
Okay, that doesn't matter at all to you? No? I know that she's not a medical professional.
I wish
but she's
SNEAKO was a
seeing something
little
out
bit
there.
better of a debater against Destiny, but I still love their
Random
fucking
coincidence?
interaction.
I mean, okay,
It's
she's just
hilarious.
one lady, sure.
I don't know what you guys did in school. A statement like this is a really good starting point. That's it. It's barely evidence, right? Now, if you saw weird shit like that, then that'd be a really interesting starting point to begin an investigation, right? Now, maybe in the rest of this documentary, they'll do like a really detailed breakdown. Maybe they even publish a study. Then that's a good starting point. But no, one person going, "I've never seen stuff like this before," is not very compelling to me. No. Especially
Anything
when I
like
don't know
this
any of these
until the
people, they're not in front of a fucking
vaccination.
judge. Like, there's no peer-reviewed shit.
But if they had BBC.org name tag, then you would believe it.
It depends on, if the writer is just writing some random shit, but if he's sourcing like some, academic or somebody that at least has like a reputation on the line, not some random fucks in like a highly charged documentary. Like, I don't fucking know any of these people. I don't know if any of these people are trustworthy.
But what about the BBC article that we read? You have no idea who the fuck wrote that, and you read every single word, detailed, glued to the screen, making sure that we read every single word. You have no idea who wrote it.
Yeah, but
why are you so inclined to believe that, but not this lady who actually?
I
deals
can
with bodies?
explain. Go to the BBC article. The BBC article is citing representatives and people with reputations.
Anna Holt, who the fuck?
Says Geertjan Klooster, whatever, a third-generation dairy farmer. This is a guy that farms in the country, that works in an industry who wants to go
but
on
he's
the
not a
record
medical
and say
professional. You believe a farmer?
He
but
doesn't
you
need to be a medical professional. He's a farmer talking about farming, right?
Okay, they're
Or
citing an
scroll down.
bomber that deals with bodies.
This is what I
They're
mean.
citing randos. I don't know their name.
It's
I don't know
hilarious,
what
but I
It says their name on the bottom. You're not looking.
sure,
You're looking at your
that's fine.
phone.
But like the people.
Wait, but you know just as much about this person than you do about her.
Yeah, but they're just citing him for like an opinion on like the fucking but notice how an important part of the what is he saying here?
He's saying his opinion. It's in our blood. I want to do this. This is motivation.
Yeah, that's all he's saying. But they're not citing him for like climate change information or citing him for like budgetary concerns of the government. They're just giving like a bit of shade, a bit of color to the article, saying like, oh, here's a farmer and he says
That
or
seems
whatever.
like the same equivalent to citing a
No, but
bomber.
they're not. They're
That's
relying
the
on
same
these people
thing.
for scientific claims, right? Imagine. Go back to this. Go back to the BBC article. Imagine if it was a random third-generation dairy farmer. This is going to be a huge problem because budgetary shortfalls are going to make it impossible to fund these programs. That would be kind of weird. Like, well, he's just a dairy farmer. Why the fuck is he talking about that? This is a dairy farmer saying like, oh, like, it's farming is in my blood, blah, blah,
This
blah,
is
blah.
stupid.
But these guys
Destiny's
here are being relied on
obviously
for
right in
scientific
this.
claims. But they don't have a reputation at stake. But every claim of that BBC article was relevant to the person making the claim. When they were talking
These
about
are just random
government, I think they
people
were
with
citing somebody in
no
government, they were
sites. They don't
talking
even
about
tell you what
conflicts
job
in
they are
unions, they were citing somebody
talking.
like, all
This
these
is
people
a
are relevant to
insightful
the
person,
government.
but I
They
don't know
got,
what the
like,
fucking
reputations
embalmer
and
is.
shit. But these people are being cited as like scientific authorities, like doctors.
I think you're reaching with what you trust and what you don't trust.
No, it's just called critically evaluating like fucking sources and like using your brain.
Okay, you completely discredited her and you believe a random name in an article.
I'm
Bottom
not
line.
discredit. Hold on.
You are. You
The
discredited
random
her.
name in
You
the
said you don't give a
article-
fuck about the embalmer. There's another embalmer right here. You're not going to listen to him either? Why is he irrelevant?
The random name in the article was a guy saying, hey, I like dairy farming. It's in my blood. And that's a dairy farmer, right?
$20 from Everblaze hold the L, Destiny.
What?
Someone gave $20 and hold the L.
Nice. These guys are being cited as like, here's like a new medical phenomenon that we're witnessing that we've never seen
Here's
before.
a new farm phenomenon.
That isn't what it said. If it said that, I'd be critical. If they were saying, we're seeing methane gases released in ways we've never seen before, or like, there's no methane gas being released, said a third-generation dairy farmer. My question would be, would a dairy farmer know that? Do they measure that? I don't know if a dairy
What's
farmer
up, guys? This is the documentary Died Suddenly. SNEAKO and Destiny reacting. You guys vaccinated?
Here's a guy who messaged me the other day. He even sent me a picture.
And that fellow embalmer?
This is not mine. This is his.
Whole different
Same
embalmer.
stuff.
And that's his friend who sent him a picture. A friend embalmer. I don't know why they're in a group chat.
See that?
You know, we know something's going on.
Keep in mind also, and this isn't even getting to this, if I'm to buy all of this, right, thus far, it feels like the argument they're building is that these incredibly strange blood clots are in these bottoms
Because of the
pre-mortem,
vaccine.
before they died, right? That these are the cause of death, basically, right?
Yes.
How the fuck are all of these bodies making it to the morgue with these sorts of blood clots and no doctor has said anything?
Well, the doctors also push the vaccine.
All of them?
A lot, most.
All
of them.
around the world?
Pretty much most doctors push the vaccine. You're supposed to.
So all the doctors around the world are all in on the same fucking conspiracy to not report the cost
It's
of
not
death?
that they're all in on it, but they all push the vaccine. You could do with that information.
Sure,
what
but
you
wouldn't
want.
there at least
There
be
weren't
one-
anti-vax doctors. They didn't exist. They weren't allowed to say that.
What? You don't think that there would be people in like in Russia or China that would be analyzing people dead from? Imagine the headlines: American mRNA.
It was an
vaccine.
experimental vaccine. They did like 6 months of research before they administer it. So
China
we didn't
doesn't
know.
even use our fucking vaccine. And didn't Russia make their own Stex, whatever bullshit vaccine too? Right? Wouldn't these countries, especially Russia right now with America and with fucking Ukraine, wouldn't Russia love to say autopsy on mRNA vaccinated patient? Look at all these blood clots from these American companies. Wouldn't that be an awesome headline? If you
No,
were
but they also benefit from the COVID scam.
I deal with a lot of funeral directors and embalmers. I attend national conventions, state conventions. I'm very involved. And, you know, we know something different is going on. We don't know exactly what's going on, but the timing of it is just hand in hand. We're connecting dots here. And it certainly appears that there's some relationship to the vaccine and these obstructions that we're seeing.
I was in Ohio last week or the week before last, and there were 100 embalmers at the Ohio Embalmers Association in my lecture, and
The fuck's an embalmer?
posed these photos
Anyone know what
up
an
where people
embalmer
could
is?
see them. And nearly
That's fucking disgusting.
all of the embalmers out of 100 in this room raised their hands. That
Is that not enough embalmers? 100 had
Okay.
seen this. Maybe you don't believe anything he's saying. He just said 100 bombers have seen this. They all raised their hands. They're in a room. They've seen an abnormality in people's blood.
I don't know if it's abnormal or not.
Okay,
That's the thing.
well, that's what the
Because
100.
there's like
That was the question that he asked. 100
Sure,
bombers. They
that's
all raised their
fine,
hand.
but embalmers aren't medical professionals.
Okay, so
Blood coagulates
100
after you
embalmers,
die. Right,
they-
100 embalmers. So I'm good. I'm
they
sure we'll
had
get some
seen
good scientific shit afterwards.
clots
So this
and
is starting-
white fibrin structures of that kind of size. And when I ask again, when did they start seeing them? Again, it's
2021.
It's, that 16 to 18 month period.
This is different. And they need to figure out what it is. That's the problem. Is they need to figure out. That's why we're talking to you. Is that we're concerned for humanity.
Once I knew what was happening, I'm a man of principle. Do you know your family's just as important as mine? What if I don't speak
What's
out?
up, guys? If you're just getting in here,
we're all
hit me up with a like and
As a
subscribe. I think I'm gonna look into flat Earth after this, because I know nothing about flat Earth, and I just want to fucking learn about it.
Had fibrous mass clots. The fiber mass clots had been fed by blood clots at the ends that were integrated into the fiber mass clots. The fiber mass clots themselves were not blood clots. On average, I would embalm a body every day or two. Every single.
Bro, that's it. He's reading a whole nother article. You get mad at me when I don't read your article. We're supposed to watch this documentary. He's in here doing he's not even.
You don't understand.
How are you listening and reading an article at the same time? And you're gonna get mad at me for not watching your BBC shit.
This is epistemically flawed. You could play
The whole point was to have a debate about this documentary.
I can't debate what a fucking embalmer says. You can play me 1,000 clips like this if an embalmer says,
The fuck's an embalmer? Does anybody know what an embalmer is?
The idea of the documentary after we.
Okay, I can listen to a
That's
million
the whole point
embalmers.
of this.
This is nothing. I haven't seen anything good in this documentary yet, and we're fucking 15 minutes in.
Bro, you've been yelling at. Bro, there's still a lot of this documentary to go.
Single body had them, and they were massive.
When I was talking to Dr. Ken Thorpe, he was more concerned about the little tiny clots that he called microclots. And when I asked him about microclots, I was like, let me explain. Sometimes when I'm seeing the blood, it looks like the blood is dirty. Almost like it has little fine grains of sand, or almost like fine grains of coffee grounds. The reason why he's more concerned about those is because they will go undetected.
I don't know if the
and
vaccine's
they can
doing
get
that to
lodged
us.
up in
I haven't
capillaries.
taken the fucking vaccine, but that would be fucking insane. We need to do more tests to see,
Fucking
but
clots the size of coffee grounds would go undetected in your body?
right.
I don't know. Now you're a medical professional. I thought these embalmers are. Now you're like we're gonna try.
That's just like an outlandishly retarded fucking statement. That's like hilariously fucking stupid. But go ahead.
I'm not laughing.
Okay, I know.
End up slowly starving organs of the oxygen that it needs. So what I did is I captured some blood that looked dirty. It's clouding it
That's
up. But see, I want
disgusting.
you to see the specks that are floating around. Here we go.
Let's sped it up for you, bro.
It does.
1.25 now. Okay.
Listen, whatever.
Look at, like, see, you can almost see that they're like stringy looking.
I can barely even watch this.
That's
The first
in my
time I've
body
seen
right
something
now.
that would
I need to get my 4th booster, actually. Fuck, I need to make an
Yeah, if
appointment.
you want more of this in your body,
I need
get
to
another
that 4th
booster. Yeah, you should have a mask on right now because you don't know what I got. Yeah, actually, theoretically, if you think about it, chat, why does Destiny not have a mask on right now? We're not 6 feet apart.
Because I'm vaccinated.
Right, but what about this say, oh, but unvaccinated people, they're susceptible to infect you?
I'm young, I'm healthy, I'm good to go.
Oh, you're young and healthy now, but okay. But if you're gonna trust the science, you should be wearing a mask. I'm just saying.
I don't think
Or
wearing a mask
describe
in your
as-
apartment sitting right next to you is gonna help me, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. But okay, you wouldn't have said that in 2020.
different type of blood than I had ever seen, consistency of blood, was on a younger lady that was in a car accident. And I noticed onto the table as we were getting a little bit of drainage from her that her blood looked as if it was, the only way to describe it is blood on beach sand. It was sticking to the table.
I began noticing strange things with the blood, looking like it had coffee grinds or sand in it. To
Damn, that's what your blood looks like? That's
complete
crazy.
separation.
Crazy that
like
they've
a-
done
You
so
got
many,
coffee
like,
beans in your blood,
They've
bro.
done blood donations. They've done blood fucking taking blood out of people and everything. Nobody's found this in a living person. How wild
Yo,
is that?
that's
Isn't
wild.
that crazy?
You got
It's only
beans
the
in your blood.
embalmers that are finding, but
Bean
that's
blood
wild.
destiny.
clear,
Wild.
orangish fluid. and
Yeah,
then
fuck the
clots
vaccine,
coming
but this
later,
is a
like
little
the blood
outlandish.
almost separated.
That this, maybe to some people, maybe ew, but
And of course,
I
then
don't know.
there
I think
are
they're
the
stretching it with
vibrant
this documentary.
structures that
But who
we
knows?
get, and it doesn't matter if it's a young or old person.
L blood in the chat.
Like you
Dude,
to
this
kinda
is
feel.
fucking gross.
Yeah, you can kind of hold
It's
on.
like
to
a
it.
rubber band almost.
Yeah, like a rubber band or like calamari.
So of course
I can
that
feel them
explains
in my
people
body.
stroking out. Like
Zooming through my heart
And that
right
was
now.
my concern in the very beginning of all this. The whole thing was as I'm seeing all of these strange clots, I'm hearing stories of blood clots and embolisms and sudden heart attacks.
Scientists say there has been an increased rise, a sharp rise, in unexplained deaths during the pandemic, deaths that are not listed as COVID related.
I would just like to find answers because so many people, young people, are just dropping dead. There were 2 in the local paper today out of Lafayette, Indiana, and I question, how did they die?
Autopsies are not being done and performed.
A lot of people are saying that dude on the Bills passed out because of the
There's no
vaccine.
way that
Took it 1 week
that type
before
of
that game.
obstruction would not cause stroke, heart failure, some type of pulmonary embolism that would certainly take someone out.
Now, most of the people are not autopsied. Therefore, no one will see what I see.
And that's why what we see back there, people need to know. Nobody will know unless we tell them what we're seeing, because it happens. And then you have
100 embalmers. What's your explanation for that? Are they all crazy conspiracy theorists? Why is there a pattern in seeing it?
It might just be that they're paying more attention now because there's all these conspiracy theories on. They want to find something. Maybe they weren't looking before. Maybe they were paying attention before.
You think that's their job? They didn't pay attention.
Do you
to
think
blood?
it's more likely that those huge fibrous things are in 2 billion plus people's blood on the planet and nobody has noticed? What about blood donation clinics? Nobody's noticed while taking blood from somebody that fucking sand is coming out of somebody's veins? Nobody's noticed in going into surgery or doing
Well,
kidney
this is
transplants?
new. Maybe we're gonna start noticing. This documentary came out last month.
Maybe we're going to start noticing? These people said they noticed it 18 months ago, 16 to 18
No,
months ago.
within the 18 months. We'll see.
Okay, maybe.
This is all new stuff. This is an experimental vaccine. Everybody just took it without any research. And
Oh, no, there was actually like 30 years of research leading into this, but you know.
yeah, because Bill Gates got the patent.
have a
Bill Gates does not have a
visitation and a
patent on
burial,
mRNA
and it's
vaccines.
over.
I feel as though I am seeing something that could be causing their death. And the dead can't speak for themselves, so therefore, the only way to bring this forward is
What's up, anybody
I
just
have to
coming
speak
in?
for
This
them.
is the Died Suddenly documentary that's been going around.
Since the vaccine, this rubbery stuff, this stuff here is absolutely. No, hold on, I don't know who this is. Hello? Yes. Okay. I'll be there as soon as I can. I'll be there as soon as I can. I'll give you a call shortly. All right. Bye. Okay. Well, it looks like I got to go to work. So maybe you guys can come with me and we can talk along the way.
Are you serious? Oh Oh no! Yo, I thought he was reading an article. No fucking way. Can I rat on you?
Go, I don't care. Go.
Are you
I just wanna,
serious?
Let's go. I'm listening. Okay.
Is this your king, DGG? This dude was swiping on Bumble.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Bumble.
It's not for Tinder, not Bumble.
Tinder.
Still.
Tinder, DGG.
Jesus.
Is this your king? You have coffee beans in your blood, and the leader of the blue pill swiping on Tinder. Get in, bro. I had to, because I'm like, what scientific article are you reading? And he's a match. What the fuck?
Keep going. Let's hear it.
Unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable.
I've been trying to warm people up to the idea of doing it.
That's hilarious.
So maybe we just go ahead and try to go up there, and I'll give them a call as we're on our way and see what they say.
Yeah, man.
Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Teresa Long, and I've been invited here today to testify to the truth before the legislators of Idaho. The information I'm presenting is made as a protected communication under Title 10 U.S.C.
I was excited for this
1034 as a
documentary, but it's pretty
My
fucking trash
opinions
so
are my
far.
own and do not reflect
I
that
haven't seen
of
one
the United
doctor
States
yet.
Army, the DoD, or any entity thereof.
Insurance companies figured that if there was something catastrophic that happened to the United
An
States,
army flight
they would see
surgeon.
a
A surgeon.
10%
Okay.
increase in
That's
all-cause
better.
morbidity and mortality. 10%, for just like an unprecedented, catastrophic, natural event or something that happened in the United States.
U.S. life insurance companies have reported an overwhelming and unexplained.
It's crazy your attention span, because like for 10 minutes straight, when BBC had an article, you were glued, reading it 3 times speed. We watched 5 seconds of the documentary where it's not BBC or some government propaganda,
because we're reading an article that's like dense with information. This is like
This is dense with information,
like a
too.
made for sheep like
And
documentary.
BBC's not made for sheep.
We can condense everything we've seen in like 20 seconds, and we're 22 minutes in so far.
What's
A
up,
lot of
Sword
involvers have
Dyer?
seen weird white fibrous clots.
Thanks for coming
We've
in.
also seen sandy fucking blood, and now some lady who just got
Yeah,
up
I'm on
here
Rumble
says,
right now. It
"My
hasn't been
statements are not
laggy
part of
for
the
me,
DoD
so I
or the
don't know.
government, blah, blah, blah. It's about to tell us some other crazy shit, I'm sure. That's all we've seen so far.
Increase
22
of
minutes.
all-cause deaths among 18 to 49-year-olds.
40% is no one's even calculated that. I mean, that's never been factored into what things would look like. It's apocalyptic.
In my 15 years as a doctor taking care of soldiers, I have never seen this litany of debilitating and potentially deadly medical conditions in soldiers. These conditions included strokes, transient ischemic attacks, pericarditis, myocarditis, erratic heart rates, arrhythmias, rapid onset and progression of various cancers to include testicular cancer, esophageal cancer, brain tumors,
Is this enough information for you?
neuroendocrine tumors,
I don't know what
tumors,
this is.
thyroid dysfunction,
Is this a
multiple
study? Is this her
sclerosis,
personal
cognitive
observation?
impairment,
Is this like,
persistent
I don't know what
severe
the fuck this is.
insomnia, suppression of the immune system, unprovoked blood clots in the splenic and portal vein, avascular necrosis, liver dysfunction, menstrual irregularities, and miscarriages.
And they cannot be held liable for any of that. It's fucking bullshit.
Analysis report. The 1,291 adverse events. I don't think those came as diagnostic tests. I think they came as confirmatory tests. You ordered a product, you wanted the product to kill people. Hey, stockholders, we got exactly what you ordered.
Fourth shot, Borla, the CEO of Pfizer. Good for CVS, good for Walmart, good for your health.
When I reached out to Army Public Health Command and numerous senior medical and operational leaders about my safety concerns, I was ignored. Threats against my career were made, but no appropriate actions were taken to fully investigate the number and scope of adverse medical events after COVID vaccines.
What I was here today to speak about truly was the weaponization of public health.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm also a whistleblower. That's my... That person right there called me one day. I called her, I can't remember, it was an email. And she said, have you seen the DMED system? Have you seen what it's up? I'm like, I'm working on the border. I'm trying to stop 12,000 people from coming across this border a week. And she said, well, take a look at it.
Seeing the DMED data, I have significant concerns that we won't have a standing army in 5 years.
Case 1-01, United States Air Force, A-10 instructor pilot, mid-30-year-old male, hospitalized 12 hours after vaccination. Diagnosed with pericarditis, anaphylaxis, removed from flight status for 6 months, thus negatively impacting unit mission readiness. I have never felt so abandoned by the military. I have been forced to take something that brought me close to my death. I was mocked, discredited,
vapes.
unsupported.
Vapes are horrible,
Our
don't
squadron
do that.
morale was ripped to shreds. All these things were completely unnecessary. We are truly less ready on multiple levels.
I had to talk to a wife of a soldier.
Yo, Joe's Pearly thinks he's pulling up, by the way. Cool with that?
soldier that had a stroke, which required
That'd be
speech
hilarious.
rehab for several months.
She's watching this in the chat. She's spamming since this one.
And talk to her while he was in the ICU and say to her, he's going to be okay and he'll be able to serve again because this is what he loved to do.
Back in September 2021, I submitted an affidavit in the Robert V. Austin case in which I outlined how the DoD was violating its own risk management process in their push to mandate the vaccine of every member of the armed forces with an experimental vaccine. After my testimony was made public, the DoD made no effort to investigate my safety concerns.
I got contacted
The
by
Rumble
Attorney
chat is
Tom
fucking
Renz over the
hilarious.
weekend, who represents some whistleblowers within the Department of Defense.
I have declarations from all three. The state is under penalty of,
A little
this is under
cringy
penalty of
sometimes,
perjury.
though,
We
but
intend to submit this to the courts.
nothing else like
We
it.
have substantial data showing that we saw, for example, miscarriages increased by 300% over the 5-year average, almost. We saw almost 300% increase in cancer over the 5-year average. Cancer is not being talked about except for by Dr. Ryan Cole. Thank you, doctor.
I was the first pathologist in the world to say, guys, we're
Just
seeing an uptick
also-
in cancers.
Not to like spoil alert, but like another reason why I know this is bullshit is because the effect size of what they're claiming here is unbelievable, right? They're not just saying that like the vaccine has caused all these little issues in people. They're saying shit like there's sand in the blood. That is a massive thing. Somebody would have noticed it. Causing cancer in 5 years, bro. Standing outside, fucking Chernobyl when it melted down is not going to give you cancer in 5 years. That shit takes decades to develop, even when you're in highly carcinogenic-rich environments. The idea that vaccines are giving people cancer in a year or two, that's like unfucking imaginable. But, okay, keep going. Okay.
That's toxic spike protein has so many mechanisms that allow cancers to wake up, and certain cancer genes that it binds to and promotes mechanisms. Everywhere I go, radiologists, interventional radiologists, oncologists, cancer surgeons like I met today, cancer, 30-year-olds, 20-year-olds, 40-year-olds, reactivated or second shot, third shot, month later, breast cancer, stage 4 everywhere.
We saw this one's amazing. Neurological.
So you're not paying
neurological
attention.
issues.
Huh? He just said somebody got a vaccine and a month later had stage 4 breast cancer?
Bomboka!
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
Which
Not at
affect
all.
our pilots. Over 1,000% increase.
Yeah, man, I was excited for this documentary.
83,000,
That's a bunch of
82,000 per
fucking
year to
trash.
863,000 in one
So
year.
far
Our
trash.
soldiers are being experimented on, injured, and sometimes possibly killed.
Senator Johnson looked in the camera and said,
The Department of Defense, the Biden administration is on notice. They must preserve these records, and this must be investigated.
and within 24 hours, that system that is run by the Defense Health Agency was shut down.
This is the bottom line up front. This is the weaponization of our healthcare system. These are done in acts by legislators. These all started a long time ago. Some could say in biblical times with good and evil.
If we think that they're not nefarious actors in the world, people that work for principalities and dark places, if we think that, we're fooling ourselves, right? Because that's where we're at.
1974, Henry Kissinger put out a paper that said we need to decrease the world population. And that's when the globalists kicked in.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born, there were
what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff.
Our book, Limits to Growth, was the first concrete.
Another elite who's in favor of depopulation.
That's not that every single person in the 90s was fucking worried that our planet would have like 15 billion fucking people on it. That was everybody. Usually it was far less people that were complaining about it, but
yeah.
Effort using a computer to look at trends that unfold over decades, even a century. We were trying to understand long-term physical demands on the planet. And in the 70s, we were thinking that probably in the period 2010 to 2030 was when the planet would start to encounter limits.
Here is what Dr. Meadows' computer shows. Since the year 1900, the Earth's resources there at the top of the chart have been steadily used up as population, food consumption, and production of goods have soared. Ahead of us, sometime after the year 2000, this computer study foresees calamity. Resources drop more steeply, and food and production follow suit. Population continues to expand for perhaps one more generation, then collapses calamitously as deprivation takes hold.
Oh, real quick.
Now, 11 billion
Apparently
people
that
still.
military health database is still up. They just shut it down temporarily. I don't know if it's because they got too many requests or what, but you can still go to the government website and log in if you want to. It is still up. Just a heads up. But go ahead.
Okay, Bill Gates just said 11 billion.
Yep, go ahead.
Kind of looks like you.
But the good news is that the faster we improve health, the faster family size goes down.
Yeah, that's true.
Bill Gates wants family size to go down. Yes or no?
Not from 4 to 2.
So
but
does
from
everybody
15
on the
to
left.
4. Go, if you want, you can Google birth
So
rate.
why is he not saying this in Africa? Why is he saying this in a place where we speak English?
He's probably, Bill Gates, all Bill Gates talks about is developing countries. Like, his whole shit about malaria and shit is not getting rid of it in the United States. His whole push for stuff like HIV is not getting rid of it in Europe. All of the shit he talks about is in developing countries. If I had to guess, this chart probably has developing countries fucking written on it somewhere. But if you go look up, like, population growth of, like, any country in Africa, you can see all of them are falling. But it's not because they're being
So
depopulated.
he wants to depopulate just black people.
Yeah, true. That's why, remember,
Is that what you're saying?
Remember when Margaret Thatcher, no, fuck, who was the one who was killing all the black people with abortion? Margaret Singer? I don't remember.
Her.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, true. Genocide, black genocide.
The
so
World
what you're really
Economic
saying is
Forum.
Fuentes would love that guy, right?
You have Klaus Schwab and George Soros and Bill Gates. They talk about depopulation. They talk about all of these kind of utopic ideas that they have.
The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are 17 targets we must meet by 2030 to ensure decent lives for all on a healthy planet. Right now, it's expected we will fail. One reason for that is the growth in our global population.
We
have a golden opportunity.
Who's that? That's Klaus Schwab, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Klaus Schwab? Yeah, he's the guy that controls
Seems-
everything, right?
Ugh, literally looks like a lizard, chat. Look, the New World Order, they want depopulation. They don't want us. They want to have less families. They want to push climate change. They want to limit how much carbon we can emit. They like pandemics. They don't want you to have any control. You will own nothing and be happy about it. That is one of their slogans. You will own nothing and be happy about it. It's Klaus Schwab.
Control your life.
Huh?
Because they want to control your life.
They do. Well, no, you're being ironic about it, but that's a quote from the WEF. You will own
What's the
nothing
context
and be
of the
happy
quote?
about it.
Do you want to like read another article?
The
or you
New
just want-
World Order, the new agenda.
Sure.
What is the? Why does the context of you? It's a perfect sentence. You will own nothing and be happy about it. What context do you need?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that's talking about.
It
right?
means you won't have land. You won't be able to control food. You won't be able to own medicine. We will control everything for you,
right
and you'll be
now-
happy about it. And people like you want it because you like government
Right
control.
now-
That's the World Economic Forum agenda.
Could you
word
afford,
for word?
Can you afford to buy a house right now in like Montana?
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't. You rent an apartment in downtown Miami.
Because I don't want to buy. Because the West is done. I don't want to like buy property
because
here.
okay.
Yeah, I want to get out.
Context where like renting or leasing stuff makes more sense than owning something. So I don't know what the context of that quote is of you'll own nothing and be happy. I don't know what that means. That's why I need to see the context. But that's an example right now that I just gave you.
How is this motherfucker on the
You're
internet
renting
every
your
day
Miami
and doesn't know the
and owning a house in
context of
fucking Montana.
Yeah, but it's for different reasons.
the World
let's look
Economic
it up.
Forum?
WF, you will own nothing. Is focus of different. DGG, if you're happy with not owning anything and letting Klaus Schwab control it, then we just disagree fundamentally about freedom.
Something good from this crisis.
COVID-19 also.
Soros, right?
Sure. This isn't like a like. What do you think this is?
This guy wants to control your life.
It's not like
Look
this
how
is like,
old he is.
It's not like the
These
WEF is trying
billionaires.
to take everything from you. It's not like a goal of like the fucking WEF is to like steal shit from you, but.
to help legitimize instruments of control.
I want to hear this.
Wait, did we
On a
ever look
healthy
up the
planet.
source of
Right
that?
now?
That you'll own nothing and be happy? Oh, are we gonna actually read this? Oh, you didn't want to read it. That's okay.
And I'm gonna go on Tinder while you read this.
Oh, sure, you can. If you want me to read it, at least your audience will get something out of it.
Welcome to the year 2030. Welcome to my city, or should I say our city. I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own any appliances or any clothes. It's talking about futuristic cities that the WF wants to create.
Yeah. On Forbes, the well-known, ultra-left-leaning, controlled fucking website, yeah.
This is the World Economic Forum Twitter. Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been
Is this
better.
linked to the same article that you just clicked
Bro,
on?
this is the World Economic Forum Twitter. What fucking more context do you need?
What is the context? Do you know what context means?
Okay, what context do you need? This is an actual statement. This is their ideology. This is what they're purporting.
I don't know if you're being
Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been
It
better.
must be like when you turn off the camera, you're like, bro, you know I'm like fucking with you, right?
Okay, so what is good about this? Explain to me.
As an intelligent human being who's thinking, I don't know what the fuck any of this means. When I want to know something, I read an article or I read what the context of the statement is. Have you ever taken a fucking class in grade school?
Okay,
if you're writing an essay or trying to do something, you're not reading one statement and now you understand everything.
This is a philosophy. If they're gonna tweet
I don't know what it means.
If they're gonna tweet, what do you mean you don't know what it means? The words are right there.
You're a bot.
The World Economic Forum says
you have the context.
How do you not understand basic words on a screen?
Fed to you
by the World Economic Forum.
To interpret what is this? What does this mean?
It means in 2030 the World Economic Forum. Well, they want you to own nothing, have no. I understand she's here, but how are you going to try to say like I don't know what this means, and they're telling you
more context.
Yeah, it's just they are describing the article of the 2030 that they were just reading. So it's not that they do believe that, but they're not just tweeting that for nothing.
He's getting a programming update, guys. 1 sec. Hey, what's up, buddy? Nah, no you can't. No. It's super soundproofed, okay? You have a third set of headphones?
She brought some from the gas station. You're gonna have to split it because there's only one splitter in the headphones.
What am I splitting? You want me to tear these in half?
No. She brought headphones. Someone said watch the WF 2030.
Do you want me to plug it into my ass? What do you mean she brought headphones? What's that supposed to do?
Why are you
Why is he so
right
angry?
It's very simple stuff. She bought headphones. You can't unless you want to share it like this. She bought headphones because you have 2 ears. Get it?
I don't understand. I don't know what you're saying.
All right.
Hey, walk me through this.
Headphones.
Yeah?
Her headphones, 1 ear, 1 ear.
Oh.
Oh!
I'm 34.
I don't know, if you were like went to school or like read an article or like
we call these.
I know you're literally
I don't know if he's playing.
Headphones.
I don't know.
This is like a phone.
He's really smart in some areas, and you can see other areas where he's just funny.
Earbuds, so that we put one in each ear. That's what you meant. I understand now. It's okay. I got you. It's all right. It's okay. It's all good. Do you want to like be in the shot or something?
Yeah, she's in the shot. The fisheye, yeah, you're good.
Oh yeah, you got that big fisheye. True. My bad. Okay.
Yeah. All right, plug these in. Okay, so you want to see the context? Here's how we'll live in 2030.
I'm so excited to get red pill more.
W Pearl in the chat, welcome back. We're arguing the stuff that I was talking about in your podcast. I was talking about how they're shutting down the farms in the Netherlands. We read an entire article, and they are. There's like something like 12,000 arable farms, and they're shutting down 11,200. That's
almost all of them.
90%.
99% of farmlands in the Netherlands.
You're saying it ironically, and this is what's happening. This is
That's
how you
just
cope.
wild to me.
Who do you guys agree with in the chat? You guys SNEAKO gang or Destiny gang?
To aggressively try to meet climate change goals so that the fucking Europe doesn't melt? I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure. I would have to see like what their goals are or how they're trying to meet them. But I like to have like more context than like 2 sentences that are like Twitter friendly. But
how much
you
do
know,
you think Hillary Clinton's paying him?
Not as much as you guys get paid to dick suck on fucking Andrew Tate and like the fucking red pill bullshit and everything else, you know?
Like the libs always are.
Yeah, true. I'm the one that's triggered. Meanwhile, you guys cry because you get banned from everything for all the dumb fucking shit you guys can't. You just got banned from Instagram. Calm down, okay?
Eric says keep tweeting Destiny more.
Followers now than I did on my old account. I just want to start by saying whale, whales, the whales.
Her favorite.
Whale. I can't do that on YouTube anymore.
Triggered by fat people. You don't even have them here, and you're triggered by fat people. Nice job. Okay.
Well. Pearl's here.
Oh, fat people.
Oh, this is great.
I
feel like I'm
I just feel
kindergarten again. It's amazing.
I feel like I'm free on Rumble.
You are.
You know what I mean? I kind of like it here.
Say faggot one time for one time.
Uh-oh. Stream's gonna get taken down.
No,
soon.
stop saying that. I'm actively. There's children watching this. No.
Hopefully my 50 subscribers is gonna keep me under the radar.
Yeah, we only do W Hitler here. No rape jokes, okay?
Unfollow him.
Global Financial and Monetary. This is the World Economic Forum YouTube.
I don't know what the context
Fuck yeah, sword there.
I know that triggers you to like figure out like what people are.
Financial services is about safe and efficient payments, facilitating money going from saving into lending and investment.
You pro-vaccine or anti-vax?
Risks.
The world of financial infrastructures has changed tremendously. The embracement of cloud technology, the embracement of artificial intelligence to do even more with the data that we have is already taking place at rapid speed.
The global financial system is undergoing a profound transformation, driven by regulatory change, monetary policy, technological change, and shifts in customer habits and needs. This opens up a set of opportunities and challenges.
The real challenge is not technology as such, it's the change in business models. The regulation cannot keep up with the rapid pace of innovation.
Banks at the same time face an economic environment which is very different than pre-crisis.
We found that the other period, which looks mostly like our current period, is the period around the Great Depression. So it's important to ask oneself, how long are interest rates going to stay low?
Because then you get low interest rates, not just for short maturities, but also for medium and long maturities. It really undermines the business model of banks.
They need to get their costs down. So the banks are automating the back end, which reduces mistakes. They're offering more self-service opportunities to the clients, and at the same time exploring the ability for you to buy online.
Inclusive finance is a must, and innovation will help the customer to access financial services in a different way.
I think we're going to see more
buy Bitcoin.
More fragmented financial service industry in the future, more tech firms going into financial services.
We're seeing new players in everything from payments to wealth advisory to trade finance.
Those that can provide the best service and experience to the ultimate client should be the winners.
The public sector has to think about whether they need to sort of upgrade their offer to society.
But I wonder if we have a clear enough framework for the clients to understand how safe their data is and how safe their wealth is in different environments.
They think that they could provide a safer way to keep your money. They're saying it in nice flowery terms.
Data right now, and whether you like it or not, the European Union is where we got things like the GDPR from, which has actually been overwhelmingly good. For
I'm sorry. I'm not that smart.
That's okay.
That's
so
the GDPR.
The GDPR, it's basically this thing that means you can like email any company that has data about you, and you can ask them for like a full list of like, I want every single piece of information you have on me, and you can request for it to be deleted. Those types of standards were only implemented because I think it was the whole European Union that passed requirements on data protection.
Oh, okay. So,
which is like
what does it have to do with the money stuff?
Well, I don't know, but he talked about like global regulation standards or something, and she was talking about keeping your data safe. And the GDPR is one of those things that had to do with consumer protection of like data, which can also apply to financial industries as well. When she said data safe, the GDPR was the first thing that came to mind for the European
I
regulations.
just didn't understand.
Okay, we went off on a tangent. Let's go back to the documentary. Basically,
Let's go back to
Destiny, are you pro World Economic Forum?
They have conversations about like what the future of like finance and the world should look like. I think it's an important conversation.
Are you happy about the globalist agenda?
I don't know what the globalist agenda is.
I don't either.
A one government that controls all of our money, that tells us you'll own nothing and be happy about it.
One government that controls all the currency would be horrible.
Okay.
But nobody pushes for that. That would be insane.
Okay, but one group of elites that decide everything because we are too dumb to decide for ourselves.
That would be insane too. Good thing nobody's pushing for that.
Okay.
Well, but aren't you kind of pushing for it with like what you were saying before? Like the elites decided that because of climate change, all the farms should be shut down.
The elites don't decide
well, maybe
that.
Not the elites,
there
but
are
the government. Like the government.
The government, depending on where you live, if we live in a democracy, so the government is who we vote on. Right? So if the government is deciding something, you don't like it, then you vote against it. That
Ideally.
article that was written about the Netherlands showed that a lot of the people apparently were unhappy with some of the aggressive changes being made to farmers, so some people were pushing back against it. And I think there was a warning that one of the politicians gave that if you don't adhere to what the farmers want, there's going to be like a democratic blowback on your decisions.
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy. You can like ruin someone's livelihood and you could be wrong. You know what I mean? Like
I mean, you ruin livelihoods and
you always cut me off.
Sorry, because he's
like,
paused. Sorry.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, they could literally pick to ruin someone's livelihood, and like the experts can be wrong. They're wrong all the time.
Sure, or they could be right and they could save lives, right? Jobs can be built and made off of the opportunities created because of what the government like allows to happen in the country, or jobs can be destroyed depending on what we decide to make legal or illegal. Like it just depends
but then
on.
Shouldn't it be like each individual person's because like then you can kind of make decisions for yourself. Like shouldn't I be able to decide what emissions I want to do?
I mean, it depends because the things.
It depends on if you should make decisions for yourself.
It depends because when you're older than 12, you realize that the things that you do impact everybody else around you. So we kind of have to be cognizant of our neighbors.
Can't you argue that being economic, like making the most money possible, is good for the environment?
No, because I'm. Sorry, go. You pause.
It's like he's so ready to just.
Well, because usually when online shit, when somebody stops, we jump in immediately.
Are you not a listener?
I'm a super listener. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I played a documentary. Did you see him go on Tinder when we were watching a documentary that goes against everything he believes? But then when there was a BBC article that supports what he said,
let her finish. Go. Isn't it possible that making the most money is good or something? You said, go ahead.
Yeah, because I went to India, right? When I was younger, my dad had a company in India. And it was like, that was the most poverty and the most like environmentally like bad. Sorry, I'm not that smart. Sorry. But like place I've ever seen. So it was like, I feel like in nicer neighborhoods, you could argue that like they care more about the environment. Because if you go to anywhere poverty stricken, it's horrible. Like there's so much junk everywhere. Like that's the dirtiest place I've ever been to.
Yeah, but dirty doesn't necessarily translate to like destroying the environment, right? There are different types of dirty.
You been to India? Oh.
That's you've been to India. It's not an argument, right? You could have like
I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to have a conversation.
You're trying to support a point that I disagree with that's contrary to my point, so that's an argument, right? Okay. So you could imagine areas that are incredibly fucking filthy versus other areas that are like very clean, but the clean area could be like way more destructive to an environment than a dirty area, right? Like,
you think Destiny is a secret misogynist?
But according to Destiny, cow farts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Affect the environment.
Finish there? You can imagine a house
cow poop in the Netherlands.
Sometimes you use big words to like say.
Why are you interrupting me now after crying every time I cut you off? I let you finish.
I'm a woman.
Okay,
you
that's
know how
cute.
We are.
Okay, so you could have a house full of people that are pooping, shitting, pissing, whatever, vomiting all over the house, and that would be fucking disgusting, right? But that house would probably be less environmentally destructive than another house that's like fucking dumping toxic chemicals into a river behind their fucking shed, right? Even though one looks disgusting, the other looks clean. The clean one could still theoretically be worse for the environment.
It could, but like typically, what is? Like I just imagine, like just common sense here. Like this is just me thinking. You don't have to. I know.
Sure.
But
so
I'm
common.
just thinking. Okay.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just thinking that like a dirty area seems like it would be worse for the environment than a clean area.
No, it's cow poop.
Sure.
Cow farts.
Common sense would probably lead you in a direction.
Common sense is cow poop.
More consumption of energy in general is probably in general going to be more environmentally damaging.
How do we know when is the environment perfect? Like when will
Destiny's hair is crazy though.
Like
yeah, we do. There's the fucking the world climate people like try to figure out like what they think a healthy amount of like certain gases are in the air.
Well,
that
you feel strongly about this. So like, what's the goal? Like, what's the end?
I don't. The end is they've got different. Do I know the exact fucking numbers?
What's your idealistic? Because I agree with Pearl. I would like to be able to be self-governing. I don't want people to tell me what to do, how much carbon I should emit, what I should do with my money, CBDCs. I don't like any of that. And you're like, well, your neighbor, blah, blah, blah. And then that mentality goes to the fact where if you believe that it's like shame people, unvaccinated people shouldn't have rights. And that's why we're watching this documentary, because if you believe in everything, that's what your people said. Unvaccinated people shouldn't have rights. They should not be able to go outside. Only vaccinated people are allowed on planes. Only vaccinated people are allowed to travel. That's your ideology. I am completely against that. I know Pearl agrees.
I think she's literally like 6 foot, so it'd be a funny couple.
That's what the liberals think. That's why the liberals made it mandatory.
In his head, but that's cool.
That's what everybody who watches you thinks.
Sure.
You guys are the best streaming.
You originally, so you asked me what the goal should be, right? There's probably some like range of temperature that's broadly healthy for most of the ecosystems on the planet. And when we get too far outside of those, shit gets really weird.
How do they know what's healthy?
What's healthy is they probably take historic measurements of things like carbon gases or carbon dioxide and stuff in the atmosphere. They compare that with like trends in temperature, and they say that, well, if it goes up this much, the temperature will probably go up this much. We don't want it to go up this much, so we try to keep it in like a certain range.
But how do they know they're right?
You continue to take measurements, you continue to analyze the data, you continue to measure carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and then you compare that to surface temperatures in different parts of the planet.
You know why I don't believe in studies?
Why don't you believe in studies?
Because
it's all controlled.
There was a guy that won the Nobel Peace Prize or some whatever the big one was for science, and he faked all the studies, and he got the highest thing.
W. Pearl.
And I'm like,
how do you know the nail polish you're wearing is gonna melt through your fingernails?
What does that have to do with the?
I don't know. How did you get here tonight? Did you take a car?
I did take a car.
Right? You're listening to a headphone. You don't think it's going to explode in your ear, right? All of these things are built on the collective knowledge that these horrible globalist institutions have been pushing.
Sometimes I feel like people make studies to say water isn't wet, but water's still
What
wet.
do you think is more likely? Somebody making a study saying water isn't wet, or some fucking retard on YouTube shoving a video at you knowing he's going to get paid off by people because he gets people like you guys to repeat the findings, right?
BBC is based.
You guys will say shit like, I don't believe studies.
But that's mainstream
I don't
news.
believe studies. Meanwhile, you rely on like the advancement that science and technology makes in every single other area of your life.
He just ripped the headphone out of her ear.
It's just okay. When you tell me things like a dirty river, like places that look dirty are actually clean, and places that look clean are actually dirty. I don't need
Destiny can do whatever he wants right now and not get canceled.
Some things are just like
That's what the blue hair does to you.
If I were to have you walk near a radioactive plant, would you be able to see the radiation?
It's like a walking N-word test.
No, you didn't. You just...
Sorry, I want to add it.
In general... Oh, so you're going to make an exception for all the times that you're wrong.
Yes.
So what you're saying is nothing.
No.
Do you think that poop is dirty?
No, I think water is wet. I think most places that are dirty.
Just have no...
Let's watch the documentary.
Okay. No, that's fine. Okay, cool. Okay.
it's expected we will fail. One reason for that is the growth in our global population.
We have a golden opportunity to seize something
Ever since
good
my hair
from this
turned blue, the volume of my
crisis.
voice got so much louder, you know?
Can we listen to these fucking lizards tell us about how we should live our life?
Go ahead.
Can we
What
listen
is
to the
my friend
lizards
Schwab saying here?
that dictate
We're
every
gonna
one
take
of
all of
this?
our shit. Free anal dildos for everybody. I
Unreasonable
think.
yesterday. He said before we even started the podcast, he said, "Oh, you're unreasonable."
Bro, you had a strong opinion on Tate, and you didn't even know what he'd been fucking charged with on that podcast.
I didn't have a strong
okay?
opinion. I said, from what I know, I don't think he would do that.
What has happened to you? Are you his personal fucking friend?
I said, let's wait till the facts come out.
Based on what I know, which is that he's put out a whole series of videos on how to sex traffic, and then he's been charged with sex trafficking.
No, because
based on what you know,
from what I understand, and there could be more facts that come out later. It's like you just want to like argue. I swear.
No,
But
I
it's
just like to
it's
to look at the facts, and I like to say, where do they leave?
The facts that you like.
The
facts that you believe.
From what I understood, the girls could leave at any time, and I just.
They definitely could.
If you could leave at any time.
And then he'll make some shit up like he stole the passports, and then that's a clip.
I mean, there's like,
and then XQC will get a clip and say like SNEAKO's so far gone, and then Dexerto on Twitter will be like, oh my god, he stole passports because Destiny lies for 5 seconds, reads one guy in his fucking chat, and then now that's part of the story. Blue hair people are changing their lives, and $33 from just says, yo SNEAKO, unplug Destiny from the Matrix and dye his hair red.
Meanwhile, Tate's got a whole video series on how to sex traffic women, scam them on their fucking taxes, and then fucking scam the customers at the same time, and you're like, W Tate in the chat, free Tate, I'm sure he's innocent.
Okay, you weren't talking about sex trafficking until he was arrested.
All I want to know is, could the girls leave? Could they not leave? If they could leave, I don't feel bad for you.
You know that's true of every woman in every abusive relationship generally ever, right? That's true of like every kidnapped child that gets left in a home.
So if you're in an
like,
abusive relationship, are you trafficking your wife?
I'm super. If you are an abusive,
simple question.
If you're making her do fucking cam shit, you're stealing the money from her. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So an abusive relationship between a man and a woman, that's him trafficking her. That's using the lover boy method to make her fall in love, and she's being trafficked.
If you bring her to another country, you didn't tell her originally that your goal was to have her fucking sex work for you while you stole money from her. Yeah, that's by definition sex trafficking.
Yeah, unless anything else comes out, free Top G.
So hey, Dad.
Do you think?
Let me see. He's so ready.
Let's hear from the female. Yeah, let her say one sentence.
He's just an arguer. Like
he's a master debater.
It's like the most retarded, like anti-people. I can't believe you guys are the ones giving relationship advice. You don't understand basic human interaction. It's like unbelievable, dude.
I don't understand interaction. I'm trying to talk to like.
I know you're about to say some retarded shit about your dad. Go ahead.
Number two, I also don't give relationship advice. So that's okay. Now 3.
You have wife school.
No, wife schools. Have you seen the episode?
No, get to the point though. So explain to your dad.
Okay.
So say you got flown out to Romania. What happens? What's the explanation?
Okay, so I say, Dad, I fell in love with this guy. And then he took me to Romania. I went on his private jet. It was a lot of fun. And then I get there and he asks me to do cam work. And then I decided to do cam work and I made triple the money I was making before. And now it's over and he trafficked me. My dad would look at me like I was nuts.
Yeah.
Like,
and now
I'm
it's
nuts.
over and now I'm crying. But
Yeah,
I was doing it repeatedly and I even in different countries in Luton and in Bucharest. And I was happy and I showed up for work on time every single day. And I made a lot of money that I would not have made before, and I could have left because I had my passport. I wasn't kept in a cage, and there was 75 of us, and I made more money than I would have made regardless, and I was in love with the guy the whole time.
Did either of you ask questions if any of the underage people on Epstein Island could leave? If any of the underage people on Epstein, I'm just asking a question. You're not going to answer because you're a coward. No, well, you answer pearly things. Have you ever wondered if any of the people, because I'm arguing in super good faith. You guys are the ones
I don't know
wheeling
if it's
out the,
human
well, if I told my
trafficking. Maybe
dad
technically.
I could leave at any time, ignoring the fact that I'm in another country, ignoring the fact that I don't speak the language, ignoring the fact that I might
made
have
them
the
go
money
on
to
cams,
pay $6,
didn't make them,
ignoring the
it was
fact
their
that
choice.
he is
But
accused
if he was
of using
profiting off it,
physical
then
and
he was kind of a
psychological intimidation
pimp.
to keep the girls there, ignoring
Then
the fact
isn't
that some girls
everybody
have
who
come out with
does
testimony saying they weren't allowed to leave the house
porn,
without an escort. That is
directing,
true.
anything like
Our
that,
girls that have come out, anonymous
human
that are on record with
traffickers, I don't know.
prosecutors right now. So
Until we get more information,
These are all
like,
things that are out there that you
I don't think he's done anything
because you
too
get a lot of
wrong.
fucking clout sucking up to him, which is fine. I understand. Let me finish. I'm trying to finish my
Out of
thing. You guys
everything we
talk
have
about
right
your
now.
dad. Okay, that's fine. So I was just curious if either of you have asked, did any of the 15, 16, 17-year-old girls on Epstein's Island, did they ever ask to leave? Why have neither of you asked that? Right? If you're 17 years old, how retarded are you?
It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
From what I understood, and there could be facts I don't know. I thought the girls were of age. Were they not?
I'm waiting for the Epstein Island answer. I'm waiting to see if either of you guys are brave enough to enter an actual answer out of that.
Look, the Epstein Island answer. Did they?
Chad, type of one if Destiny's question has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Do you think it would have mattered if
I don't know all the facts about Epstein Island.
But would you defend Epstein then? Would you say, oh, I'm going to be agnostic on Epstein and still like more information?
Well, could you? It's like you don't argue in good faith. It's a bit.
That's the answer. That's what you want to say to avoid answering any questions. Okay,
I'm
that's
about to answer. It's like. What is up with this guy?
Oh man.
So
can we watch this vaccine?
No, I want to hear an answer. She's gonna get there after calling me bad faith for the 4th time. Go ahead.
It's okay. Epstein's Island. They were underage, right? You can't consent if you're underage.
You don't know if they were underage in every country. I don't know what the age of consent is there.
If the one they were over.
They're from America.
But yeah, but if you're 17, couldn't you still walk away?
If you're 17.
Can't you still walk away?
Yeah.
Okay, so
just like
did you
groom
ask
them.
Any of the girls on Epstein?
Kinda
in that
like
case,
Tate
it wouldn't have been
did.
child sex trafficking. It would have just been fucking 17-year-olds.
But they're underage.
Yeah, then it would have been fucking 16-year-olds. But you wouldn't say that it was sex trafficking if they could leave at any time.
That's a good argument.
It's not a good argument.
No, I mean like, but they're underage, so they can't consent. I think that's.
We're not asking if they can consent. At 17, do you know if you want to be trafficked or not?
But if they were 20, then I would say if they wanted to be there, they wanted to be there.
I'm asking for the 17-year-olds.
Very
if
true,
they could have asked
there.
to leave, and they could have left at any time. Do you think then he was just fucking 17-year-olds, but he wasn't trafficking?
No, because they're underage.
Underage doesn't make it trafficking. If you fuck a minor, it's not automatically trafficking. The trafficking is moving them to another place with like coercion or fraud or I think violence or whatever.
Were they coerced?
I don't know. Were they?
I don't know.
Okay, cool. So all of us here are.
I'm not an expert on Epstein's Island. I don't know.
Okay, cool. So all of you guys,
you're asking me to have an opinion on something I'm telling you I don't know about.
Okay.
I'm not big in the deep
That's cool.
state
That's
stuff.
fine. So you guys are agnostic on whether Epstein trafficked minors. That's cool. I didn't know you guys would own that. That's cool.
Yep, they're definitely stretching the term sex trafficking. It's like when the left calls everybody racist and they kill the word racist. They're about to kill the term sex trafficking where sex trafficking has no meaning. That's pretty sad.
Oh, so if Andrew Tate is found guilty of these sex trafficking charges, you'll say he was guilty of that, even if the girls could theoretically leave?
If evidence came out that that actually happened, sure.
If there's hard evidence.
Yeah, if there's hard
I think it's going to
evidence.
be a bunch of he said, she said, these anonymous sources that are coming right now in Vice News, these weird radio recordings, not anything physical, nothing that's actually reliable. I don't think that's going to come out.
What kind of evidence? So do you need like a video recording of?
I want an actual witness who's going to get on camera and say this stuff. Like now, like the woman who went on Tim Pool, she just started like, oh, I found an anonymous source because I'm a champion.
Oh,
of
Eliza
survivors,
Blue, what
and
she
she's
did
like
last
these
night.
non-people.
I get she's trying to
Vice
help
News,
those
they get
people.
somebody who,
But
like Tate has talked about beforehand.
no
she's
evidence,
jealous. She
no
doesn't wanna put her
names,
face on the camera. She's coming
no
up
really
years later
real
when she's
allegations
relevant
either.
right now.
It's just
None of this is convincing at all.
Sure. Was there any hard evidence?
Bullshit.
Were there videos of children getting fucked on Epstein's Island?
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't reveal it.
I wouldn't know. I'm not an I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on Epstein's Island.
Okay, I'm just, I admire them both.
There
You
were
guys
actually- there were
are so
actually-
agnostic
no, but
on
the
it. That's
difference- the
great.
difference in
I'm
Epstein's
happy
Island
for
is
you
that there were
guys.
actually
Great minds
people
think
there,
alike,
there
so
were
there.
actual witness testimonies, and you could see people who have been on the island. There's many documentaries talking about it. People get on camera and you're like, okay, but none of the victims of Andrew and Tristan, none of it looks realistic at all. It's
So
all
in the
just behind
Romanian court
camera.
system, if they start to reveal who they are, I imagine in Romania, hopefully you have a right to confront your accuser or whatever, right? So if the women make their names available to the Romanian prosecutors while they're doing that, and then that's revealed, then you believe it more?
If that happens, then that sounds more believable.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see. Yeah, thanks for the 10. I agree with Destiny. Europe streets are becoming as dangerous as the shark-infested waters surrounding Little St. James. The girls were in an equally bad situation.
Also helped legitimize instruments of control.
It's a deep,
Several women
systemic.
came, said that they were offered money to lie about being trafficked, raped, and abused by Tate. Yeah, they were offered bribes, of course.
Wow, that's crazy.
Can you also admit that there's clearly an agenda that doesn't want it to speak up, and there's clearly people that want it to be arrested? Like,
Yeah, the
even
agenda is-
regardless of the trafficking situation, they want him in jail because of what he talks about, and not just because of this trafficking.
Yeah, like Romania probably doesn't like the fact that he's like openly shitting in their country, saying he's sex trafficking in the country. I imagine that prosecutor that has a history of going after high-profile sex traffickers probably has an agenda that he wants to bust being sex trafficking.
Okay,
Yeah, I would
so
imagine.
You think it's because that he's talking about a corruption in the country which everybody knows about, or it's because it's something bigger than that, has nothing to do with Romania?
I
It's
don't
exactly
think.
what he talks about.
No offense. How many times you've been to Romania? One time? Do you know any Eastern Europeans, or did you go straight from the airport to Tate's $1 million fucking mansion? Because if you've ever talked to an Eastern
You
European
see how you
before-
avoid the question that I'm talking about? It's well known that Romania
I don't get to
is a
finish.
corrupt
You get to do
country.
all of your little fucking
It's a
world
well-
economic forum rants, and I can't fucking finish my one fucking point, right? People in Romania don't give a fuck about. People in Romania don't give a fuck about Andrew Tate as being super masculine on TikTok. Okay, the prosecutor that doesn't care that he's giving strong messages to young boys. They're probably fucking pissed off that this dude is lighting their whole country up to the world, saying, "Yo, come here and you can sex traffic women and totally get away with it." If I had to guess, it's probably the bone they would have to pick with him, not because he's giving strong advice to young men on TikTok.
Okay. It goes a lot deeper than he's speaking out against the globalist agenda. He's spoken about COVID, and you see right before he started talking about climate change, something that you're adamantly defending. There's a lot more to what he's talking about. They're aware that he knows what's really going on with all the people that you trust. That's the reason that they're targeting him, because he's speaking up against everything.
And that's the
that
good
is
shit
controlling
Tate
us and
talks
that's meant to
about.
control us in 2030,
Sucks that they
when
have to
want us
fucking
own
mask
nothing
him
and be
over with
happy
all
about
this
it.
misogynistic
Everything
shit.
he talks about goes against that narrative.
Gotcha.
Has
That's
nothing
why
to
they're
do-
going after him in Romania.
You-
They don't
see,
like
you're
him
so
talking
stuck-
about the vaccine.
You're stuck to the Bugatti and the TikTok stuff like that. You don't really listen to what
I'm just
he's
like a
saying.
fact-based guy. I like to see evidence for sure. That's just
You
me.
know-
I know that you guys like your stories.
And then we
all that
watch
shit.
a documentary, research documentary.
It's not a research documentary. All we've got
Yeah,
is
I saw
a collection of
something,
anecdotes from people that look at dead bodies.
He was
They're not
also
even
getting
doctors.
charged
They
with
don't even do
tax
medical
fraud, so that might
analysis.
be a big one that he gets charged with.
doctors in this
What
video.
makes so I'm curious. What
But
makes
hopefully he
someone
gets out
qualified
scot-free,
in your eyes?
and the Matrix doesn't
They've
win.
got some
Free
relevant
Top G.
education or training in an area of expertise.
Unless
that's relevant
more
to claims
shit
made.
comes out that
Okay, so if
significantly
you're-
changes it, you're right.
A professional embalmer, that's not relevant at all. If you see inconsistencies,
I don't think embalmers deal
What's an
with.
embalmer? I don't know.
An embalmer is like the guy when you've got like a dead person, they swap out all the blood and they fill it with other shit and they do that to like parts of the body so that it's not like rotting when they're in the funeral, basically.
Thank you.
It's like a process of embalming the body.
Okay, we still got a lot more in this documentary. If
And
you watch
so
it.
you think they're wrong? Why are they not?
I don't think an
qualified?
embalmer is in a qualified. I know you're gonna
No, because like, wouldn't they know a lot about? I don't even know what.
I think embalmers probably only see dead bodies. I don't think they're in a position where they can make accurate assessments of a person's health or conditions based on the status of a dead body. I don't think that's like in their area of expertise.
And structural restructuring of our world.
Therefore, we have a unique but rapidly shrinking window of opportunity to learn lessons and reset ourselves on a more sustainable path.
This pandemic has provided an opportunity for a reset. This is our chance to accelerate our pre-pandemic efforts to reimagine economic systems that actually address global challenges like extreme poverty, inequality, and climate change.
Also be clear, the future is not just happening. The
The
future is built by us.
Those people definitely have had tremendous influence and sway in this whole thing. And that is why they seemingly know how to hold these events and almost perfectly predict what's going to happen.
The Event 201 scenario is fictional, but it's based on public health principles.
Have you seen Event 201?
No, what's that?
No, you haven't seen them plan out COVID before it happened. A group of these people sat around and they planned about what would happen with the global pandemic.
Epidemiologic modeling and
You know
assessment
that
of
like in
past
the United
outbreaks.
States we were literally running like epidemic scenarios because that's kind of what people have been waiting for a few decades. People have been worried because we were like more interconnected today than we ever have been, that an epidemic could theoretically burn through the global population really quickly. I think that's always been a worry. I think that's a reasonable
So
fear.
you think it was planned? Do you think they were practicing? I'm just understanding.
Yeah, I think it was planned out.
Okay.
100%.
Breaks, an outbreak that circles the globe and affects people everywhere.
In other words, we've created a pandemic that could realistically
You want to
occur.
scoot over so you can see more?
I know we would all agree that if we had a vaccine in hand for CAPS, it'd be a game changer.
A majority of Americans expect a vaccine to be available within 2 months, and 65% of those polled are eager to take the vaccine, even if it's experimental.
This is terrifying.
Why put the gay pride flag? This is what I talk about when the woke globalist movement, when they associate gay pride with taking a vaccine.
I agree that it's cringe. But
No,
it's
it's
just
not
as
just-
cringe
it's
as
all-
you wrapping in fucking
hate this
the
motherfucker,
Schwab
dude.
dude to every single fucking thing you talk
If
about.
it's who I think it
We
is.
might be having a conversation on like.
I heard a lot about this man.
Sure, we might have a conversation about like, do you think that like children should start playing basketball at an early age, and like somehow it's going to wind up with the World Economic Forum being part of the conversation?
Okay, you're just
like you
you're
do the
just-
exact
you're
same
saying
thing.
arguments. I've never said that.
No, but like, how do we even get to shit like this, right? Why is the World Economic Forum even part of a conversation about whether or not people are having issues with the vaccine?
Because they know they can keep people controlled if they're all
Okay,
woke,
so there's-
and they don't go to the gym,
So-
and
I
they take
just
a
like how-
vaccine, and they all believe in the government.
So I have a question.
It's all part of the side.
Okay, I'm really don't have a strong. And you might not believe me. I don't have a strong opinion on deep state stuff.
Okay.
But why is it improbable that would happen?
Well, it's improbable.
Or like, why don't you think?
Even if they tell you.
So it's improbable because what you are alleging, not you, I'm sorry, in the general sense, what's being alleged is the widest, most insane conspiracy to have ever been concocted in all of human history. That doesn't make it impossible, just makes it really improbable. But for highly improbable events, we need like highly relevant and crazy evidence, right? If you're going to make an extraordinary claim, you need extraordinary evidence, or at least some evidence. But there's no evidence of these. It's always like 5-second clips of like, you said you want to hold nothing, and you'll still be happy.
The World Economic Forum Twitter saying, like, and Destiny completely overlooked. He's like, I need the context. This is clearly a statement that they want you. This is a philosophy of what the World Economic Forum is about.
Okay, so
welcome to 2030. I own nothing. I have no privacy, and life has never been better. They are trying to make it seem like you having nothing, you having zero control is a good thing because we, the World Economic Forum, will take care of you. This is their agenda. And when I show this, Destiny's like, I need the context. What more context do you need?
Okay. So how did I was just gonna ask.
The context was this original statement about people will own nothing and be happy was, I think it came in 2016 when a writer in the WEF was trying to make a prediction on how people would feel in the future. And it seems like this is the case that people don't care about things like privacy. If you would go back, now I know that you guys are young, but when I was a kid, we didn't have any information about us online. That was really fucking weird. The idea of posting shit about yourself, like when you did that shit on MySpace and LiveJournal and Zanga, people kind of made fun of you for that. You were a loser. But today, it's expected. People post all sorts of shit online. That's why if you post on Reddit, people can dox your entire fucking existence because of random shit you leak. So it seems like people don't care that much about privacy. So in some ways, that prediction was true, but not because it was a world government, not because it was a world government concocting it, but just because that's like where the preference of people are.
Your view basically is all this stuff was the World Economic Forum predicting things. Like,
yeah, people are trying to make.
Sounds like.
Yeah, I think that the purpose of like the WF is people are trying to predict where our global markets and thought headed, so that we can be prepared to like handle it essentially.
Okay, and your view is that they're doing that to control people, like they're marketing it to control people, basically. Right?
You said what?
I said your view is that they're marketing it to like control.
Yeah, they're trying to normalize it. It's propaganda. It's just makes okay. Yeah, I have no privacy. I own nothing. That's good because Klaus Schwab is going to take care of me.
So you see
good.
it as propaganda.
Yes, it's clear propaganda, and this is propaganda right in front of your face. When they put a gay pride song with the vaccine, that shit is fucking woke propaganda. Exactly.
So yeah, what's your response to that? It's not woke propaganda.
He's like, it's just cringe.
There are two ways that people see the world. Okay. One is like an autistic person, okay? Like me. When I argue about anything, I just want to see like a fucking study or a data. That's what I like to see. Give me a study, show me a thing, that's what I like to see. But generally the way that people like to see the world is through cohesive stories or narratives. So whenever progressives are trying to sell you some shit, if they think it would be better for you to avoid like a microaggression, they're gonna wrap it in some fucking LGBT, triple rainbow, BIPOC bullshit messaging to make you feel like you are saving minorities while you do some other environmentally friendly bullshit, because they wrap all this shit together. But it's the other side of the coin of what red pillars do. When every time they talk about like, well, this is what dating standards need to be, and if you reject these dating standards, it's because you're controlled by the World Economic Forum. The difference is... Let me finish my fucking point, because I just gave you the whole charitable...
We know what your point is.
I gave you the whole charitable point on the left side, but every time I show you your side, you lose your fucking mind.
Bro, you've been talking 90% of the time since
okay, but you can talk out. I shut the fuck up and I let you talk. Don't get mad at me just because I'm blowing up your side, okay? The left does that, I admit it, and it's fucking cringe, but the right does it too, where they tie in like Charles Schwab or Klaus Schwab or the World Economic Forum or ESG scores or all these other corporations to every single fucking talking point that they
the difference, hold up, the difference is the red pillar thing, these are independent people like us that have a platform on Rumble, we get canceled. The World Economic Forum is using your thing. It's not even right and left anymore. It's just people who make sense and then brainwash woke people who use gay pride to push the vaccine. Wow. Red pillars are not backed by the establishment. It's not backed by the World Economic Forum. The woke agenda is part of their propaganda. There's no,
yeah,
they don't put this on TV. Right, there's no anti-vaccine commercial. You know what happens when I talk about that? You get a medical misinformation strike if I push back on your fucking brainwashing. You can't even have that opinion on YouTube. If you say that on Instagram or Twitter, you'll get shadow banned, they'll put a COVID warning. You are supposed to believe this. Don't make it right and left. There's an agenda and then there's the truth. Someone's at the door.
Who's coming now? It's not Myron, is it?
Just having a bunch of people come through.
Please be a liberal. I need some more blue hair. Fuck.
Chad, date people who are unvaccinated, by the way.
Yeah, you don't want to get this fibrous shit.
Yeah, you don't want to get coffee beans.
If a guy comes at you with this fibrous blood shit, it's gonna fuck your whole body up 100%.
Get that vaccine up inside my life.
Will we get our dose? Just please. If there's any propaganda by the left.
Yeah, of course.
It's this. There's no anti-vaccine propaganda.
So what? So I don't even understand what he's saying that's wrong then, because it is propaganda, right?
The problem is that. Oh God, I need Nick here, dude.
And I'd also like to say number 2.
Yeah.
When you were talking about how they always use like Charles Schwab, like the right or whatever. I've been a conservative most of my life, and like I don't know shit about Charles Schwab until like this year.
Yeah, traditional conservatives, like I'll say neocon, but people get mad at that. But like Bush era conservative stuff, they don't talk about this shit. This is like new age, like far right, like brain dead populist conservative shit, where they focus on like the globalists and the World Economic Forum and all that shit. Republicans used to be cool with all that stuff, 20 years ago.
But back to the propaganda, like what? So what is he saying that's wrong then?
Sure.
If
So
you agree
he's
there's
making
propaganda.
Yeah, he's making a fallacious leap, meaning it doesn't follow logically. Just because there's propaganda about something doesn't mean that the underlying thing is incorrect. Like people can spread propaganda about all types of stuff. It might be right or it might be wrong, but you have to do like further analysis. Like if we go to like, I don't want to trigger you, but like if we go to like World War II, we probably had a lot of propaganda about how like Nazis were bad and stuff. Okay. But there was definitely propaganda about it, but that doesn't mean that it was false, that like the Nazis were the bad guys, right? You can have propaganda about something, but there's still like some underlying truth to it. The best propaganda has some element of
So
truth.
would you agree that the propaganda, like the
That's
left,
what he thinks propaganda is good.
Would you agree that the left gets to do propaganda and the right doesn't?
The right can't.
Would you agree?
The right can't, because you get striked and I'm on Rumble. If you are right leaning and you have any sort of this, then you get banned. But your thing is proudly shoved on the front of every single TV station. They'll do commercials about it. They'll do dances about it. Jimmy Kimmel will get on stage dressed as a needle. This is what they want on every single
Kimmel's
TV.
song
on
last
the
night
radio,
was fucking
they'll do
terrifying.
ads saying, "Get the vaccine today." They'll even in New York, they'll give you $100 if you get the vaccine. Biden is saying get the vaccine. The government's saying get the vaccine. They put it on the White House website. There is no other opinion. You know what happens? They delete you if you speak against this. It's not right and left. It's yours and then the banned people.
Okay, so different people can do their propaganda on like their respective platforms. So like the
Your respective platforms are the White House website, the president, the radio, TV, YouTube, big tech, everything. Ours is Rumble and Cozy.tv. How are you making that right and left?
My question is back to
what?
Like so.
Well, I can answer. I'm just waiting for him to let me answer.
Would you agree, yes or no, that the left or the right is more censored? So you'd say no.
No, I'm going to say that each side has their respective platforms. So the right.
Would you agree that the left has more platforms?
It's hard to quantify more. The right has things like talk radio, which reaches tens of millions of people in the United States, and they've got things like Fox News, right, which I think is the most popular cable news network in the United States, like by far now. It might have the same.
Because it's the only one.
But I think the left has like control over like the big tech companies.
Would you say it's 50-50? Is that how you feel?
It's hard. The problem is that
I just need just a feeling. It doesn't have to be like you could just do a rough guess. I'm not gonna cross-examine you.
No, it's hard because like
you're triggering Destiny's autism.
For instance, like
it's not. There's a reason I'm on Rumble and you're on YouTube.
Yeah, you're on Rumble because you're 22 years old, right?
24.
I just want a rough guess.
You can say 50-50, but that doesn't mean anything. The demographics are going to skew wildly based on the platform.
You can't answer a simple question. You get mad.
I just said yes.
It's 50-50?
But I'm saying it's not. Yeah, sure.
It's equal.
Sure. But that's like putting me and Bill Gates. No, let me finish. That's like putting me and Bill Gates in a room and saying, "Oh, our average net worth is like $50 billion each." That doesn't mean anything.
Bro, this is just
it doesn't mean anything.
Lie,
no, what do you mean it's a lie?
There's not 50-50
Google it.
place.
Do you think that Fox News is the most popular cable news TV in the United States?
Okay. Regular people don't have access to Fox News. When you talk about independent journalists, look,
what do you mean regular people?
Information is bigger than Fox News unless you're a fucking boomer. When it comes to people like us...
Thank you. That's my point. That's why I said it doesn't, even though it's 50-50, it doesn't skew the same across all demographics. Young people don't watch Fox News. I agree with you. The average age of a Fox News viewer is like 78 years old.
So it's not 50-50.
There's a lot more old people in the United States than young people. That's why I'm saying the 50-50 question is weird.
Have you ever read Thomas Sowell at all?
Oh God, no. Why him? What about him?
Oh, you don't like him.
He's like some of the stuff he says is okay, some of the stuff is dumb. But what about it? People always bring up for racial stuff.
I wasn't even talking about race.
Sure, but what did you want to say? Go ahead. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's not like
Thomas Sowell.
I just used to read him for a lot of his like economic policy. So
gotcha.
I was just curious.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I got nothing.
Time for us to trust and not debate. The vaccine, believe it's safe to take.
50-50.
Doesn't that vaccine look good, chat?
50-50, and we will shoot 500. What the fuck is this propaganda? There's no equivalent for this on the other side. On TV, absolutely not.
No, this is not, I can't. This is just like it's no. I don't agree with that.
Okay, so you think there's just as many anti-vax propaganda as pro-vax?
Anti-vax as much as pro-vax? Probably not the same
Okay,
amount.
so it wasn't equal.
But I don't think. But sure. But I don't think there's as many anti-vax people. Even Trump is pro-vaccine.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
We
So
criticize
you're
him
probably
for
not
that.
gonna
He
find as
was
many.
wrong.
Just like you're not gonna find as many flat earthers as like Earth spheroids people. Okay.
So what?
Sure.
So you'd agree here?
I want to look into flat Earth next.
For vax versus
I know the
anti-vax,
very
probably
basics,
not. I
but
don't think
There
so.
we go. There we go.
I want to be convinced one way or the other.
For sure.
Okay.
Time for us to trust and not debate. The vaccine, believe it's safe to take.
Kind of catchy. Who are these
He
people?
kind of looks like you, right? Why does he look like Destiny? What?
I want to say Destiny.
No.
Like the guys on the side.
These guys. Why is it always the people that believe this, bro? Like Destiny, can you make a comment about these people? Dudes who get on TV and say "stick it in me" look just like this. Look just like my Swordboy compilation, who also think that Tate is a sex trafficker. Also, all these people have made hippies videos about me. What is the equivalent? Are they all like, oh, a fax and CNN, blah, blah, blah? Or is there a different reason why they all believe in what they're told?
Maybe they all just don't like sex traffickers or people that defend them. Who knows? Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's the unifying thing.
The fact that you can't acknowledge that there's a clear equivalent between these people and what they believe. Like, you can look at them and like, yeah, you of course, like everyone here, I don't know their vaccine.
They all have similar political ideologies. What do you want to say? Go bring up like, what does a Fox News anchor look like? There's like 52 copy-pasted blonde women that all look identical. Like, you can do this for any fucking side,
But
bro.
they're hot though.
Or go look at like the Trump
But
guys
they're
on
attractive.
Look at the Trump guys on Twitter. Look at the excuse now. How many of them have a fucking hat and like the same fucking aviator sunglasses and the like 5 o'clock shadow in their trucks? Like,
They're living
you can
free.
find
They're
stereotypes with
self-governing.
Any group of people.
They're
like,
living free. They're fun to talk to.
Okay, would you agree that conservatives are hotter than liberals?
Nah, I think it's.
Tommy Lauren, come on.
You guys don't even know real conservatives. You guys know conservative fucking hipsters of cities. I lived in Omaha, Nebraska. The average conservative in these places weighs 250 fucking pounds.
Okay, well, public figures we're talking
Jesus
about.
Christ.
Public figures, not Nebraska. No one gives
Would
a
you
fuck
agree
about
that we have hotter news anchors?
I don't know,
give
man.
us
I
that.
like some alt girls with some fucking crazy piercings and some dyed hair.
These are your news anchors. Look at them.
True, that's them.
Look at
Wait,
them.
can I just add something? Whales. I miss it.
It's funny because it just looks like them in 20 years. That's him.
True.
Bro,
Ready
Jesse,
for it.
you're not gonna lie, this looks a lot like you.
Oh my god.
That's like my dad. It could be my dad. I'm not sure. I have to call him and find out if he was in this video. Okay.
And why stick it in me? That's not a bro. Like, okay. Okay.
Because you are in a war, because this is a 5th generation warfare for your hearts and your minds. It's done mostly by digits, right, through the computer and those kind of things. But it's also done with adjunct weaponry. And this adjunct weaponry in this case is a COVID jab.
They don't want you to know that your body is now their property and playground. And they will do with you what they feel like doing to you. And they will destroy your life if you don't take a lethal needle in your arm. And it's the new bullet, it's the new missile, it's the new
not
form of
lethal.
warfare. You don't need to fire a bullet and win a war. I want people to understand that we're in a 5th generation.
W20K.
5th generation is for the heart and the mind.
Destiny.
Yeah,
Do you think that the vaccine, like the people dropping dead, like any of them, it was from the vaccine?
Statistically speaking, I'm sure at least one.
Okay,
But
like, would
en
you-
masse,
would you-
no.
do you-
No.
Not in mass.
No, absolutely not.
The United States government has been engaged in psychological operations on its own citizens for over 60 years. MK Ultra and Operation Mockingbird are just two of the declassified programs designed to manipulate the minds of Americans.
You know about MK Ultra?
About what?
MK Ultra, the CIA operation to use mind control to. That's true. Like, it's not even a conspiracy theory. It used to be, but the CIA killed JFK, and they also have a mind
MK
control
Ultra
method.
is not about JFK.
It's not about JFK. I was bringing up two
you
different
just said that all
points.
together. Just making
Wait,
sure we-
so is that so? That's true. Who killed
The
you?
CIA uses. Okay, well that's different. I just brought that up separately. But the CIA uses mind control.
Okay, the CIA uses.
That's on record.
I would imagine. Okay.
Right,
That
yeah.
seems like it'd be true.
Part of it is some of these vaccine ads. At least half of those are probably MK Ultra 2 spinoffs, I think.
In the world.
Like if you watch it long enough, doesn't it make you want to get vaccinated? Like
Yeah.
I feel like I need another booster.
It worked for most of the
I feel like I
population.
need another booster right now. I'm getting a little anxious not having one.
Think about that. See, Destiny will get another booster, Pearl. Why is he not wearing a mask right now?
That's so crazy, dude.
And he
Why
won't.
would you
He's
take
gonna,
some
he's gonna be
precautions,
ironic.
but not
Are
every
you
single precaution.
fully like boosted to
Yep.
the mask?
Every booster.
Well, no, because there's a fourth one now that I haven't gotten yet.
He'll get another booster, but you're not wearing a mask. I don't get it. Like,
It's just crazy, dude. Sometimes I wear my
You see how
seatbelt.
he's trying to,
Sometimes
like,
I wear
humor
my
his way, but that doesn't
seatbelt,
make
but I
sense.
also drive above the speed limit. Isn't that wild? Isn't that just crazy? Yeah, I don't know.
Would you agree that like a large percentage of the population felt really strongly about the vaccine and sort of discriminated against people that didn't want to get it?
It depends on what you mean by discrimination, but like, yeah, I mean, the people that didn't want to get it, I think, by and large, fall for the dumbest propaganda. So I don't think that's necessarily
The
bad.
people that didn't want to get it fall for the dumbest
Yeah, of
propaganda.
course.
and then you see fucking
No,
Jimmy
well-
Kimmel saying stick it in. Like, yeah, 4 shots.
Even with like the percentage of people that died was very low from it.
The percentage of people that died from what? COVID-19?
Yeah, like
the percentage
the
might have.
percentage of people that got it, like that actually died from it, was, like because
The percentage was fairly low, but the problem is a lot of people got infected and a lot of people were hospitalized. Like our hospital systems have been fucked
but I'm
for like
not
2
thinking
years.
I'm thinking as an individual. So like,
Yeah, but I'm
like,
I'm an
right, but
adult and I live
know.
in a society,
Okay.
so I have to think of
But
like my community.
I
society.
know, but I'm thinking like as me.
Okay.
Right, and I got vaccinated.
Okay.
So.
But wait, what?
I wanted to play a
Bruh.
volleyball game. I told you this.
Oh yeah, you did. Real Riaz, thank you for the $100. Shout out to you three. W Flat Earth. W Flat Earth in the
But
chat.
it's like-
W Firmaments.
It's kind of like why would I get
The
a
firmament.
0.0% chance of dying? It's a brand new vaccine. Like the vaccine hasn't been out that long. So like
The argument to get it is because you're less likely to get it.
Right, but again, like I'm someone. It's
So if
like,
you're less likely, then you should
I'd
wear a
rather
mask.
see the effects over time before I get a vaccine, and I think that's a fair argument from the people that want to get it.
Nope, they
and I
said
think
get
it's
it right
probably,
now.
and it's probably a fair argument for people in society. Like, well, I don't want this disease to burn through society, fuck over all of our hospitals, and lead to a higher than necessary fatality rate.
But okay, would you understand where the other people are coming from?
Yeah, I can understand that. I just think they're wrong.
Okay, so
Majority of these operations occur in plain sight, with the purpose of gaslighting and undermining those who seek the truth and pose a threat to the agenda of the global elite. Just kidding, you conspiracy theorists. The government would never lie to you.
Read my lips. Are we gonna show the moon landing here next?
This is a crazy time in our lives.
Because we got a call regarding you coming over here multiple times, and it seems like they don't want to talk to you.
Well, now it seems that way because she called the police on me. You should always be suspicious if the people in charge of safety don't want to see the safety data. That should be a red flag. I couldn't understand why people aren't looking at this data. Even the clinical trial.
Yeah, but I mean, we had the testing and the data to look at.
you'd agree it's a red flag if they don't want us to see the data.
If people were hiding data that isn't normally hidden, yeah, that's a red
And
flag.
they were. Keep
You
watching
don't
this.
think they were hiding?
No, I don't.
They
think
were.
so.
Watch this.
Would you
For
be
the
open
Pfizer-
to changing your mind?
Absolutely not.
No.
Yeah, of course. I've done it. Like vaccine shit is probably the topic
Oh.
I've researched more than any other thing. Yeah, but of course.
Okay.
Their vaccine showed that the vaccine killed more people than the placebo group. It's supposed to be the other way around.
So, what's your name?
My name is Steve Kirsch.
Steve Kirsch?
Yes.
Okay. Where you work? What do you work for?
I'm a journalist for Substack.
Substack?
Yeah. I have about close to 1 million followers on Substack. So I've been called an anti-vaxxer, I've been called a misinformation spreader. MIT has labeled me a misinformation super spreader. And in fact, if you go Google, you type in misinformation super spreader, I'm the top hit in the entire
Dude,
world.
that's so cool.
Why am I labeled a misinformation?
You see the type of misinformation
That's-
they care about?
that's a
Talk
fucking
about
trophy
pizza
right there.
box, The reason that the Tates went down, which is clearly misinformation super spreading, nobody gets banned. Nobody gets a strike. But I go on your channel, I talk about medical misinformation, then you get a strike and you have to appeal it. There's certain misinformation that they care about. Why? Is it because they care about the betterment of us, or is there a specific agenda that they want us all to believe?
Do you think it's because they care for the betterment of
They don't give a fuck.
There's certain
I know what you think.
Yeah, there's certain misinformation right now that tech companies care about because they probably see it in combination with Congress as like massive threats to society. So there's going to be certain things that they don't care about as much. Like if you want to talk about flat Earth, you're probably not going to get banned from YouTube. But if you talk about things relating to like election misinformation or vaccine misinformation, like they're going to come down on you harder for stuff like that.
You don't think we should have like the right as people to hear both sides?
I do personally. Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I'm a big free speech person.
You think that's wrong then?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. That's why I'm here on fucking Rumble with my good friend Nico.
Who?
Isn't your name Nico?
No, it's Hubert.
Oh, Hubert.
SNEAKO. Something weird.
I thought SNEAKO is Nico.
Well, no, it's Hubert. Hubert, chat.
Super spreader. I have no history at all of being a conspiracy theorist. How do I go from being, hey, you should get vaccinated, waving the flag,
Have you guys seen the show Dexter?
Yeah.
When I was a kid.
Is this motherfucker not Dexter's Lab? Dexter, like the murderer guy.
Look like the Trinity Killer.
He looks like the Trinity
Killer. Yeah, he does. Same hair.
I love Tony Fauci to saying, oh,
He
wow,
sounds like him a little bit.
we lied to. How did that happen? I was vaccinated in March of 2021. My wife was vaccinated, and all my
Damn.
kids were vaccinated. So
His
you
wife's
couldn't
bad.
call me an anti-vaxxer.
Wait, would you say that it's a bad sign if you got vaccinated and then got COVID? Would you then agree that it's ineffective?
Which they all did.
No, I would go by like
more boosters.
I would go by epidemiological data and look at like populations to figure out like what's good or bad. Like if somebody was in a car and they got in a car accident and they died even though they had an airbag, I wouldn't say, well, it looks like that airbag didn't do anything or was ineffective. I would say that the chance of it being effective are going to vary from situation to situation.
Chat, type of one if you know somebody who was vaccinated who then got COVID. Let's do our own research right now. Thank you for this 20. I want to hear Destiny say clearly that he doesn't believe embalmers are qualified to say what normal human arteries should look like in cadavers, because that's the most absurd take of the day.
I will say that. I don't think that embalmers are qualified to give a qualitative analysis of human blood. I don't think that's within the purview of their job. No.
Okay. Look at all the ones. Everybody, we all know one. Someone who's vaccinated and then got COVID. You know someone, right?
I got COVID. I'm vaccinated. I'm boosted.
And you're still gonna get another booster. Maybe
Yeah, of
not
course,
this.
because COVID
Maybe
for
after
me-
the 4th shot, I'll be okay.
COVID for me was
Retarded.
like, I felt kind of crappy for one day. I'm fine with that. Fuck, maybe COVID for me with no vaccinations would have been me having like a 4 or 5 day, like, I can't stream. Fuck, yeah, of course I would. Yeah, I don't care.
COVID almost killed my dad. Fun fact.
What? Really? Vaccinated or not?
No.
Oof.
How old is he?
It's like, but it wasn't for the reason you think. It was like indirectly almost
He had.
killed him.
He had previous health things.
It was like he got sick from COVID and he doesn't know how to rest, and then he like went to the hospital for like low sodium or something. So it was like indirectly.
Yeah.
Like it started with COVID, but it was like more his decisions once.
It's
he got
his
the
fault.
disease.
It's
Yeah,
not
it was his fault.
It's
That's
not
what I told
the
him.
programming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dad's a bot.
Gotten all these vaccines. the
He said
government
he
recommended,
wasn't.
really
Ah,
trusted
this
it.
fucking-
And then I started hearing stories from my friends. So one person said that she asked me if the vaccines were safe. And I
Just
said,
shave
of
it
course
off,
they're
bro.
safe. And I said, why are you asking me this question? I mean, like, you know, have you not turned on the news? Like, where have you been? She said, well, 3 of my relatives were vaccinated and they died a week later, and they were all perfectly healthy before they got the vaccine.
My friend.
And I
that's a
said, well,
nurse,
that's
said
impossible.
that. What did she say? I gotta find the text. She's a nurse. She said that.
And he's
there's a
vaccinated too, so
certain-
why would he lie about that?
There's
And
a
his
certain
kids.
type of cancer that all of her like patients were like the 3rd vaccine got.
That must be wrong.
This is what my friend said. Okay.
This is so. We're now gonna finish this documentary before 5 a.m.
What are the chances that he knew 3 people and all 3 died within a week because of the vaccine?
I think. I don't think he would lie about anything on camera.
How many billions of people have gotten the vaccine? How many millions would be dead if that was
Look,
the case?
I trust him. Look at his face.
True. Okay. That's a good.
I got some. My friend. Okay, I'd like to say this is months ago. I'm vaccinated. I got some insane info on the jabs too. I said, "What is that? Am I gonna die because I got it? If you got the booster in 8 months, maybe." And then she said the 3rd one,
Metastatic.
cancer all over the body.
How's the stream not been taken down yet?
100% of our leukemia lymphoma patients had the jab exactly 8 months prior to the diagnosis, and all of our meta statistics are 5 to 8 months had the booster.
Thank you,
Do think
Susan.
that means anything?
No.
No.
Cancer developing in 5 to 8 months from something would be.
But if 100% of
unbelievable.
them have it,
I don't trust her. I'm sorry. Like that would be if
Definitely
that was
trust CNN.
if that was the case.
Destiny trusts the White House.
Question: if that was a personal friend that you knew, like, wouldn't lie about that. Would Would that change your?
Even if they were being honest, it could just be an anomaly, right? Because if that many people were reliably developing
What if you had multiple? Like, what if you? Because this is what I mean when I say like sometimes studies. It's like, but so if you had multiple people that you knew, and I don't. I just have the one girl. I'm just curious how you think.
Like I said, I like to see data.
Destiny only likes articles. Don't believe in anything you hear from people.
No, because your brain lies to you. It's very easy to draw.
And the news doesn't lie to you, but your brain does.
The news
you see that different worldview.
The news does, but if you're an intelligent human being, you have to sort through the lies to figure out the truth, not just to believe what alternative media is getting paid to tell you, like a bot.
I feel like he's called SNEAKO dumb.
Well, no, he's a bot. He's not dumb. He's smart. That's why I get so upset.
What am I a bot?
He's smarter than this.
What am I a bot to?
Alternative media.
Bro, you are literally a bot to the World Economic Forum.
If I show you an article with CNN saying 1 + 1 = 2, you're gonna make a whole video series on how 1 + 1 is actually 3, and then link it back to Andrew Tate and Charles Schwab.
Again, with
I feel like
Destiny's
that's
false
what you were
equivalences.
doing with the dirty rivers.
No, that's just the dumbest point I've ever heard in my entire life.
SNEAKO highly recommend watching.
Like the women, like this. Let's talk about the exception rather than the rule.
We're not talking about the exceptions. The rule is that looking at a place seeing it is dirty doesn't measure.
Are you saying Destiny argues like a woman?
Sometimes.
Are you saying Destiny's a girl's name?
It is a girl's name.
Pearl, is Destiny a girl's name?
Is it? I'm kind of.
What? DGG, you gonna take that?
Like, and then she replied, yeah, but they're dead.
Is it really safe? And is it really effective?
Oh,
These vaccines are safe. They are
Denzel.
I miss
effective.
Fauci.
Vaccines
I haven't seen
are
that
safe
guy in a while.
and effective.
Getting a boost.
Wait, he didn't even ironically say that. Destiny doesn't know so little black people. He thought that was Denzel.
Listen, all I know is Kai Cenat and the I Love Speed guy.
Say, it's fucking Kai Cenat. How many black people do you? Okay. Never mind.
Different from your original vaccination is likely safe and effective.
But if there's one message that needs to cut through all this, the vaccines are safe. I promise you. They are safe and
Biden promises they're safe.
If you get the vaccine, you won't get COVID. Is that this quote? I love hearing that one.
Biden promises that.
Researchers have confirmed that the Oxford AstraZeneca COVID vaccine is safe and effective.
Oh my god.
Why are you laughing?
That's terrifying. How do you have the wherewithal to record yourself mid-seas? Oh my god, I can't.
Surprisingly.
Was that fresh?
I like fresh and
okay.
That was horrible. That's fucking hilarious.
It's likely safe.
all this. The vaccine.
Fresh wrapping up the show.
AstraZeneca COVID vaccine is safe and effective.
So, ladies, last thoughts. Think about this.
See?
Red flag.
This.
Surprisingly, most people don't want to know what's in the vaccine. In fact, nobody wants to know what's in the vaccines because nobody in Congress is asking to analyze the vials. Nobody in the mainstream media has ever asked what's in the vials. And the public doesn't want to know either because the public's not asking what's in these vaccines. If people understood what was in the vaccine, they'd go apeshit.
The first one is a typical package insert that we see with any vaccine. When you open the box, next to the vial, you find a package insert that has information about what the product contains. And this is a typical vaccine insert.
Good point, Sword Dyer.
From
How was she holding
a
that phone
vaccine
so
that helps
steady?
protect against meningitis. It's a more traditional childhood vaccine. And the other label that I'm going to show you, the other package insert, came from a box of mRNA product. So vaccine that was brought to the clinic for the purpose of giving that to children. And this should look the same as the other package insert that I showed you. But yet when we open it almost 2 years into this, we find that it still says intentionally blank.
And I mean, they're allowed to, under
They're
emergency.
saying it out loud.
See, every time there's actual evidence against what Destiny thinks, he just ironically talks about
If
it.
you Google intentionally blank slip, what you'll find is a ton of people have gotten vaccine vials at clinics and they come with information packets. But like, there was like one misprint on one of the fucking send-outs. Do you really think that every doctor, every physician around the country is getting blank packets and nobody said anything except for this one documentary that's revealing it a year and a half later? Come the fuck on. Like, just be like reasonable. If this shit was happening, people would say something.
Authorization, put anything in them they want.
They are.
And the FDA is
Yeah, 2 years
inspecting
after.
years.
I
So
have a question. How many people
European
have to say
medicine.
something for you to believe it?
He won't.
The problem is that, like, if I'm seeing a documentary that's trying to sell me a point of view, like, even having like 50 or 100 people here, like, I need some type of like third-party validation.
So
Because this
you
guy
don't answer the question.
He doesn't. He just makes an argument about something else.
Because I'll use a phrase here.
It's like you'll ask the trafficking, and then he's like Epstein's Island. I'm like, what?
Because the question is flawed. You're asking the question like there's a certain number of people that could.
I saw
Let me know
a
when I can
stream.
go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I saw a stream where you were talking to SNEAKO about like what it would take to change his mind. So I'm asking you what it would take to.
Same question you asked me.
That's not what you asked me. If you asked me what it would take to change my mind,
or
then
to
like
believe that.
No, okay, no.
I'm sorry.
No.
Simple question.
If you would ask me what would it take to change my mind, I could tell you what it would take to change my mind. You asked me how many people would have to say something.
Yeah.
That's fundamentally different. What would it take to change my mind? I don't know, any type of like a third-party investigation by some private firm, by some government office, by somebody actually. That was one of the answers I gave. I know you got triggered when I said the G word. I'm sorry.
The government
so I'll avoid that.
That's a very distinct part of this belief system.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to trigger you there. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you know what?
I couldn't even finish the question. He's so triggered now. He's so triggered now. I'm sorry.
I'm ready to be unreasonable.
But look at that.
I know you're.
Pearl asked the question, how many people? Because people on this side, we believe in like people speaking to each other.
You're stupid.
But you are so programmed and bot-minded that
Yeah,
it
what's
has
up,
to
bro?
be a government. Because you're
stupid.
Your entire worldview.
Answer.
Destiny's. It's not. Hold up.
I could show you 1,000 people that believe the Earth is flat. Does that convince you at all?
Okay, but the question was how many people?
What if I showed you 10,000?
The point I'm trying to make is that your worldview is formed by people that have more power than you.
No.
And our worldview is by people that we speak to. That's a very different way to research and to form opinions about what goes on in the world. That's extremely okay.
How many people would it take to convince you that the Earth is flat? That's the point, right? It's not about how many people it is. It's about who has the tools and who has the third-party verification.
It's also popular opinion too.
No, it's not popular opinion at all.
You know why it's popular opinion? Because I get banned if I say COVID is a scam on YouTube. That is popular opinion. They know that general consensus is extremely important. That's proof. If I get banned for that, then they know that general consensus is true.
You're like fucking freaking the fuck out.
You've been triggered.
I can give you. I'm not triggered. I'm trying to answer your question. The reality is that if you ask me a question, how many people would it take to convince you like some food was safe? I don't know. I'm not going to rely on 10 or 20 or 100 people. I want some organization that has the tools and has the oversight to not only investigate something, but to make sure they're doing it properly. That's what I care about. That could be 3 people or it could be 1,000 people. But 500 people trying to convince me of something, if they've got no qualifications, if they've got no area of research, and if they're trying to fucking sell me something, like people in the documentary where earlier you even admitted this guy's trying to sell you a protein blocking necklace.
Not in the documentary.
Then I'm not gonna believe these people just because there's a lot of people there. Show me a study. Show me some research. Give me a third party.
So if you have 2, like, okay, so let's just say me, right? Now, I'd like to say, so if I have 5 people I know that got the vaccine and then died, personally, I don't. I'd like to say I don't. Let's just say I did. And then I hear study after study after study telling me this vaccine is safe. Do you think I should believe the studies over my own personal experience?
In a question like that, yeah.
And another personal experience right here.
No,
$100 from Falls on Knives. I'm in the boat right now. Everyone has heart problems around me now, including my mother. I didn't believe it for a long time, but this doesn't add up. ICU, heart monitor ×2, more all different people.
That's crazy.
So
it was $100.
More people are going to continue coming out 2023, and mark my words, you can clip this one, it does happen. More people are going to start to be like, what is wrong with me? There's something wrong with my heart. There's something wrong with my blood. This is the year where people are going to be like, fuck, man, I regret taking it. But nobody who didn't take it says, you know what? I wish I got 4 booster shots. That doesn't exist. But your people are like,
because those people that regret it are dead. Those people are gone. So those people don't have the regret anymore.
People are dying suddenly.
Even if you knew 5 people personally, you would still believe the studies.
Yes. Because I would assume that my experience is probably an anomaly. There's going to be anomalies in your life, like statistically speaking. There are going to be anomalies.
I just feel like studies will tell you water isn't wet.
I don't know why you keep saying that. It's like something that somebody's never read a study before says, like, well, a study will tell you anything. No, it won't. Studies by reputable sources published in reputable journals that have repeatable results don't just say anything. That's not true. If that was true, how would we make any progress scientifically at all in anything ever? Do you think that medicine has gotten better largely as like time has gone on? Do you think that like cars have gotten better largely as time has gone on? Okay, if all of society is improving and all of it's on the back of research and studies, then it's probably the case that studies don't just say anything. They're probably pointing in like some direction. Now, a study can be wrong, right? This has happened. The Lancet is a very
people take advantage of studies.
The original vaccines have autism study was published, right? So yeah, I mean like.
But a lot of them are
I'm not
good.
gonna say I'm an expert in studies, okay? Sure. I'm not that smart. All right, I'll just But I just feel like sometimes like super smart people will read all these studies and it's like they'll be saying things that like common sense, like I don't need to study to read.
I mean, like, if you want to give me an example, then I'm curious about that.
I mean, like, we'll go back to the stream. Like, you're a very smart guy. You're probably, you know, more well-read, all this stuff, right? But it's like you're trying to argue with me that a place that looks clean is dirty, and a place that looks dirty is clean. And it's like, okay, you could study.
Destiny doesn't trust his own eyes.
Yeah,
he just
and
trusts
like it's
CNN.
like you could tell me, okay, there's that one exception, okay, but it's like
Thanks,
it's just like you're telling me water isn't wet. And this is just
I mean,
the
like,
first example off the top of my head.
Sure, and I can
but
think of
there's-
15 counterexamples. So, like, what do you think is? You probably think that like the floor coming into the house is like really fucking dirty, but chances are like a clean-looking countertop is gonna have more harmful bacteria because food products are there. That's an unintuitive thing. You might walk into a room and think that this room is totally clean and pure, and the smoky hallway outside is bad, but there could be like a carbon monoxide leak in here, and you could fucking die and not see anything wrong at all.
Right.
There's tons of colorless, odorless, transparent things that can hurt you. Radiation was another example I gave. Fucking sunlight is healthy for us, but if you stay out long enough, you'll get cooked, and your whole body will die of fucking cancer. There's tons of things that can seem healthy
Let's
that
watch
aren't.
5 minutes of this documentary.
Sorry. Okay.
5 minutes. We're not even halfway through.
Agency allowed the purity to go from 100% requirement down to 50%. And then all of a sudden in the middle of the shot rollouts, you hear, oh, okay, we don't have to worry about this cold chain. So now you've got degrading products, which probably benefited some people in the sense that they broke down so fast that they got basically some mushy fat.
We play the documentary and both of them would go on their phones. This is the chat. Like, this was supposed to be
I'm listening,
a
but
movie
I've
viewing,
heard
and
every
then
single one of these
both
talking
of them
points
go on
before.
Tinder.
Like, what do you want? I'm listening. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to repeat what he just said? That the purity, whatever, went from 100%
Can we just
to
watch it?
50%?
Can we pretend like we
Okay,
care about
I'm
this documentary?
captivated.
Once you
There's
got the
20,000
proper
people
dose-
watching. This is a new record on Rumble. W's in the chat, by the way. Rumble's taking over this year.
Rumble is
because you
taking
have to
over.
be a bot
I'm
on
gonna be
YouTube.
duo streaming on Rumble soon, guys. Okay, catch me there.
I honestly, I
Shut
just
up,
want to be
Rumble.
able to call whales whales again. Let's call the
And
whales
we're back to the whales
again.
Like,
Okay.
look, we have a new record here, and people really want to watch. This is the title. Like, people came here. I've been talking about this for a while. This is one of the most popular
I'm
documentaries.
listening. Let's
This
go.
is-
You're the one taking time away from it right now. I'm
All
trying to
right,
enjoy
but
it.
you've been there going on Tinder.
This guy's tie is
Probably the
fucking
ones
lit.
on the most.
You'll get some matches
How much they
tomorrow.
care? They're making billions.
The mRNA was the technology that we had less experience, only 2 years working on this. And actually, mRNA was the technology that never delivered a single product until that day. Not vaccine, not any other medicine. So it was very counterintuitive, and I was surprised when they suggested to me that this is the way to go.
You know, Steve Kirst, by the way, has a
Go
great
back for a
offer
second.
out there for your listeners. I don't know if you know.
Just 5 seconds.
For those at the proper temperature, are probably the ones
No,
that
no,
harm
where
the
that guy,
most.
Pfizer guy.
The mRNA was the
I don't know
technology.
what the motherfucker's eyes are.
This is why I had to go back 5
I'm
seconds.
just saying, I can believe you. You say he's a reptile. They fucked his face up when they were doing the transmutation. Look at how even his eyes are. His left eye.
Wait,
Sage
can we bring up the libs? Who's
Just
better looking? Who
watch
better
him. Watch
lips?
him. No, that guy is a lib. He's like one of the biggest ones. This guy's probably like George
is that-
Soros' fucking grandfather or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Play it. Look at how. Watch how uneven his eyes are.
That we had less
Look at it. Look at.
experience,
Tell
only
me. Look at how fucking crazy that is. Holy
He
shit.
looks fine.
No, dude. That his right eye, from our perspective, is way too high on his face.
Okay.
But go ahead. Keep going. Sorry. I just
He
wanted to.
does have an asymmetrical
It's
face.
Years
I'll
working
give
on
you
this.
that.
And actually, mRNA was a technology that never delivered a single product until that day. Not vaccine, not any other medicine. So it was very counterintuitive, and I was surprised when they suggested to me that this is the way to go.
You know, Steve Kirst, by the way, has a great offer out there for your listeners. I don't know if you know about this.
No.
His offer is anybody from any major academic medical center or any government agency who will come to the table and have a fair discussion on vaccine safety and efficacy. He'll pay him $2 million.
Anybody? I offered $1 million, not
Anybody?
to win the debate, just
Destiny
to
should
come to
take
the
that.
table. $1 million. And when they refused the $1 million, I said, okay, name your price. Is $5 million? $10 million? $100 million? What will it take for us to have a civil discussion on the record? On recorded, where we can go through the evidence in the VERIS system and other pieces of data so that we can have an open discussion about this. So the VERIS is a voluntary reporting system. And it was created this way because the drug companies negotiated with the government to say, the government said, we will give you liability protection for your vaccines. But the quid pro quo is that we're going to establish this vaccine adverse event reporting system, which of course they could have done anyway. We have a VERIS system in the United States. System in Israel was even worse. In March, these researchers came to the Israeli Ministry of Health and said, hey, we got a problem here. Basically, they're told that the vaccines are killing and hurting people, and you're withholding that information from the Israeli people.
So the latest Israeli vaccination studies are out, and Steve Kirsch says the results prove that the
Hats, wait.
all along about the frequency of adverse events from COVID shots. Shocker.
I sent an email to over 200, close to 300 people at the CDC asking if any of them wanted to see the data.
Okay.
Almost 300 people. Not a single person wanted to see the data at the CDC. Stu, I have the personal cell phone for Grace Lee, who is the chair of the ACIP committee, which is the outside committee of the CDC. I asked if she wanted to see the data. She ignored me.
Did they explicitly tell you no, or did they just ignore you?
No, they just ignored me.
Have you been to the talk before?
I have, yeah.
And for the same reason?
Yeah, so let her to contact her. Because she's not reachable. She's not reachable in her office. She doesn't answer her cell phone. Her assistant doesn't answer her email. That committee is responsible for approving and being the outside independent source for approving these vaccines.
How did ACIP recently come to the decision to recommend COVID-19 shots for this latest group of young kids? And what kinds of things were you looking for in the data?
Vaccine good. We got a call regarding you coming over here.
Vaccine
came
from
back. It seems like they don't want to talk to you.
Well, now it seems that way because she called the police on me.
You know, I think we need to recognize that COVID-19 is here to stay, that vaccines make for a safer and more reliable way to develop immunity against infection.
But now it's very clear that she's actively avoiding the question of whether she wants to see the Israeli data that shows the vaccines are not safe. That's pretty serious.
No, both of those statements were totally true. Okay. COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2,
no,
the virus
I meant like the million. Because to me,
them
it's
not
like
answering him.
Oh, the million? That's just a lie. There have been plenty of doctors that have gone on the record saying, I offered to talk to this guy, sent people trade emails, he never pays that out. That's a complete total lie. But like, you should know that's just obvious. If you were offering $2 million for any physician in the country to sit down and talk to you, somebody would obviously take it. That's obviously a lie.
So what's your take on that, SNEAKO?
I didn't know that was a lie. I haven't heard about Steve Kirsch before this documentary.
Well, but like, think about it.
You know
think
that is?
any doctor in the country would take him up for $2 million to have a conversation on vaccine? $2 million? Of course, somebody, at least one person.
I thought it was. Did he say any doctor?
To sit down and have an honest and open conversation about vaccines.
No, I didn't know if he said any doctor in there. I thought it was like from that organization.
No, he said any doctor.
Okay,
yeah. We can go back and listen if you don't believe
Yes.
Okay, well, it seems like she's not interested, so.
How in the world
That's good. I'm proud. Good for you.
could
Not like
any,
not very bad fit, you know.
especially the top person in the world responsible for safety, not want to see the safety data that shows that the vaccines are not safe? They don't want to be confronted with even the question, do you want to see the data? They want to have plausible deniability.
Was the Pfizer COVID vaccine tested on stopping the transmission of the virus before it entered the...
Because their whole shtick is selling you anti-establishment propaganda, basically. The government is lying
For
to you.
what? Like, what's their end goal?
They get money, they get notoriety, they get like publicity and shit by doing it.
Okay.
Right.
They get money and notoriety.
Sure. I mean, if you're known as like the head of like the anti-vaxxer movement or the head of like the anti-establishment fighting, there's like money to be made on that side
It's
of
like the enemy. Okay.
Sure.
Am I unreasonable?
Probably, yeah. That's okay.
I'm like very reasonable, actually.
Yeah, do you think so?
You cannot say I have been unreasonable.
Like when you tell me, well, if a place looks dirty, it's probably worse for the environment than a place that looks clean.
Yeah, look at.
Like I can show you a really clean-looking Bugatti that's probably worse for the environment than a really dirty-looking like campsite.
You're just trying to tell me water isn't wet. You're telling me water isn't wet.
Okay.
Like you're telling me if I go into the example I gave was going to India versus going to a rich neighborhood like here.
Yeah, but a rich neighborhood, if their energy consumption is way fucking higher, it might be worse for the environment than like a random fucking shitty place in parts of India. But I don't know. I don't have to measure.
I don't know. India's the grossest. Like, I actually loved India. It was a very fun trip, but that's like the dirtiest place.
India's got some gross fucking places, Chad.
Where in India? India's a big place. Where did you go?
There was a couple cities. It was Abu Dhabi, and then there's one other city I can't remember the name. But there was some famous bridge there that has like the most. Like there's probably more homeless people under that bridge than in the whole city of Chicago.
Okay, gotcha.
Market.
Did we know about stopping immunization before it entered the market? No.
Pfizer vaccine not only stops people from getting sick, but also stops them from spreading the virus to other people.
One vaccine could curb virus transmission from just a single dose.
They're stopping
And now it's 4.
people also from transmitting
transmitting that disease.
And the chances are very likely that you'll not be able to transmit it to other people.
Yes, it will protect you, but honestly, it's not for you. It's so you don't kill other people. It's so you don't spread it to other people. 114 million Americans, nearly half the adult population in this country, has had a vaccine shot already. 114 million of us have had it. The number of people who have died from getting the shot is 0.
There are about 14,000 Americans who have reported deaths. Now, that's probably underreported by a factor of 100. So you take the 14,000 deaths that are reported in the VAERS system, multiply it by 100, you get 1.4 million. But the deaths that happened 5 months later, and that's the bulk of them, are not going to get reported in the VAERS system.
This part's crazy.
The VAERS system doesn't even tell you.
Look at this, look at this, look at this. Have you ever seen people die like this before?
What's this guy doing?
An elderly woman has died in what's believed to be South Australia's first case of fatal blood clotting caused by the AstraZeneca COVID vaccine.
Same thing.
Oh no. No. No.
Investigation is underway tonight over
Oh
whether a
my
local man
God,
suffered
that was
blood clots as a
fucking
result
crazy.
of getting the Pfizer vaccine.
He didn't spin. Oh.
Oh my god.
If it comes out that that NFL player had blood clotting, and that's the reason for what happened,
I don't know the medical histories of
Two
these
teams.
fucking people.
Ultimately,
It's gonna be
there's not a lot
fucking
to.
insane.
It's
Oh.
edited together to look scary. There's no way to verify when they were.
Like, what do these
actually
people
died.
have? Like, what am I showing? Oh, this guy's got like a history of
I'm like, oh
clots.
shit, am I gonna start doing it?
Like, I had a friend die of DVT, like before, like the fucking vaccines were a thing. Like, people have died of blood clots and shit way before.
I mean, chat's freaking out, but I do have criticism about this documentary. I think this was made to scare you. It's meant to feed into that like conspiracy idea. Like
the music give it away.
Yeah.
I'm a little scared. I'm a little.
That means it's working. This is an effective documentary. That's why I like it.
Who were at Solms Elementary School for more than 20 years and passed away suddenly this school year.
Bomboka! Bomboka!
Therapeutic Goods Administration is calling for calm following the deaths of 2 people in our state who received the COVID vaccine.
Woodgrove High School student athlete Colette Bain passed away unexpectedly after a medical emergency.
I hope they all had like 3 or 4.
oh my God. Not the bus drivers. Why are there so many bus drivers? Oh my God. Ooh.
A 20-year-old nursing student died of cardiac arrest 1 day after getting the mandatory.
The 16-year-old had a cardiac arrhythmia.
High school cheerleader has died suddenly.
Conclusions are to the death.
Why is so many falling in the bus?
Yes. No. Someone in the chat has been donating a million times saying the phrase "died suddenly" has extremely grown since COVID, but that
There's no proof or
there's no
evidence
proof.
or-
Just because Google searches doesn't mean that that is equivalent to how many vaccines that. That's true.
Okay, if it had gone up after the vaccines, would you think that there was a link?
No, that would be cause for concern. We should figure out why people are dying, but I wouldn't instantly assume it's because of the vaccines. It just doesn't make any sense. Especially when you're talking about comparison, like when you're comparing like the AstraZeneca vaccine
stepping on
to
this
things
cord.
like the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines, because they're two totally different mechanisms of
Fucking
how they
thing
work, right? One is the mRNA shit, and the other is the attenuated virus vaccines. They're two completely totally
But
different.
chat, have you ever seen people do that dying thing where like they do that twirl, they look up like they see something? I've never seen people die like
No,
that.
but I haven't looked up videos of people dying suddenly, so I don't know what.
I've been watching videos of people dying since I was like 12. I've never seen that. Never looked at it. I've seen that. I've never. Chad, have you ever seen a video of someone dying like that, especially like in public on?
If that was unique, would you think it was maybe linked to the vaccine?
Bro, the answer is no. Like he's not gonna change his worldview.
No, I would, but you gotta show me evidence, bro. Seeing people die is not evidence. Like,
From
there's
blood
6,
clots
7,
after
8
receiving
billion
the
people
Queensland man is in
like,
intensive care tonight, suffering a blood clot after receiving his AstraZeneca vaccine. Over whether a local man suffered blood clots as a result of a blockage in an artery.
Medical experts confirming the death of the Central Coast woman is likely linked to the jab.
I think they call it the Gates twirl. Bill wanted you to do that before you die. That's his little signature.
I said, we're just gonna have to get used to this. And he says, the shots. And I said, yeah, we're just gonna have to get used to this. This is the way it is.
if people keep doing this, then this is going to keep happening.
The vaccine can kill you 2 different ways. It can kill you in the short term. Now, there's a longer term effect, and this takes 5 months to kill you. And this is when your veins are basically clogged up with this protein material, this amyloid protein material, that's not blood clots. Now, the timing of when the embalmers first started seeing these blood clots, mid-2021.
Can you pause for a second?
So many miles on.
All right, so I know we've still got 10 minutes left on this. Are they going to explain like the mechanisms for how any of this is supposed to work? Like,
let's see.
Okay, yeah, let's see.
Watch it find out before we go on tender.
On my car, it seems like half of my time is driving from one funeral home to another. The
I would
busiest
not
I
have been
ever
able to
was,
get through this
to be honest,
documentary by
was
myself.
January of 2021. Now, I didn't even think about it being related to the vaccine at all at the time. Looking back, I say, no wonder they died of a heart attack or a stroke or some kind of a pulmonary embolism, because you can't live with this stuff in you.
Probably do about 160 funerals a year. So I've been waiting for a young person that died suddenly, who'd also had a post-mortem, and then the family had asked me to embalm. So there are 3 planets that needed to align. And this poor guy of 30, it was full of it. It was hanging out of him like spaghetti. This one here came out of the aorta.
This vaccine is so bad. Why didn't everyone who got it die?
It's gonna. We don't know all the effects yet, and it's probably affects people differently. And maybe it wasn't meant to kill everybody, but we know it's established at the beginning that Bill Gates wants to decline the population by 10 to 50%. So.
And so, like, how would they have done that? Do you know what I'm saying? Because I'm thinking, like, if
I'm not saying I'm not even sure if it's actually killing people, but.
So, like, let's just say you're right, and it was like a globalist, like, population control type thing, right? Like the deep state. I don't know, and
just. Keep going, dude. Just fucking get me through this. Let her fucking answer. Or let her ask a question.
I'm sorry. I ask so many questions.
No, you're fine. They're good questions, but SNEAKO doesn't want to answer.
I'm sorry.
Ask your question.
So I'm just trying to think, like, how
Tinder chat?
Ask the question. What if it was a
seriously? He's been chatting nonstop about CNN. We had to read his article slowly.
God. He's so
5 seconds or something. I'm not afraid of the question.
You're afraid. Let her ask the question.
I'm just looking at your blue hair looking down like this, going on Tinder.
She was asking a really good question. Why are you meat watching?
Okay.
I'm stream watching. This is my stream.
Me watching. Your guest.
I'm watching my stream, and you're here doing this shit. You're doing blue pill bot shit.
80 million views a month on YouTube. Just hit 1 million subs.
Ask the question. Ask the question. Ask the question.
Honor her question.
Ask the question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're right. The globalist, the Schwab guy.
Yeah.
And, okay, so they wanted to kill people. Like, why would it only kill some people? Like, how would they do that?
It's going to take a while. We're going to see this year more people are going to keep on dying suddenly, but obviously they don't want to kill everybody. It's going to be extremely obvious, and also they want to depopulate by 10 to 50%. That's what Bill Gates said.
I just want to know if I'm going to die.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not a medical professional. I don't know. I don't know shit. What I do know, I
really would be so mad if I went down like this.
The thing is, the way that they get you, do you want to know what's actually happening?
Yeah.
The reason why they ban all of these red pillars and everything is because the way that they activate the vaccine to take you out is through the ad revenue checks that you get from YouTube. So as long as you're a good sheep and you follow along through the ad rev checks, they know that they can turn the switch and kill you any time that they want. So if you are looking at that screen, they activate it through visual cortex information brain. But for people like SNEAKO, he didn't get the shot. He's not a bot. That's why they banned the red pillars off YouTube, because they can't kill him that way anyway. They've got to kill them out of other ways.
Explain, why do you think they banned me? Because if I got banned
they can't kill you with the
No, genuine question. Genuine question. I was banned for COVID misinformation, election misinformation, and cyberbullying for the Lily. Why do you think I was banned on YouTube and Twitch?
Because that's
Twitch,
the shit that the social media companies are focusing on hardcore right now. Why? Because they're getting a lot of pressure from Congress to fucking regulate misinformation on the internet.
Ready? Why?
Because the American public, or large sections of them, are worried that social media companies, especially after the Cambridge Analytica shit, are playing really toxic roles in our media environment, and people want to see it controlled. It's a huge part that the American public is like a huge interest in.
Would you agree that it could be that these people want power and to push a certain narrative?
No.
There's no. You don't think like that? People in all of history have wanted power.
You keep asking the same question, but it's just going to go back to this whole idea. It's literally red pill versus blue pill. He believes in the powers that be. He believes in mainstream news. He believes in what he's told, and we question reality and believe the people around us.
I believe
that's the red pill and the blue pill.
I follow the evidence. What are people's motivations? What are people lying about? What information comes out that you can make like informed decisions on? You just see what the government says. You believe the opposite. You're like a sheep, like walking the other way.
You think the government has good good intentions.
I think that the government roughly tries to stay in line with what the
Checks
people
and
want the government
balances.
to do.
The
There's a
government's like a
ton of checks and
car.
balances in the U.S. system. The American public genuinely does. Like, do you agree? At the very least, we both agree that there are a lot of bots in the United States that want to see vaccine misinfo punished, right? Do you agree with that?
100%.
Yeah. So why the fuck would you be so surprised when the government is trying to like pressure like media companies to do it?
Get down.
Because if they care about truth, then they would show propaganda.
They're responding to pressure from the
They would
public.
show propaganda.
We live in a democracy. That's what happens. When a bunch of people want a certain thing, then the government tries to follow suit because people want to get reelected.
But it's always what the woke people want. It's never the other side. It's
Then
always
how did
the
Trump get
woke
elected?
agenda.
And how did Trump get elected?
The silent majority. They didn't want him elected.
Why would the silent majority matter? If
The mainstream news was against him the entire time. They didn't want
Yeah,
him.
but if they control the election, sorry, go ahead.
I actually think Trump got elected because he was the first entertainer, and I think that politicians will soon be entertainers. I think that's why he got elected.
Sure, but if the world elite control the elections and all the government, how could Trump have ever gotten elected? Right? It seems like they would have stopped that from happening,
Well,
especially with our guy in for.
They didn't think it was going to happen, and so 2020 they
It's
raised
the
it.
same shit my mom says.
Hypothetically,
W mom.
Hypothetically, it could be that,
Watch out.
that maybe they didn't think he was going to get elected, and then they did it.
But I thought, so
Do you think
look.
it's- like okay, this is I don't know shit about like the studies with the election. I don't know shit. I just think it's weird. I went to bed and all the states switched.
Because they were counting mail-in votes. It takes a while. That's
I
not weird at all.
I just think it's weird that I go to bed, all the states switched.
What
and, like,
state
this
did you
is-
live in?
And this is the same year they did the mail-in ballots and stuff. I don't really have a strong opinion on it either way.
What state do you live in?
I lived in at the time or like now.
When you went to grade school.
Like, because with that election, I voted in Wisconsin.
I don't care about the election. I'm just asking which state you lived in for grade school.
Chicago.
Okay, you lived in Chicago, Illinois, okay? Did you ever think it was weird that sometimes you went to bed and they were saying there might be a snow day tomorrow, but then when you wake up, there's not a snow day?
See, it's like you bring up these things that are just very random.
They're not random at all.
Yeah.
The mail-in ballots were
He's like-
historic. There was a lot of information coming in. Information
This is what
changed.
lawyers do. This is
Oh
like
my
what
God.
lawyers when they're trying to win. But it's like they tell
It's
this
funny
random
because
story.
every single person called it for a year in advance that, yeah, the election
I
might
don't-
look a certain way on election night, but as the mail-in votes come in, the election might look a lot different as more votes are counted. Everybody knew it was coming.
I just think it's like weird because, like, again, I don't have a strong opinion on this. It's just like a lot of things are just like weird to me, and it's weird to me that it's like the first year that
He's back on Tinder.
No, I'm not. I was on Discord.
he's on his chat.
No,
He's
you
always
said-
checking his
Can we finish
chat.
that?
Let her finish her thing. She said, I just think it's weird.
I'm ruining the.
No,
we can keep
you're so
going.
rude. You fucking cut her off.
It's okay. He's got places to be, so
Oh
he's
my
trying
God.
to get
Look
through
at
this.
you guys.
No.
You guys are so cute when you're triggered. Oh.
I'm not sure.
Bro, you've been triggered the
How was I
entire
triggered?
3
I like
hours
to talk
straight.
about it. That's how I do, you know?
I
I want to
can
be like the
keep
W
going.
community, you
I
know, where we're
just-
loud and we scream at the camera all the time.
Yeah. Like black streamers who don't
Yeah,
know
like
anything.
the
you know,
legion. I want to
do
join the
stream.
legion of black streamers that do that, you know? That's my goal in life.
Nah, just talk about vaccines and shit.
In the heart.
don't wanna get paid.
They take the shape of the vessels that they're growing in, totally, and they gradually fill the vessels as they grow. And these, obviously, that's what's killed him.
Hey, I just want to let you know I'm pulling into the funeral home here, and I've got some guys that are with me. Are you fine with me bringing them in?
Here we go.
God, this is just wild shit.
Okay, put the Tinder down for this.
I'm watching. Oh my God. We're about to pull some tapeworms out of this dude.
He's wearing a mask. Actually, he cares
They don't want to infect
about
the-
stopping the spread. We
Oh,
should actually
I cannot watch this shit, dude.
Holy shit.
Coming out
Blech.
of the iliac. Normally we don't see clots
Yeah, Bumbucka, dude.
anywhere. We usually let them in.
Oh my God, dude.
Ah! Oh my God.
That's in your body.
I know. Ah!
Right now.
Oh, I can never be a doctor, dude. Nurse, none of that shit. This shit's just. What is the worm?
Is it a
Oh my God. That's fucking
came out of the
gross. Look how long it is.
Bruh.
Oh my God.
So what do you think? What do you think this is?
Come on.
The explanations that I've seen online for this is two parts. One is that blood does tend to clot
As
and coagulate.
months pass by, the clot's being worse.
Listen, dog.
The second
Get outta
explanation
here.
for why there might be increase in morticians noticing this is because bodies are being stored longer due to so many people dying. As they sit longer in the fridge, the blood will coagulate more because there's a greater time between when they get a corpse or when it's actually put on the mortician's bed and prepared. I don't know if that part is true.
Real Riaz $100 says the amyloid protein's not clots, it's spider silk, and the body's producing it en masse. It's worth billions.
Oh my god.
Wait.
$100.
Say
Thank
that
you.
again? 'Cause I
Our
don't know.
body's blood is making spider silk. and it's
Thank you,
worth
Real
billions.
Riaz. W Real Riaz in the chat.
Okay, I don't
The
understand.
amyloid
what
protein's
this
not clots. It protein's not clots. It's spider silk, and the body is producing it in mass. It's worth billions. So his conspiracy theory is that the vaccine is meant to produce spider silk so that they can take it from the dead bodies and sell it.
Spider silk.
I think he's deep. He also get donated $100 and said flat Earth. So is he on Bumble right now?
No, it's
Okay,
right
okay.
chat.
And each person, the quantity of them was much larger, and they were getting larger.
If you go on Grindr,
We were doing an injection and drainage into the common carotid artery, and we were getting fluid in, and then all of a sudden it just stopped. We could not get any more fluid. We were not getting any drainage of any type.
Look at it.
Oh
my god, dude, this is disgusting.
Come on.
How can you watch that? Oh my
The way
god.
that a medical doctor could see this in the body is if they actually went internally into the body.
So this is coming out of the
I'm
beating
glad
heart,
some people
alright?
can do this, because this is fucking
Bomboka!
awful.
Look at this, tell me if it looks the same way.
This is your heart right now.
Tell me what happened.
You got his attention?
I know,
This is
Look
your
at that.
heart on the
That is
vaccine.
your heart right
This is
now.
scaring me.
Holy shit.
And Destiny's getting a 4th booster.
Oh my god.
It's so good for you to come in today. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Doc.
So I'm excited to get this thermal imaging scan, but before we do that, I want to learn a little bit more about your medical history. Tell me, when this all started, these symptoms that you had.
Early August of this year, my leg started swelling. I was getting a lot of pain from the crotch area all the way down to the ankle. They did a Doppler on it, and I had several clots in my leg.
Oh, wow.
So I was transported to the hospital, and they confirmed that, and also that I had a clot in my lungs.
So you went into the hospital, they put you on a blood thinner, presumably?
Yes, I got put on Eliquis when I was being released. And come to find out, the Eliquis did not work for me.
Okay. And did they let you know that that is extremely rare?
Every doctor I saw said it was extremely rare.
Which side did you get shot?
Which arm? I think it was both. Do you think it could have been the left for both of them? Because you got two, right?
Yeah, it could have been the left.
Because the left arm definitely looked much.
What's
it had
up?
much
Thanks
higher
for
thermal
popping
signal
in,
than the
everybody.
right.
Make
Yeah,
sure
so we
you
can see
like
the
the
left side of
stream.
his face has a much stronger thermal image,
Helps a
and
lot.
the right is also extremely hot. And this is in the area of the pre and post auricular lymphadenopathy chain, and then the tonsillar is also very well lit up, submandibular, submental.
The left side was the one where he has confirmed clots. The right side here is showing significant issues with the vascular system.
So I would recommend referring for an ultrasound of the lower extremities bilaterally to rule out any kind of new clotting or venous obstructions.
Hello?
Yo, doesn't he wants to go on Tinder so bad right now?
No, I'm like, keep going.
Okay.
Hi, Michelle. This is Nick and Matthew. How are you?
I'm good. So before the vaccines came out, there were 1 to 2 fetal demises every 2 or 3 months. You would see one.
Bruh.
Am I not gonna be able to have kids now?
I
That's what
finally
I'm
had
saying,
enough.
yo.
No!
Unvaccinated sperm is the next Bitcoin, chat.
Oh my god!
Stay unvaxxed. Your sperm is going to be valuable.
Oh my
it's the new
God.
Bitcoin in 10 years. You're going to be like, I
Good
need
done, buddy.
a pure blood semen
Wait.
donor.
I wanted like
You feel
5
me?
kids, but I guess I'll have to adopt.
Just don't get the booster. You'll be all right.
Okay.
When I got this email the other day, it said that there was a record number of fetal demises and that there were 22 of them in 1 month. And in this email, it said that it's projected to increase each month.
The fetal demise.
If the all of these factors that they're talking about all went up after the vaccine, and you saw data that it showed that after the vaccine, when it's multiple factors, would you then think it was maybe the vaccine?
It's possible. If you had like the data to show it, sure, it's possible.
Okay, so he just needs to see a study.
Bro, I'm not going to lie. You've asked the same question like 5 times.
He kind of.
She just wants to know if I changed my mind if I saw data.
And it's the same thing. Yeah, you need data study.
Yeah. Well, but
and it needs to be from the government. It
for
needs to be
you
on the White
guys,
House.
okay.
CDC.
I'll be charitable. For you guys, I think, well, not just you guys, but most people tend to inform their opinions by interacting with and understanding the people around them. When you hear a lot of people around you say a certain thing, that serves as a good heuristic for most people to avoid that thing. If a lot of people tell you something is bad or tastes bad or is disgusting or can hurt you, you don't want to see like a fucking study saying like,
Wrong.
halfway. Like a really normal human thing, right? But I think that for things that are more, I understand that, but I just think that for things that are more complicated, like when we talk about like medicine or adverse medical events, I think that you need data because it's really easy to form bad opinions based on a couple people saying
Do you think that we're in different positions considering we both interviewed hundreds of people?
That was stream.
It would depend on how you conduct.
Especially SNEAKO, he's been interviewing people for like 10 years.
It would depend on how you're conducting the interviews.
And
right?
especially in York City with all your people.
Sure, but like, what is that supposed to say, right? You could spend like 10 years.
That was actually one of the biggest reasons that my mind started opening up to the brainwashing. Because as soon as COVID hit in 2020, I'm like, okay, they're doing this to push the vaccine. And then they administered the vaccine, and then I did an interview about it. And then in New York City, within like 2 weeks, 80% of the city was already vaccinated. And I went around in public and asked people like, do you trust the vaccine? Like what is this, like some far right conspiracy? They got so upset about it. I was trying to have a conversation like, what do you think is in it? Do you trust Big Pharma? You don't think they're trying to make a bunch of money? I was just asking like, why are you guys so quick to trust this random
because
thing?
People associate things. It's like when if you were listening to somebody and they said the phrase toxic masculinity, you would instantly get triggered. Or if you heard somebody say
but it's not about phrases. You see how another false equivalency. I asked them like, the question of the video was, do you trust the vaccine? And then immediately, it wasn't toxic. I'm just asking because they were getting it all at once. Most of the city was getting it immediately. So I'm just asking.
Hold on, wait. I gotta ask because I gotta ask because I need to see how far gone your mind is. Do you not think that those phrases are associated with typically like the same type of person? Like when somebody comes up to you and they says, "Do you know what's in the vaccine?" Don't you think you could guess their political affiliation 95% of the time? Sure. If somebody says, "Do you trust the vaccine?" Don't you think you can guess their political affiliation like 95% of the time?
No, but back then when I asked that video, I wasn't even sure. I was confused why everyone was getting immediately.
I didn't ask you that question. I don't know why you're rambling. I'm asking you a specific question. If somebody comes up to you and asks, "Do you trust the vaccine?" Do you think you can guess their political affiliation?
I was asking like this: Do you trust the vaccine?
You're not gonna answer that question.
It's a simple question. Do you trust the vaccine? Do you trust Big Pharma?
You're ignoring the question because the answer's obvious.
I wouldn't think so personally, but I feel like you're not going to believe me.
But because he's a bot, so he's supposed to think that.
If you ask an open-ended question, I'm just going to give an answer.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to come in.
They weren't even willing to have that conversation.
Yeah,
Nobody.
Like that's just how.
Nobody. They got upset. They left. They stormed out.
Because first of all, in New York, that makes sense because it was one of the places that was hit the hardest
York City.
when the pandemic initially hit. Number one.
No, it's the most liberal woke city.
You associate those talking points.
But I was in the Midwest, and like I had friends like be so crazy about it, and it wasn't like we were in a liberal area. Like
if you lived in Chicago?
No, I did. I lived in I lived on. If you saw where I grew up, you would know it's not a liberal area. I grew up on 40 acres of chickens. Like
let's finish it.
He's in gestational mothers in that 22 to 26 week period. I had a run of that in my funeral home, and 5 of the 6 were vaccinated. The other had remdesivir, and they all lost their infants.
We're just seeing a fridge full of babies, but we're not actually doing the funeral. So that's it's a mystery to me as to where these babies are going.
So are you saying there's more fetuses in the refrigerators now than there was prior to 2021?
Yeah, I'm saying there's more fetuses now in the refrigerator than I've seen ever before.
I've been doing high-risk obstetrics for 43 years.
That's cool.
I see a vast
This is funny.
number
The
of
footage that they
patients a
had
year.
of that thing being
I
pulled
don't-
out of a heart, that was a pulmonary embolectomy from the year 2019. I just thought it was
Okay, no,
funny.
good. W fact checking.
That's okay. No, go ahead.
W fact
Go
checking.
15
When medical
seconds.
professionals speaking,
Sure. I want to hear you. Go ahead.
Tender.
know any other maternal fetal medicine physician in this country that sees as many patients as I do by ultrasound. At one point in time this year, I was on track to see 9,000 high-risk OB ultrasounds. So I know what's going on, and I've seen death and destruction like I've never seen before.
The stillbirth rate is measured in terms of live births per 1,000. And really, it's come down in my career from about 10 to about almost 5.8 or 6.
It's like
now let's go to
with the boosters. That's how they're killing people. That's how they make it 10 to 15%.
Survival of the bodies.
Yeah.
2021 and look at the stillbirth rate for Michelle's. This is horrifying. But if you take this death figure and you look at that rate at 29.3, that sigma that you're looking at is 40 plus sigma, standard deviation. Let that sink in. This is from Waterloo, Canada. 83 stillbirths, about 4,000 deliveries.
That line keeps going.
That exact same thing you saw with Michelle's. if that weren't bad enough, look at this.
Oh!
I couldn't even put it. There were 13 dead fetuses
Take the red
in
line.
one 24-hour period. One 24-hour period.
1,200-fold increases in menstrual abnormalities. And then when we get into pregnancy, we're looking at a substantial increase in miscarriages, in birth defects, a substantial risk of fetal cardiac arrhythmia, fetal cardiac malformations, significant fetal growth slowing.
Yeah, that's the part I don't like about this document. They're not citing if it has anything to do with the vaccine.
Significant reduction in amniotic fluid, fetal cardiac arrest.
Are you saying babies are having heart attacks in the womb?
Yes. The vaccine causes a significant inflammatory effect.
3 different safety monitoring systems. Again, they found no significant safety signals for the mother or for the fetus, because we have to remember in obstetrics, we're dealing with 2 patients. So no increased risks to be vaccinated while pregnant.
Anything that causes inflammation in my business, in my area of expertise, causes damage, injury, death, and destruction in pregnancy.
Okay, you don't think that's shady?
We've known that for half a century.
On March
If there was a
1st,
300%
the FDA
increase in like fetal death or whatever, I feel like everybody would be screaming about that from their rooftops. I don't think you can
Well,
hide stuff
if you
like
do,
that.
you get banned.
Where could we
They
look
silence you
that
if you talk about it.
You can probably Google like miscarriage
Can we
stats
look
or
it
something.
up?
Yeah, if you
Your
want.
scary stats?
Yeah, I just want to see. Like by year, maybe.
Increased incidence of first trimester miscarriage during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Allah Akbar!
Uh-oh.
Do you think this is
Oh, God. Now Destiny's going to make me read the whole article. I don't fucking want to read it.
Wait, just read the abstract.
Ah!
Well, scroll up.
I'm so glad we have nerds to read articles for us.
No.
There is limited research on the first trimester outcomes of women with coronavirus disease.
Bruh.
Oh, we don't want to read this because this is actually COVID-19 causing miscarriages. That's why you wanted to skip out of here. See, he is smarter than I thought. He did read the first sentence. He was like, oh shit, no, this doesn't serve my narrative. Get the fuck out of here. Get out. I don't want to hear about COVID killing babies. Only the fucking vaccine.
Leako. Yeah, okay. New CDC, I know, but it just depends on, because all this information is manipulated, because the CDC, like, can you trust their opinion about it?
Can't trust the CDC.
You
but the
definitely
fucking
can't.
documentary died suddenly.
Wait. So the CDC is
So
that,
here-
is
this
that
is
by
data
the
for-
same people for the World Economic? Okay.
This is Canada, okay? This is the data for Canada from 2017 to 2021. And these are live births and fetal deaths, so stillbirths. And you can see the numbers are about the same. And I think Canada's like a fucking 94% vaccine rate. This goes to 2021. Data for 2022 is not recorded yet.
W. Dustin.
Released the first round of thousands of pages of data submitted by Pfizer for review of their COVID-19 vaccine.
It's the 5.3.6 post-marketing analysis of the adverse events in which they outlined that 83% of all pregnant women who got vaccinated ended up
This
with a
documentary is just as
They
bad
had
as the lies of the
270
mainstream
pregnancies.
media.
They could not account
Just be
for
honest,
what happened
man.
to 238 of those pregnancies. In the remaining pregnancies resulted in a dead baby.
Well, hey, let's pause for a
And
second.
they only
Just
had
think,
one.
If that was the case, that 80% of women had stillbirths, you don't think we'd be hearing that from everybody? Like even CNN. You couldn't
Oh, now
comment
you
on
trust anecdotal evidence?
that. No.
You're saying beforehand, if enough people came out, you're like, I don't trust
You just
people.
made a good point.
No,
Now
that's
I don't trust
not a
people.
good point.
Now Destiny's all anecdotal. Wouldn't we be hearing that from everybody?
I'm gonna give him this one.
There's no.
Ah!
It's called an effect.
Yeah!
If you have a thing saying that 80% of births were fucked,
You would hear it from everybody. So now you trust everybody.
when I say, I'm sorry, when I say hear it from everybody, I don't mean like a friend is telling you. I mean that there would be people reporting on it, there would be medical institutions studying it, there would be like hospitals everywhere complaining about it. It wouldn't just be something hidden in an
The
obscure
medical
documentary.
mothers. You'll believe the doctor mothers and the
No, I would think that there'd probably be massive fucking research or numbers to back up that 80% of fucking pregnant women were having stillbirths. Because that is a massive fucking number. They could have went with something more believable, like 5%, which would still be a massive number. But 80%, 4 out of every 5 babies are dying?
And originally the documents were going to take 55 years to be released, but because of a court order, we'll get all of the documents by year's end.
Thank you for the floor, Mr. President. Honorable National Assembly, in January this year, something happened that has not happened for decades. The birth rate fell by 20% compared to the same period last year. Csaba Gétort, researcher at the KRTK Institute of Economics, points out that this drastic decline came just 9 months after the COVID mass vaccinations began in Hungary.
Now, I will say, a friend of mine, she just told me this the other day, her mother had volunteered at the hospital prior to COVID. So they called her and said, hey, would you come back in and volunteer? And she volunteered obstetrics, right, babies. So she said, yeah, all right. So they retrained her, and then they called her back and said, I guess there's no point in you coming in. We're not having any babies born.
I never pass up an opportunity when I see a newborn baby. I stop and I drink it in. Because my heart aches to think that seeing a newborn baby may become one of the rarest things. And I want to be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But
I wonder if it's because of the vaccine or just intersexual dynamics. Who knows?
In Australia, so you know this is the Australia graph. Australia was like the biggest COVID
COVID
country.
Definitely COVID.
so many
If this
people
chart's real, definitely
have taken this. There's nothing as close to seeing the face of God as
Australia
a human
is the CDC.
and
baby.
you have just
Hell babies. They're not
evil
they're all dying.
that is destroying that.
These motherfuckers
And
have heart
and
attacks on
and
the
my
wall.
heart hurts for God. Like you could give people all of this.
Allahu Akbar!
And they would use their time, energy, and talents to try and destroy it.
What the last 2 years has taught me is that there is a pure evil in this world, a pure evil that has no respect for any of us. Where I can tell you, we are regarded in much the same way as livestock.
We were trained that the one thing that prevented adversaries from deploying bioweapons was that in order for them to have a strategic impact, our enemy would have to have a delivery mechanism that would allow them to expose a large enough population of people in a short enough period of time before the people knew they were being attacked. Dispersion in the air would be cumbersome and ineffective given UV light dispersion, wind patterns, and that there are generally not significantly large enough numbers of people outside concentrated in a small area. Likewise, attempting to put them in water would have limited effectiveness because of dilution, degradation from chloride, etc. But what if? What if hundreds of millions of people would willingly, or under the duress of fear, allow themselves to be injected with a bioweapon? What if global mass vaccination could be accomplished in a short period of time by
which it was
applying relentless coercion tactics
James Corden
and psychological
Hollywood.
operations to demoralize people into submission?
It's my professional medical opinion that this is a bioweapon and that this was a bioweapon unleashed against humanity with the intent to depopulate and control the population of the world.
Basically, it's achieving its goal. If the goal was to reduce the world's population, it's working.
This has been well planned. This is Agenda 2030. This is the Great Reset. This is what it's all about, you know. So one of the hardest things, knowing what I know, was accepting that people are going to die because they're just not going to believe it.
We have to be the plan.
Okay. Talk to me.
And that means that each person in this room viewing this broadcast, replaying this broadcast, each one of you has a purpose. Each one of you has a critical, God-given role.
God.
And so if you are quiet, or apathetic, or complacent,
or on Tinder,
you have to stand before God, and you have to answer for that.
You're going to stand in front of God.
I can put out a warning to all the people that are in the military right now, officers who are responsible for everything that happens or fails to happen with their troops. If you don't stand in the gap, you're complicit in this crime.
The only way we're going to save our lives is by together, clubbing together to do it. That's our strength. And this is probably the most biblical world event that anyone could ever imagine. It's World War III. This is a spiritual war of good against evil. And I just hope that there's enough good in the world that we can rally together to defeat it, because if we don't, these monsters will destroy humanity.
Dance, baby, dance like the world is ending. Dance, baby, dance like the world is ending. Dance, baby, dance cause the world is ending. Dance, baby, dance like the world is ending. Dance, baby, dance like the world is ending.
Look at the stats. You want to see stats?
So what percent of people
Get vaccinated. It's incredibly effective, but the truth is, not enough people are getting it.
Not enough people are
Got to
getting it,
change
Biden.
that.
Talk to me,
so
Biden.
we can all have a safe and healthy holiday season.
Yeah. Get a booster shot for Thanksgiving. There's the population.
That's crazy. I thought it was 44% of the population was vaccinated.
Let me hear it if you got the Pfizer. Yeah, bots. Yeah, bots.
AstraZeneca! Woo! Propaganda!
Okay. Takeaways, nobody changed their opinion. The documentary was...
I learned some things.
What did you learn? Well, I mean, me and Destiny are still in the exact same spot that we were beforehand. He's on Grindr right now.
I feel like Destiny's gonna come around one day.
And that hair's gonna be red?
Maybe not red, but maybe it's like natural.
Yo,
color.
come on. Weston, you go bald for 2023.
I thought about shaving my head, but
Yeah,
you know,
support
I like
Top G.
I
Free
get a
Top
lot
G in the
of,
chat.
I got a lot of attention for it, okay?
If you go bald, like imagine the amount of people that are going to start really believing what you say. You could really take this year to inspire your chat, tell them to stop playing video games all day, tell them to get off Tinder because it makes them upset, tell them to stop watching porn, be more open-minded, go on Rumble instead. He wants you to game all day, chat. He wants you to watch him all day. He wants you to be an incel that doesn't improve their life.
I may actually go on Rumble now.
You feel what I'm saying? And Destiny going to go on Rumble.
I may actually. I was like, this is kind of fun. I like the chat.
It's great. It's great. It can go to, yeah, okay. Pearl likes the chat.
Can we get some W's for Hitler in the chat, guys? Where's my,
Whitler.
where's my W Hitler?
No.
That's probably crazy.
Littler.
I like taking it as far as you possibly can. I just think free speech, baby.
Completely. Well, I'm out of here. W Stream, new record on Rumble, 20K.
20K, wow.
Thank you, Zestiny, for showing up in Pearl. That was a great stream. And now the chat's, you got him saying Whitler. You know that? Like you said it ironically.
No, they just, he's their guy.
Guys,
you know?
next week,
Halfway.
I'm going to try to get my sister to stop being a lib. So
Try to get your sister to stop being a lib? What?
You said you would, right?
Oh, me?
Yeah,
Not him. He wants her to be more of a lib. He wants her to get
God,
more
that's right.
tattoos.
Yeah,
He wants your sister to go on Tinder
sorry,
more.
sorry.
He likes,
Sorry,
it's good.
sorry. I don't know why I said SNEAKO. But,
Awkward.
like, I don't know.
I think I am.
God, you
I'm
think
actually a
you're
little bit
super beta.
offended.
No,
I'm offended by that.
It's because I'm loud and screaming.
It's just because he's here. No, but next week you're gonna get my sister. to
W
stop
stream
being
for
a
sure.
Yes.
My sister's a lib.
I'm gonna red pill your
She
sister.
sounds awesome.
No,
Sure, she's a great person.
Yeah.
No, actually, she said she thinks life is bad. Like, haha, imagine if I killed myself. Hee, depression. Am I right? That's your lib people. They think that depression is a way to
and
bomb.
you guys are like, I converted to Islam. I worship a guy that says he's Islamic, even though he runs fucking casinos and fucking cam girl studios, which are like the two most fucking haram things you could ever do if you're a Muslim. Come on, dude.
I'm actually not the biggest fan of
Allah
it. I just feel like I don't feel bad for a girl that openly chose to do that.
Not everybody feels bad for sex trafficked women. It's all good. It happens, you know. It's okay. W sex trafficking in the chat. Pearl loves it.
I just think
some of those girls make
I just
decent
think
money,
it's like,
right?
What do you consider sex trafficking? It's not sex trafficking.
Well, when you lie to somebody, you bring them to another country, and then you tell them that they need to do cam shit, that would be sex
I went on
trafficking.
his
Yeah.
private plane, but my life is so hard.
How many of those girls on Epstein's Island flew in his private plane? There's probably a lot of 13-year-olds that got to fly in their first private jet. But hey, W Epstein in the chat too, okay?
He's like, let's talk about minors.
W
Let's talk about
Epstein in the
minors
chat.
instead of grown adults.
Private planes for
He's like, let's
15-year-olds.
talk
How
about
dumb are you?
minors.
That's so
Let's
sick.
talk about minors. You know, honestly though, I will say.
They weren't minors.
What?
I don't think Tate's one more minors.
No, I'm talking about. He's saying.
Well,
I'm
not
talking.
in America, right? Didn't he brag about one fucking 18-year-old on Twitch once? Oh no, she was 17 and he was like, remember that?
I don't remember
That
that.
was a little weird, wasn't it?
What'd he say? Weren't you on Twitter defending getting women 10 years younger than you pregnant, like last week?
Even.
You were on Twitter last week saying it's good to get women 10 years younger than you pregnant. What's the difference? I saw that. Some girls like, oh, that's problematic if she's 10 years younger. You're like, no, it's great if you get women 10 years younger than you pregnant. So, I mean...
I love men 10 years older. So.
The younger the better. It's gonna, you know, they can bleed, they can breathe. I mean,
Okay.
Chat, make sure if you missed any of this stream, this was one of the best ones. W20K, new record on Wumble. Join locals right here, top left. If you miss any of this stream, that's where I re-upload all of them. Creativity Kit drop February 1st. That's how you can learn how to start making money online. I'm adding professors. I'm spending a lot of work on developing this course right now.
W Pearl.
Don't just spend all your time chronically scrolling online. W Matt Bearded for the 20 W's. Okay, bro. You want to start making money so you stop being an incel in my chat all day. If you want to do that and remain an incel for the rest of your life, then keep wasting your money on trolling in the chat instead of actually making some money. Thank you, Pro, for showing up. Thank you, Destiny, for showing up. We'll be back tomorrow, W Daily Streamer, 8 p.m. every single day. One was taking over. Shout out to Chris for the update. And don't get vaccinated. Why would you listen to the government? Why would you listen to the powers that be? Why would you listen to people that don't care about you? Why would you trust mainstream news in 2023? Are you serious? Be self-governing. Don't trust these people. DGG, shout out to you guys, but you guys are going to stay on nerd Reddit for the rest of your life. It is what it is. And everybody on my stream, we actually want to progress. 2023, we're taking over. Rumble is the place to be. Shout out to free speech. Shout out to Elon Musk. Shout out to Trump.
Wrong.
Free Top G. Free Kanye.
How, Sway?
And bye. See you tomorrow. Harit says next emergency meeting will break media history. Inshallah. Free Top G. Free Tay. Free Tay brothers. For sure, man. Free Top G.
All right. Thanks for jumping in. I appreciate everybody just watching through the streams. Hit a like button. I might still look into some of the flat Earth stuff tonight. I'm gonna go grab some food real quick, just from downstairs. But I want to look into flat Earth. Anyone else want to do flat Earth? W's for flat Earth. Might look at the Zerka Destiny debate for flat Earth, unless anybody else has some good videos for it. But I think that's a good starting point. But I'm gonna go make myself a PB&J, and I will be back. Peace. What you doing, big guy? Whoa, chill. Nut. What's up? Alright. Let's get into some flat Earth with Zerka and Destiny.
We need Lav Loon in the call right now.
No, that's not gonna happen. Please, God.
You want it. I can feel
No,
it.
please, no.
You don't. That was a great arc.
It was an arc, all right, but I'm good. Okay, we don't need this.
Who can we add?
Oh, fuck.
Get someone who gets really triggered.
I don't have anybody.
And no more.
No, stop. Stop. Why?
Where's the
I'm not gonna
flat
let you destroy my fucking life, okay?
Oh, it's
Okay,
callers
you pick.
coming
Chat, pick a name. We're gonna call them on the stream. Steel, welcome to the blue hair stream.
It's not what I wanted.
Steel, unmute your mic. You've got 5 seconds before I send you back to dungeons.
Let me know if you guys have any good flat Earth videos. I want to watch this too. Fuck with that Tim Dillon heavy.
Horace, you're on the dollar bill. Let's go.
Okay, so I have a big problem with John here.
Hit it.
Fucking Earth, you need to shut the fuck up with that shit.
Yes, sir.
Alright, let's see what he has to say.
You need to shut the fuck up with what shit?
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth shit.
What's your problem with the, why do you believe in the heliocentric model?
Because I don't have 5 brain cells.
Interesting. At what altitude do you see curvature, Horace?
I think, shit, I don't even know what the...
Are you
like
a fucking
17 feet?
retard? 70 feet?
No, they didn't say 70 feet. There's a fucking video on it where they did a test on it and the fucking flat Earth guy fucking disproved himself with it.
Are you a fool? You're falling for a fisheye lens?
It was the flat Earth guy camera. It was his own camera.
Oh my. Dude, do you know that all flat Earth tests are done at 120,000 feet in altitude with corrected lenses, and it's always a motionless plane? This is not where you want to argue, you fucking idiot.
Okay, so when the sun goes down on flat Earth, so when it's nighttime, where does the sun go?
Yeah, well, you can use a P900 camera and zoom in.
No,
The
I'm
sun-
asking you. So if you
I'm
go outside,
answering you, my sir. Hey, Beta Male. I'm answering you. The sun
Hey,
is
Beta
leaving
Male.
your perspective. It's not setting. Do you know how train tracks leave your perspective? Are the train tracks setting behind the curve of the Earth? You fucking retard. No, they're leaving your vanishing point. Snap the fuck out of it, idiot.
What do you mean vanish?
Do you know what train tracks are, Horace?
No, I've never seen train tracks in my life. Yes, I
Train
know what
tracks go into a point. You don't see them forever, Horace.
Yeah, because they pass over the curvature of the Earth if they're going over in a straight line.
Oh my God. Then how can you zoom when a boat passes over the curvature? How can you zoom back into the boat? You get a high-powered lens. You can zoom the boat back into your field of view. You fucking retard didn't even do your research.
I want a good flat Earth video, but YouTube censored all of them, and it's crazy. Like 4 years ago, you can look up flat Earth on YouTube. Hundreds of cool little documentaries you could find. Probably not real. Probably a lot of misinformation. But now all you get is bullshit. Watch. Flat Earth, just bullshit mainstream fuckity tard fuck shit. ABC News, NASA bitch, destroying Flat Earth. If Flat Earth, what is under it? Fucking short. I mean, there's nothing, bro. It's all mainstream bullshit. Kyrie Irving. What are these? Flat Earth theory. How it was debunked. I like the theory if they censor it if it's true. Why do they need to censor it if it's a bunch of bullshit? That's my thing. And why do they make people out to be so fucking crazy? I don't know. Maybe we can get to the bottom of it here in this chat. See if he can kill this little debate.
Okay, I'm getting destroyed. All right. So.
Fuck else you got? No flat Earth. You embarrassed yourself. Ask something else.
Okay, I used up all my brain cells on that.
Horace? How's the
What's
Mars
that?
rover? You believe in the Mars rover? You like your CGI Mars rover?
Yeah, I love my CGI Mars rover.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Matt Damon was there. Everybody was there.
Do you believe in Planet X and ET as well? You fucking retard.
Well, with the size of the universe, it's very unlikely for us to be the only.
How big is the
intelligent
universe, Horace?
Billions of light years across.
An expanding infinity. Isn't it an expanding infinity?
Horace,
can you explain to me the definition?
Zerka made me believe people who believe in aliens are fucking retarded.
Here's your question.
The definition.
Zerka's fucking hilarious.
Of an
if you guys haven't seen him.
Right? Can you have just ask yourself? Can you have air in a vacuum? Can you have atmosphere in a vacuum? How the fuck can you have a pressurized system like Earth in the vacuum of space, Horace? How?
Gravity.
Oh my God. Gravity, the model that needs 90% black matter to be explained. 90% of it they can't explain? You fucking retarded? Gravity? How did they explain how things rise and fall before gravity, Horace? Explain me.
They couldn't.
They couldn't, or did they use density and buoyancy?
It's always been there. There hasn't been an explanation for it.
Excuse me, young man. They use density and buoyancy. You're saying helium is a magical element, the only element that can beat gravity? A helium balloon is the only thing that can beat gravity because it's just magic? You fucking stupid. They explained it with density, buoyancy, and aerodynamics, you fucking idiot. You didn't do your research. You're not equipped for this debate. You're a fucking moron. You're losing a flat earther. You're getting humiliated. Ask anything. Go take the topic anywhere and you'll lose.
Fucking love this, dude.
How much brain power did that take?
Let's go. What's your question? Go ahead. Hey, why don't you ask where's the edge of the
This is what they do when they don't know what the fuck to say. They make little fucking smart aleck.
Okay.
Try to be witty remarks.
Then I want to hear this.
Yeah, where's the edge of outer space?
There is no edge.
Well, I guess we don't have an edge either, fucking retard.
There's an observable universe that we've seen that is technically, I guess, could be considered an edge.
Here, let me ask you this. Do you believe in Planet X?
I don't believe I've heard of that, honestly.
Okay. Interesting. And you don't care that all space photos are CGI? You just have no problem with that?
We mean all space photos are CGI.
Why don't you Google...
I love how he just says it so nonchalantly.
Planets from like pictures taken from like satellites in space.
You believe in satellites? You're such an idiot. 97% of Earth Wi-Fi is done through triangulation towers. That's why you lose Wi-Fi outside of the grid when you go camping. It's not because there's no satellites above the mountains when they're orbiting Earth in your fucking retard model, you idiot. That's why satellites were never built. They just magically appeared from a sci-fi book into reality. $100 million a fucking satellite? You fucking stupid.
Oh, what?
You believe in the moon landing, you're an adult. Your wife's cheating on you and...
Are satellites a hoax? Maybe we should look into satellites before flat Earth, but I thought satellites were real.
You're so gullible, you don't even know.
And dug yourself in a hole there.
My dude, snap out of it. You're defending a military wing of the U.S., NASA. Started by 25 Nazis and Werner von Braun.
But satellites, dude.
Snap
okay.
That's crazy.
Nazis and you think you're the good guy.
Okay.
You came in really hot, and now you look like an idiot.
Well, I know I'm not the idiot because I did more research than just looking at fucking 20-minute YouTube videos. So.
Well, then how come you can't beat a flat earther in a debate?
Because you're just rambling about nothing.
You didn't answer anything. I answered all your questions.
I couldn't answer anything because you kept fucking interrupting me.
Okay, can I ask you something?
Ask me something.
How come there's no scientific experiment that ever proved Earth's in motion?
There is.
If you and I stay on a helicopter for 10 hours, do we land on a different spot because the Earth rotates?
No.
Exactly. And you would say it's because we're moving with the atmosphere and the Coriolis, right? You're a fucking idiot.
What
'Cause then you
experiment
wouldn't be
proves
able
your
to
point
travel.
on that? What experiment proves your point on that?
Michelson-Morley experiments prove I'm right. Einstein, who said the Earth is an observable, motionless plane, proves I'm right. Physics is real, but quantum physics is your religion. It's phony. It's garbage.
So, like, the theory of general relativity is fake or real then?
Well, let me ask you, do you believe truth is subjective?
Well, truth, I guess, some truth can be subjective, yes.
Do you believe truth is subjective and you're an adult?
Like I said, some truth.
Who in chat believes truth is subjective?
I forget, was it
but this is
Newton, Isaac Newton? Okay.
It depends.
If a tree falls in a forest, but nobody saw it, did it fall?
If it actually fell, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
But so like if you have, I don't know, it comes to religion. I guess that could be a subjective truth, religion.
Okay, I thought we were talking about flat Earth, but okay, what's your problem?
You talked about truth. You didn't talk about what truth.
Here, you know what? You know what's interesting about religion is religion talks about a flat Earth. NASA doesn't, but they do in their research papers. They do in their military papers. Isn't that funny?
Do you have links? Do you have links to those? Do you have links to those?
Yes, I do. It's all on my YouTube channel. And another thing, why does every single airplane use a computer for emergencies that has a flat Earth equidistant map? It doesn't use a Mercator. It doesn't use any other map. It uses the ice wall map. Why, for emergency landings, for autopilot, does it use a flat Earth map? Why?
I don't even know what a flat Earth map looks like because I don't really research into that much.
Okay, do you know what the United Nations flag is?
So that's
how the continents are spread out.
The ice wall in Antarctica and all that stuff is what really drives me over the edge of believing it's real. Why the fuck can't we travel on that Earth?
That's the map used to travel. Now, you don't have to be a flat earther, but you know that they use that map. You don't have to be a flat earther, but you know I'm right. You can Google this right now. You'll never Google it. You'll never Google it.
I'm doing it right now.
And you know what's your problem? You think I believe in a disc flying through space. Space is fake, my dude. Earth is the basement of the universe. Earth is the biggest thing there is. That's it. That's it. Planets come from the word wandering star, because planets are just wandering stars. Zoom into a planet with a telescope. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have, and I've seen...
Really? Planets look like you can step on them? They look terrestrial to you? Are you fucking joking me? Admiral Byrd, the first person to travel to Antarctica, says there's more land. Any which way 180 degrees north is south on a compass. A compass is a flat Earth instrument. Snap the fuck out of it. You're never gonna win.
Who told you that? Ye? Did Ye tell you that?
Sure. Where's the South Pole on a compass, genius?
South Pole on the compass? It's opposite of where north is pointing.
Are you serious? Right? You're an adult saying that?
Are you an adult saying what you're saying?
You're saying that a compass is not a flat Earth
instrument. An adult
saying
that.
No, it's not.
Oh my god, how old are you?
I'm 30.
You're 30 and you still believe in the moon landing, correct?
Yes.
You believe that Richard Nixon spoke to astronauts 240,000 miles.
Why is the left so keen on believing in and not believing in the conspiracy theories? It's such a weird thing that the left loves the government so much that they just disband any conspiracy theory. Once they hear the word conspiracy theory, they're just done with it. I don't understand.
Away on a landline telephone. Is that correct?
Yeah, because the telephones don't always, like, even if it looks like it's a landline phone, doesn't always have to be, like, connected to a landline. It could be connected to another computer or machine that transmits data.
You lose Wi-Fi in the city and connection, but you believe in a Mars rover that sends pictures 200 million miles away.
Yes, because we have specific...
to be the dumbest fucking retard I've ever talked to.
We have specific satellites and specific communication devices to pick up that information. Wi-Fi is kind of like...
satellites, dude? They've been debunked. Your fucking green screen
who? Debunked by who? Like Ye?
No, they've been caught doing underwater ISS CGI to make it look like they're in space. They haven't left low Earth orbit because there's a dome. When you open a can of Sprite, it goes. Why does it do that? Because it's pressurized. It has a cap, just like Earth. Earth is pressurized. It has a cap. It's not flying through infinite space, you fucking idiot. Just think of the yin and yang model. The sun and the moon are small, the Earth is big. You're not revolving around the sun. You're not heliocentric. That's a lie. Your sun is CGI on Google. The sun is electromagnetic. Tesla knows that. But you believe it's a burning ball of gas in a vacuum. It's just rich to me. Like it's Masonic science. You work for Balenciaga. You're an idiot.
Okay, I'm not getting that paycheck then. So.
I guess this is recent.
And you know what? I might be seen as a bully for going hard at you, but you.
No.
He's got a really good debate with Destiny. I think it was from 2 years ago.
That was going hard on me.
I mean, you kind of just stuttered.
At least I heard it was really good. I haven't
your
watched
mom
it
went
yet.
a lot harder on me last night, so.
Yeah, when she was pegging you.
Yep. Because I told her to.
Yeah, you did. That's what you libs do. You guys get pegged, and you think you're the winner of that.
But you don't get pegged?
No, nobody who gets pegged enjoys it.
Why not? That's a subjective truth. That's a subjective truth.
No, you're getting pegged to show off. You're trying to impress her. It's like, you're not impressing her,
pegged
bro.
Flex. Remember that, boys?
Nobody who
Getting
got
pegged is the biggest flex.
Who the fuck is this guy? I think he's just a
else you have
fucking
for me?
caller, right?
Horace, have you been pegged for real?
No, I haven't.
Debate 1, blah blah blah. Third caller.
Why not?
Sleeping.
I don't know. Just not the right time. Got my ass ate though. That was pretty nice.
Did you kiss her after?
Yep.
You kissed those shit.
I know there's a different one than this one, but let's see what this one has. 5
Okay,
fucking
how's everyone
hours,
doing?
no
How you guys doing? It's been a long
timestamps.
time.
Nope.
I've been in there.
Destiny Zerga debate live. Destiny talks to John Zerga. Blah 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 blah. Chick Zaza. Destiny versus Zerga. Probably just do this one. Apologize. Blah 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 blah. What's this one?
These podcasts once a week. Destiny and I are gonna go.
Yeah, this is the one.
Digital shit we have around film today. We did have missiles. Listen, we shot fucking rockets all the time.
Saying they couldn't Hollywood fake it, but they have the technology to go.
What the fuck happened? L YouTube. L Susan.
To go to the moon. Number 2.
That's right.
Number
Hold
2.
on. Are you telling me that it's less likely? Are you told on?
It is time now for the final round. 5 minutes left.
Hold on. Let me finish my league game real quick, and then I'll be good. No, I'm sorry. I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah, 100% of my
5 minutes. Flat Earth. Is the Earth flat?
No, Raj. He doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to do this. This is the.
I'll do that. Yeah, we can do flat Earth.
Flat Earth topic. Final round. 5 minutes. Starting with John. Go ahead. 5 minutes. Good luck.
Destiny. Why do you believe in the heliocentric model?
I love how he calls it the heliocentric model. It's fucking
The
hilarious.
sailors have relied on the Earth being round. We got mathematical formulas, and all of physics is relying on Earth being round. In order to believe that the Earth is flat, you literally have to believe in a conspiracy that millions or hundreds of millions of people have been forced to buy into for literally.
On the flat Earth. Okay, yeah. True. That's true. Yeah. Okay.
At any point in history, and it is absolutely fucking absurd that you think that that could be true.
So you don't think it's gotten leaked, and it didn't? I mean, it became popular in 2014. But you said airplanes, airplane that flies over a motionless plane. Like Einstein said, the Earth is an observable motionless plane. Do you know what a gyroscope is?
I know what a gyroscope is, but the Earth is not motionless. The Earth rotates on an axis.
Oh, okay. There's 6 scientific experiments that all failed. I know what you're talking about, but you know what a gyroscope is, right?
Yeah, I'm aware of what a gyroscope is.
On an airplane.
What about a gyroscope on an airplane?
What does it do?
I don't know. I've never tried it before.
it measures the plane level to the Earth because it'll fight gravity, right? That's what the instrument does.
Okay.
So I'm wondering why you said airplanes when they fly 30,000 feet in altitude, and NASA says you can see curvature at 60,000 feet. Weather balloons double the height and don't measure anything. The only time you've seen a curved Earth is through government propaganda, NASA, or Hollywood?
I mean, so we can believe that every single shot from space is doctored, and every single astronaut that's been involved with that are all involved in the doctoring process. And
Yes. Yes. At least I think so. I'm not sold yet.
None of them have released anything.
NASA's Rob Simon made this.
Colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
Then?
There was another layer to simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at
I bet
these
Rumble
images over
or
and over again.
what's that
trying
fucking
to
website
sort of get the
BitChute?
essence of it.
Is that what has all
It
the
is
crazy
Photoshop,
fucking
but
videos?
It's has to be.
The reason
I think
why
it's
I bring up
BitChute.
airplanes is because if you look at the paths that airplanes fly from one place to another,
Let's
it's
check
never
Rumble
a straight
for
line because the
flat
maps that
Earth
we see
after
are
this
flat,
one.
but the Earth itself is curved.
Right. You said you'd have to believe that NASA doctors their photos and fake the moon landing. Wouldn't it be interesting if instead of spending all the money to go to the moon, they fake it and make $100 billion in tax revenue every year from it? Wouldn't it be
Personally,
a lot
NASA has been criminally underfunded for the past 50 years. So if their goal was to make a fuck ton of money, they failed miserably. That's firstly. Secondly, it would be cheaper to fly to the fucking moon than it would be to try to fake the moon landing. We don't have the technology to fake the moon landing. It's not even, how would you even do that? How would you fake the moon landing in a studio using the technology of the 60s? How?
Hey, yeah, and you're saying with the 1960s technology, they went to the moon before an iPhone, you fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
because in the 1960s, we
Holy
could fire
shit,
fucking,
that was
in the 1960s, we didn't have all the digital shit we have around film today. We did have missiles. Listen, we shot fucking rockets all the time.
So you're saying they couldn't Hollywood fake it, but they have the technology to go to the moon? Number two.
That's right.
Number
Hold
two.
on. Are you telling me that it's less likely? Are you told? No. Wait. You think that it's less likely on a planet where we're already firing off missiles all over the place that we can't engineer a rocket that can take somebody to the moon? But when we have none of the digital technology required to fake hours and hours of footage going to the moon, that we
You guys think about that point? I think that's a good point
You
from
said missiles.
Destiny.
Have you ever seen the trajectory of all missiles, all rockets that go into leave low Earth orbit? Have you ever seen that they arc? That's interesting.
How is that interesting?
No. I'm going to ask you the final question just to test your IQ. The most corrupt president we can agree with the Watergate scandal is Richard Nixon, right? So now, in my world, he faked the moon landing. There's a clip on YouTube where he talks to astronauts on a telephone. That would be a landline-based telephone. Talking to people 200,000 miles away in 1969. Do you believe he spoke to Neil Armstrong on the telephone from the White House? Yes or no?
Yes.
You are the smartest guy on Twitch.
John, here's a question right now. Ready?
I'm done,
Wait. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
John, I know you're listening to me. Walk into your house right now, pick up a landline phone, and see if you can call your cell phone. Fucking checkmate, dude.
Hold on.
No. How does it work? How does it work? It's not connected, is it?
Yeah. No.
It's not connected,
I'll tell you.
Yeah, tell me. I want to hear it.
Right. 97% of all Earth Wi-Fi is done through triangulation cellular towers. We can both agree. Why do you lose connection in the mountains if there's satellites and stuff, right? It's
because there's not satellites
No.
pointed at the
Hang
mountains.
on. Oh my God, Destiny. You lose connection when you're outside of the grid because it's done through cellular towers and weather balloons. It's all on Google too. It is
all on Google, and I'm sure they've got special relay satellites that they have set up to ensure the communication exists.
Okay.
Yeah.
You believe in the Mars rover. That means you believe in magical space Wi-Fi that sends photos 200 million miles away, correct?
It's not magical space Wi-Fi. It's physics.
getting
There are
cooked.
frequencies that we can broadcast from really far away. How do you think? Wait, how do you think we see stars in other solar systems?
You're getting cooked.
All alone on Mars. And so would her human handlers.
Can you please show on the Discord a picture of a star that's not computer generated?
a picture of a star that's not computer. I mean, I would have to crawl into the fucking Hubble telescope to show you that. How can I possibly do that?
No, you said they took pictures. They would be on NASA's .gov website, right?
You can go outside when it's night and you can look up at a star.
No. I'm asking you the picture of the sun. Is that an authentic photo to you?
What do you mean by authentic, John?
Come on, don't do the wordplay, please. Well,
I mean, you tell. They're all digital images. The way that they're it's not like they give you a fucking Polaroid.
Right. So if I bring up a Google picture of the sun or from NASA, you would tell me that's a real photo, not a composite.
I mean, some of them are probably composites. Some of them are probably real photos. We could probably look right now. So we could look for real photo of sun or unmodified photo of sun, and I'm sure you could find pictures of it if that's what you really want.
I feel so bad because I saw you do a debate with a flat earther on your podcast, and it's on YouTube, and I didn't even want to go into that one. But Destiny, do you feel like you're winning this one?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am. If anybody knows anything about physics, here's a question: why is it, if flat Earth is real, why is it that the one nation that was competing with us the most, more than any other nation during the space race, why wouldn't Russia come out and say, "Hold on, all of this is bullshit. The Earth is actually flat"?
Yeah. So since
we have a Soviet cosmonaut who has said that we have never been to space. Mr. Volk even received the Medal of the Hero of the Soviet Union.
Все пак вие сте герой на Съветския съюз и можем да ви вярваме.
Герой Советского Союза, мы можем верить вам.
The code of honor prevents the cosmonauts from taking apart what happens in space. They just don't know anything about that. We haven't been to space. Someone claims that we have been. It's not true. It's not the truth. Who is this guy? It's not another hypothesis in which I and the viewers are a matter of perspective. I will have to think about it for a while of time. Good, it is good when people think I like that.
Igor Petrovich,
thank you for your appearance, blah 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 blah. Blah.
It's the dawn of time, pharaohs
everyone said fucking we didn't go to space because that was our biggest achievement that fucking
If you look at it, the
decade.
Antarctic Treaty is signed by 52 different countries, so nobody can go in Antarctica unless it's a government kind of like thing. But it's militarized for a reason. It's the only treaty not broken for a reason. If this treaty
This is the craziest
held
part
up
about
this
flat
long,
Earth.
it proves that the Earth, they work together. The Cold War is a fugazi. The Russia,
So why is it that
US
when the Soviet Union was on the verge of
Cold
collapse,
War
when
was
they
a
were competing
fugazi.
all over the world, you're saying we work together while we've got things like we've got Germany divided by the fucking Berlin Wall, we've got all these proxy conflicts going around the world. The US is always like, oh, we're gonna collapse, but we're not gonna take America down with us. We're not gonna reveal anything about flat Earth.
What I'm saying is the Federal Reserve, which they print money, is not regulated. It's higher than government. So there are people who own a lot more than countries.
First of all, that's not even true. The Federal Reserve, the chairman is appointed by the president. What do you mean?
Okay, maybe I have a book I'm gonna send to you. All right, but Destiny, you know history. You know that 90% of Russian technology was given by the U.S. There's no way you believe in this Cold War. You do? That they're competing? Really?
Okay, so the Cuban Missile Crisis, all of that shit, everything is all fake.
I mean, a lot of the stuff the government does is fake. Yeah, I mean, you agree that Vietnam was a fake.
You know what? I think this is the first time I've ever won 2 debates back to back because not only is this fucking flat Earth shit crazy, but now you're reinforcing my belief that religious people are fucking crazy too. Which helps our debate. So I appreciate that, John.
Are you distracting the audience by calling me names?
How am I distracting anybody? You're telling me that there is a conspiracy theory that spans the history of mankind that every government agency is wanting to.
If I can interject, you said spans the dawn time for most of human history and every culture and religion. They talked about a flat Earth with the stars inside a closed system. But up until the 1900s, you can see it's leaked all over dark web and Google that up until the 1900s, Russians were taught about flat Earth. This is a new concept. I know what you're trying to say.
Even in the time of Christopher Columbus sailing the Earth, even then they knew that the Earth was spherical.
Yeah, and he circumnavigated east to west, just like how the sun moves. What did he use? The North Star Polaris has not deviated even inches off the sky for thousands of years. If you're flying through space, how come stars never intersect? Why do star trails always make perfect counterclockwise circles? It's because
the Earth is spinning on an axis and those stars are so tremendously far away. We're not going to move through the sky.
But you're not just spinning through an axis. The sun is moving too, so it's an asymmetric model where you're flying through space. So
wait, John Zerka, if you look up at the sun, and you walk around your apartment building, the sun's not going to move through the sky, dog. It's insanely fucking far away.
For thousands of years, the North Polaris has not.
What was that?
Right. So
yeah, because this is a star that's probably like hundreds of millions or light years away from us. Why do we expect it to move?
And now we get to the mathematician part. Okay, perfect. So no. So you believe that the truth is subjective, where if it's thousands of light years away, time is perceived differently. We who believe in God believe there's one objective truth. That's God, right? I have a question. If it takes, let's say, you don't want to talk about the Antarctic Treaty, right?
I don't think it's relevant to any of this.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think that because some countries have treaties around obscure parts of the world that they don't travel too much anyway, that proves flat Earth. No.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about flight trails. You discredit all the engineers and the airplane pilots that found the flat Earth through the dark web in 2005.
I'm going to go with the 99.99% of engineers and pilots that believe that the Earth is
Closing
a sphere.
statements, gentlemen. It's the end.
So,
Closing statements. You
Destiny,
have a very short amount of time, John. Go, please.
Destiny, the word planet comes from the word plane. They added a T to confuse Destiny, dumbass, because it's a motionless plane, right? What I'm trying to say is, if you look at how the horizon works, the higher you go, like all of the mathematics check out in my version, not yours. We have the scientific method with curvature, with constellations, with everything. I don't know why you say we're crazy. You believe in water sticking to a ball when water always seeks its level. I mean, like, it's never been proven. The only time you measure gravity is outside of your realm of existence, because you say you have to leave low Earth orbit, you have to go to space, it has to be as big as Earth. You'll never find, if it's scientific method, you should be able to test it repeatable in nature, correct? So gravity is your God, it's your theory, it's a faith-based thing. There's a lot of things that are faith-based, but you're getting dominated. Go ahead.
I mean, I think we can summarize this whole debate with you saying that planet is plain with a T added at the end. Planet comes from an old Greek word, and it means wanderer, like wanders around the solar system. Like, isn't like heliocentric at the center of the fucking universe. I mean, we can talk about any of these water finds its level. I mean, like, these are all like the same conspiracy theories that have been debunked a billion times in the past. I mean,
does water always seek its level? Has it ever stuck to any triangle or ball ever in history?
I mean, if that triangle or ball is generating enough gravity to keep the water on it, then yeah.
Right. And the only way you can measure gravity is on a planetary scale. So technically, you can't repeat that science. It's not real science. You can't do it in nature. You can't do it in a lab. Another thing, rainbows. If you look at how do you recreate with the scientific method a rainbow in a garage?
Wait, what do you mean we can't measure gravity? We measure gravity all the time.
We just agreed that it's on a planetary level. It has to be on a. So that the scale cannot be repeated in nature.
What do you mean, like we can't make a planet? I mean, like you can look at, if you want, we can look at videos. Wait, we can look at videos right now of astronauts in space that like pool water around a ball and watch it like congeal there. I mean, we can look at videos right now.
No, we'll do it on your channel, and we'll send each other 2-3 videos for like 20 minutes for the day. I have 20 minutes of my day for you. So what I'm trying to say, Dusty, is how do you recreate a rainbow in a garage? Rainbows are dome shaped because it is a dome. Nothing's left low Earth orbit. You recreate a rainbow in a garage with water vapor, a light source, and a glass dome. That's why sundogs, rainbows are dome shaped. They're not spherical.
But you can create a rainbow. Hold on, anybody that's ever been outside knows that you can create a rainbow without a glass dome anytime you want. If you turn a sprinkler on, you can see a rainbow appear. You don't need a glass dome for that.
Exactly. And how is the rainbow appearing in nature?
The rainbow appears in nature because when light passes through water, the water causes the different wavelengths to refract. What do you mean?
The dome shape is being caused by the dome. Dome shape is being caused by the dome. That's why rainbows, small or large, you're all reflecting off. If I asked you to recreate a rainbow in a garage,
first of all, it doesn't make a dome shape. It makes a spherical shape. A rainbow is a sphere.
It doesn't make it. Did you say a rainbow's a sphere?
Yeah, well, it's a circle technically because it's a two-dimensional plane. But do you disagree?
You want to lock that in? That a rainbow is spherical?
Have you ever seen a full rainbow before? Yeah, it is.
Just say for the.
Yeah, a rainbow is like a spherical thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the gentleman speak. It's now time to vote.
Hold on, Raj, wait a second. What if the examples given in this very argument of Russia versus U.S. and the conspiracy of the Earth being flat being kept hidden for the U.S., what if all these propagandas, all these false wars, what if right now we are seeing that same brainwashing happening on a smaller relative level, where Zerka is Russia trying to speak the truth, and Destiny is the U.S. keeping the truth from being spoken? And this is a smaller model of the bigger model that we live in.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy fuck! What kind of squad W cocaine is that, Raj? Whoa! Dude, did you see this? Whoa!
This is why I advocate for education reform in the United States, because holy fucking shit. Oh my god.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard from both sides. It's now time to vote who you want to win the Raj.
Hang on. Destiny. Yep. Just to show you, we have the scientific map and everything, but what is the United Nations flag if not our flat Earth map?
Oh, you got it, dude. They snuck it in there.
I mean, they fooled you.
Now look, the winning poll, gentlemen who are watching the poll, please do not click the link and look at the results. I want to announce it to you. Vote, chat, who you want to win the Raj Royale podcast.
One quick question though for Zerka, okay? So if the Earth's flat, is there an end that we'd fall off?
Yeah, I'll ask the same question to you. Where's the edge of space?
What? The universe is literally defined as everything in existence. There can't be an edge to everything.
Exactly. So until we can actually go to Antarctica, I know it's a treaty, it's a militarized zone, but we're either dealing with an infinite plane.
Have you ever been on like an international flight before?
So weird that you guys disagree with me, because Admiral Byrd, the first person to explore Antarctica, in front of a flat Earth map, was interviewed these questions in the clips on YouTube.
Our guest tonight is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And I think it's quite astonishing. More important than that, it has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us.
This is the fucking craziest part about flat Earth.
Because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources.
I just find it so weird how you guys go against Admiral Byrd.
I mean, I find it so weird how you would go against literally, 15 different scientific
You mean
disciplines.
government propaganda?
Shit's
All
crazy.
education now is
Lil
government
Pac.
propaganda. Wait, here's a question.
Shit
I got a real question.
is
question for you. Real question. If the government propaganda is so strong that we have multiple countries, we've got multiple academic fields, we've got multiple institutions of education, all these people are all bought in for 200, 300 years or whatever, all bought into this flat Earth shit, however many years it's been, right? Why wouldn't they just delete the flat Earth shit off the internet?
Well, that's the thing. When you search up flat Earth, you don't get the stuff that I researched.
You do.
No. You get a disc flying through space. You get Flat Earth Society bullshit. You don't get the scientific method. The shit that I'm into is you'll never find it. Nobody will ever find it.
How the fuck did you find it?
Well, that's the thing. Before it got deleted, I was looking into, it was a Joe Rogan podcast. I said, Eddie Bravo's such an idiot. I looked into it, and I realized, my God, they have the scientific method. They have engineers in the Discord. They have airplane pilots. There's no way Destiny could beat 300,000 airplane pilots in one group.
Do you see what my country has become, Manuel? This is what we live with in the United States. These are the people that vote for Trump, by the way. This is what my fucking country is like, right?
I gotta say to both Zerka and Destiny, this right here, what I just witnessed, I will confidently say is the best content I have ever experienced in the last 2 years I've been on Twitch, and that is
a flat Earth debate.
Dude, this was amazing. I haven't been more entertained. I could listen to this for another 2 hours happily with a smile on my face. This was amazing, and I hope this goes on. I love this. I can't. Dude, this was amazing. Amazing.
It will go on Destiny's podcast once a week. Destiny and I are gonna go at it.
Thank you, Train. I appreciate it. Thank you, Destiny. Now,
What is that? That's supposed to be the firmament? Guess it never goes past that, but what is it? I don't get it. What is it? Is it a plane? See what else there is. Let's see if Rumble has any. Freemason breaks down flat Earth. This is pretty wild. Is he a Freemason? Freemason, blah blah blah. Interesting. Dude has been smoking way too much weed. Dude, I know plenty of people who smoke weed and they do not believe in flat Earth theory. Good to know brain cells are still intact. I'm offended. Yeah, perfectly healthy brain cells. Who knows what shape that? Blah 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 blah. No weed. Blah. Alright, let's get into it. Who knows if this guy's really a Freemason?
The video he shows a CD or a disc.
300 followers, but
he immediately draws the geometric shape of an oblate spheroid. We can see how he separates the oblate spheroid with a disc that has a hole in the center.
How do I know this is a Freemason? What's it matter if he is?
Then, below, he draws a circle with a swastika inside and immediately paints it completely black.
Why swastika? W. Hitler. I love Hitler. Why is he
From this
coloring
black
the
circle
whole
rays
thing
come
in?
out and 3 rays pass through the hole in the center.
I don't get it, Chad. Do you understand this? Does anyone understand this?
Below he writes, still. One of the possible meanings of this black circle may be the black sun.
But why was
he draws reliefs on the edge of the hole and writes North Pole. And above this hole inside what would be the celestial vault he draws a star, the polar star or Polaris.
Whoa. Oh, sorry. Sorry, chat.
He marks 2 points and connects them in a circle and writes, equator. He draws 2 lines that go down from the polar star to the 2 points. The lines form a triangle. He highlights 2 of the rays coming out of the black sun and also forms a triangle, but vice versa. And he writes, as above so below. It's one of the 7 principles of Hermes Trismegistus. It appears on the Emerald Tablet and then in the Kabbalion.
We're done. Done with you, Mr. Freemason. Flat Earth, CGI versus reality. Hibbler Productions, Flat Earth, 1 hour. Flat Earth, Dave Wise makes compelling case. This was YouTube 5 years ago. How can you shine? Flat Earth, more proof. I want to see a debate. I want to see 2 people going at it. One agrees, one disagrees. That's why we need that fucking Destiny debate. Let's see if we can find it. Circus bars, blah blah blah. It's a whole 5 hours, Flat Earth. Let's try it. Let's just...
I've been in Arizona. It's been fucking weird. I mean, I love going to Arizona because I meet my parents. I get to hang out and just chill with them. I miss them, but...
Because everyone's gonna fucking want to talk. I'm not trying to listen to these fucking retards. Okay. Alright, let's watch this.
What about any favorite there? Let's bring in the guest for the Flat Earth debate. Here we go.
I guess David Wise is like the flat Earth guy. Yeah, I've seen this guy. I've seen him in the TikTok world.
Very interesting, isn't it? Professor Dave. Howdy. Thank you for coming on for the first time. Thanks for having me. Congratulations on your YouTube success, man. 2 billion subs. That's phenomenal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is the first time I think a real flat earther, I call myself a real flat earther, has spoken direct with Professor Dave, as he normally does videos, that just go out and pretty much straw man us, whether you know it or not, or gaslight us, and then there's really no way to respond because.
Oh, so you've never seen my channel ever and have no idea what I do because I make academic tutorials.
I have, but your flat earth stuff is is gaslighting us.
It's devastating and destroys flat Earth easily.
Absolutely.
Big straw man. Oh, he says that they think the Earth is flat. What is straw man?
I'm with you. Listen, I don't mean to come off that way. Would it be okay to look for some common ground? Can I just ask a couple of quick questions, Dave? You good with that?
Whatever you want to do, man.
Yeah, just for to see if we have any common ground. Do you believe we went to the moon?
Yep.
Okay. Do you believe that governments are here, especially the American government, for the people's well-being?
It's a pretty complicated question.
Okay, you don't have to answer. That's fine. That's good. Do you believe that there's censorship going on YouTube?
Yes. Some stuff is deprioritized in the algorithm. I don't know if that qualifies as censorship.
And is the news here to inform or to fill us with propaganda?
The news is largely propaganda. None of that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. So I don't know what the hell you're even talking about. Literally none of that has to do with the shape of the Earth. So you're really off to a bad start already.
Just looking for some common ground. That's all.
Oh, so we both don't like the government, therefore the Earth is flat.
So the common ground is then we're going to try and keep talking points to 3 minutes each. Responses to 2 or 3 minutes each, so we could get through this hour, and everyone could get an equal share of the time involved here. And I think the first point that we've got up on the list is, what is gravity?
You want to go first, Dave, or you want me to go?
Oh, okay. That's how we're doing this? Okay, so according to general relativity, it's...
So I guess gravity is a huge thing in flat Earth. So if the Earth is flat, that means gravity is not real because space isn't real. Okay. Cool.
The curvature of space-time around massive objects. And so this is one of the easiest ways to know that the Earth is a sphere, because everything we see, everything including the Earth, very large massive objects are crushed into a sphere. That's why stars, planets, moons, everything pretty much is spheres. So you can now go ahead and do your electric gravity bullshit, and then I'll explain to you why it's stupid.
Well, the question is, does anybody any scientist or anybody that's ever proven that any of the luminaries we see in the sky are even physical, let alone spheres?
Yeah, we can see them in telescopes.
You can see them. So you believe that if you see something that'll tell you its shape. So when I look at this, are these spheres? Are these spheres, Dave? Are these spheres?
Yeah, no, I've seen this little trick, and I know the
It's not a
third one
little
from the
trick.
left is flat.
It's showing you.
Here's the
third
problem.
one from the left is flat. Dave, let me give me a second, and you can go.
No, because I've seen you do this, because I watched 2 of your videos, and you say the same crap in every single one.
Right.
I
Well,
know what
I'm
these are.
showing
I
you
know what
is-
these gypsies are.
So how do you
This
know?
guy's
if
so
the
calm
moon-
about
How
it.
do you know
Okay, so-
if the moon is even a physical object?
Here's
During a new moon, no one
Yeah,
sees
I
the
get
moon in
it.
the sky.
I know your talking points. So the reason, so this works because that's not
This guy does look like me if I keep smoking this in 30 years.
moving. The things in the sky move. So if you take the third one from the left, which I know is flat, and you move it around, it's going to start to change shape, right? If the moon was a flat disk, I don't even know if that's one of your talking points or not, as it passed over you, it would change shape.
Come on, dude. You fucking got tattooed a fucking Mario fucking mushroom on your arm.
Okay, so it doesn't matter though. That's why what you're saying is stupid, because these objects do not move. Now, the other
These are
problem
the
is it's
fucking
not just about shape,
intellectuals
it's
we
about other
have
things like
to
composition. Do you know
debate
what
flat Earth
spectroscopy
with.
is?
Fucking Mario Mushroom Man and me in
No,
50
no,
years
stop,
if I
stop,
keep
stop.
smoking weed every day.
We're looking at light. We're
Great.
looking at light, and we are understanding the materials, right? We're understanding the composition of things based on light. So when you start talking about gases, you show me immediately that you don't even know what spectroscopy is. So you do not know the ways in which we figure out things about celestial objects. You literally don't even know the definitions of the words that represent the techniques that we use. So why are you even talking about it?
So my question is, spectroscopy needs to be in a container. Otherwise, you don't know what you're looking
Spectroscopy needs to be in a container. The study of how light interacts with matter needs to be in a container. What does that mean?
Otherwise, when you're looking at the moon, you don't know what gases you're seeing in between us and the moon.
Gases? The moon is solid. The moon is a solid object.
How do you know that the moon is solid? How come you can't see it during a new moon?
Why can't you see it during a new moon?
Yeah.
Because, do you understand how vision works? Right? In a new moon, what's happening in a new moon? The light from the sun is illuminating the side away from us. Right? Light illuminates the things that it hits. So a new moon is when the side that the sun is illuminating is the other side away from us. What do you want it to do? The light to go around the moon and come back and hit the other side like magic?
Without interrupting, let me just answer. When we have when it's nighttime.
What's up, guys? Thanks for dropping in. Trying to find the bottom, get to the bottom of flat Earth. In this stream, we're gonna do it. I promise. Hit me up with that like and subscribe. Be fucking sick.
During a
fucking dope.
total solar eclipse in your world, the Earth is a full Earth from the moon's point of view. It's bigger and shinier, and it should light up the moon, but it doesn't, and no telescope, no from any position with infrared or anything has ever seen the moon.
Can you think of why? Can you think of why? Can you think of a much, much brighter object that is right there where the moon is?
Well, during
the corona of the sun, which is thousands of times brighter. What you're doing right now is you're basically saying, I'm going to shine a spotlight directly into your eyes, and then you tell me if you can see a firefly 2 centimeters to the right. Like, what are you talking about? Do you seriously not understand this stuff? A child can understand this stuff.
So when you're throwing out words like spectroscopy, what's the difference between spectroscopy and astrospectroscopy?
What do you mean, astro? So astro is a prefix that means stars. So if that's even a word, it's spectroscopy pertaining to stars. Are you Googling stuff furiously over there?
I'm just asking you, I've taken a few notes. I figured out, I watched a few of your videos.
Uh-oh.
The straw manning that you're
Flat Earther's not looking great.
And in reality, an infrared camera, a regular camera from the space station, they should be able to see the sun, the moon either approach the sun, eclipse the sun completely, or exit the sun, and nobody has ever seen it. So again, why are we looking up in the sky?
Yeah, I just explained it. I just answered your question, and you just answered it again. You asked a question that I just answered. The sun is very bright. Right? Way, way, way brighter than Earthshine. Do you understand that if something very bright, you're looking at something very bright, you can't see something way less bright right next to it? What are you not getting about that?
When there's a total eclipse of the sun, and you have the little ring around there, you can block that out so it doesn't blind you, and you still can't see it. You know what?
It doesn't block it out. The corona. Have you never seen an eclipse?
Why are we talking? You can make a fake eclipse, right? By putting a disc in front of the sun and then looking at the corona, and you can do the same thing with the corona. You can block it. Why are we looking up at the lights in the ceiling that determine the shape of the floor?
Because it works really well. It's the easiest way to figure out the shape of the Earth is by looking at the celestial objects in the sky and recording their motion. It's very, very easy.
1 second, Ash said we've got to move on to the next talking point, which is space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies, etc. Flat Earth, Dave, do you want to start with that one?
Ask the question again, please.
Space is not as depicted, displayed in media, movies.
Yeah, I mean, space
is fake.
They're just giving us images of
according to these
guys,
guys, space is fake.
Nebulas, right? They show us this, and they tell us this is where stars are born. This is where there's gas and dust, so much of it that it's creating stars and spitting them out like ping pong balls, where they go run away and they park themselves in the rest of the galaxy. This gas and dust in space, in a vacuum, in zero pressure, how does that work? How come this doesn't collapse?
What are stars then to these people?
That's how stars are born.
Yeah,
they do collapse. It's
Yeah.
how stars form.
Dave, in your world, gases are collapsing upon themselves and then igniting themselves in a vacuum, in a vacuum, and then they
This is no, stop. Look, I know that you want to just spew your script without anybody challenging, but you say so many stupid things, and I'm here to tell you why everything you're saying is stupid. So when you say stars igniting in a vacuum, the reason that's confusing for you is that you think stars are little bonfires, because you're a moron. Because you don't understand nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is the process by which stars glow. They're not little fireballs, and you can learn that by Googling something for 5 seconds, but you don't do it.
So Dave, you believe that all the rocky bits turn into perfect balls, and then all of the gases somehow start getting gravity, and they start pulling it together. And
Start getting gravity? What do you mean start getting gravity?
How do they grow into stars? How come the dust is accumulating? What's bringing it together? Somebody
Gravity.
it up like a snowball?
Gravity.
So they get something. There's a tiny bit of gravity, pulls in some more dust. It pulls in not dust. It pulls in gases, and somehow it's pulling all of these gases together and turning into a nuclear furnace that burns for billions of years. I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. And if you
Okay,
want to believe that,
so centuries of brilliant astronomers versus nuh-uh. Is that really all you have? Is the entire field of astronomy and you going, I don't like it. That's dumb. I'm dumb and I don't get it. So astronomy is wrong. That's literally your argument against astronomy right now.
You never met these men. You don't know anything about these men other than the stories that the controllers of this world tell you.
You know they wrote books, right? You know they wrote books that we could read and then we base astronomy on that and do astronomy every day, right?
Dave, try not to interrupt.
There's Mr. Gravity, Mr. Newton.
Eratosthenes figured out the diameter, the circumference of the Earth with his sticks and shadows, but nobody in that area that came out of that other mathematicians never wrote any books about him. They ignored him. They just never mentioned it, and then all of a sudden it shows up in the 1900s in books that go into the
that's not true.
Maybe my next documentary would be flat Earth.
And Dave,
is it real or is it
about,
fake?
The fact that proves nothing. It works perfectly on a flat Earth. Sticks and shadows prove the Earth is flat, and it proves it's a globe. But you'd have to assume parallel rays. Listen to this. Aristophanes believed that parallel rays are coming into Earth, right? And no one has ever seen parallel rays coming into Earth, right? When we look, we always see them curved. We always see them crepuscular. But he also believed that the Earth was geocentric and we had an infinitely far sun, and so that sun is orbiting around a minuscule, infinitely far being so far away that the rays come in parallel, and that's a whole other problem. But how is a distant sun orbiting around a speck Earth in the middle of space? That doesn't make sense, and they didn't think about that.
What doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense about an Earth orbiting a sun? What you going that doesn't make sense? Isn't an argument.
Dave, stop being a dick. Listen to what I said.
You stop being a dick.
Eratosthenes believed that the Earth was geocentric, that the sun orbited us.
All right, we're gonna have to speed this up a little bit because
sun orbit a minuscule
it already is. Okay.
How? They don't know. It's the ancient Greeks. They didn't know. Now we know, right? We figured out heliocentrism in like the 16th century. So it was like 500 years ago. It's a pretty long time.
His story makes no sense. And the other question is, you believe that the sun rays that come in are parallel, right?
Too fast.
No, there are rays that are parallel, and then you can point a ray from one edge of the sun to the other.
Especially this
light is going in all
cool.
directions, right? Light, the sun is expelling light. There's spherical waves of light, photons in every direction, right? So you can identify parallel rays, and then you can identify one from this edge. And if you want to talk about individual photons, you can draw paths from the edge of the sun going in one direction, the edge of the sun going in the other direction. You're trying to oversimplify things. You're trying to go, oh, it's crepuscular, it's all parallel, and so then this time it works for my talking point, and then another time it doesn't work for my talking point.
My point is Aristophanes' story doesn't make any sense with a distant sun orbiting a geocentric Earth.
Yeah, if you just say it doesn't make sense and stop talking,
how
I guess.
How does a distant sun orbit a geocentric Earth when the Earth is tiny and the sun is gigantic?
Well, it doesn't. Long story short, it doesn't. But he was
WL and flat Earth, guys.
They didn't know when Newton developed Newton's law of universal gravitation. He didn't know why.
I meant W because of the fucking ice wall and the Antarctica shit. I don't know. We'll see if they talk about it.
And we use Newton's equations to do all these incredible calculations that predict the motion of objects on Earth and in space. He didn't know what gravity was. Einstein gave a better explanation. The curvature of space-time warped around massive objects. We're probably going to get a better model later. Just that we don't know why things happen doesn't mean we can't do science at predictive power. So as it turns out, Eratosthenes and Ptolemy, the Ptolemaic model, was wrong. Heliocentric model is correct. It doesn't matter that they didn't know that part or that they didn't know why something happens. Do you not understand how science works?
So if he was wrong and were heliocentric, do you think his experiment proved your globe?
Yeah, it did. All of those experiments proved the globe. It just didn't have anything to do with heliocentrism. It proved the Earth is a sphere.
Absolutely not, because with a local sun, like the flat Earth is, we have no shadow here, and we have a shadow here, and then you can do your math and figure out what the sphericity of this flat plane is, right?
Okay. So for that to work, how close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
How close is the sun?
Yeah,
really close, like right above the clouds, which we'd be able to see if you went up in a plane or a balloon. It'd be like right there. Huh?
Hey, there's tons of videos explaining how the sun is an apparent object, and we all see it in a different position.
Oh, there's videos that say dumb things,
No,
so it's true?
That show science, show experiments, and when you try to triangulate the sun, there's a problem. You can't do it. You can't triangulate the sun. So how far the sun is? Some flat earthers say it's 3,000 miles away. I don't like that answer. The math works. We can scale it and make it 3,000 miles away.
You've never done any math in your entire life. You just say the math works and expect people to...
Stop being a condescending prick, all right? Try.
Why don't you stop condescending to the entire human race and pretending that every scientist ever is a liar and satanic deceiver? That's much more offensive than me calling you stupid, which you are.
Dave, what is the sun?
What is the sun? It's a star.
Damn.
It's a star.
It's a star.
He really hates the flat Earth.
And it's bending space-time where it can hold on to all of the planets. They go all the way out to Pluto. Is that your belief?
Well, Pluto's now a trans-Neptunian object.
So we'll go
but yes, yes.
And then the sun's gravity ignores all of the moons because the moons are attracted to their planets and it negates the sun. That's what you believe.
What do you mean negates the sun?
Yeah,
so
negates the sun.
moons. So what you're saying is that like one of Jupiter's moons should go flying towards the sun. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm asking you if you believe that the sun's gravity has no effect on moons.
Yeah, you can calculate. You can see. This is what real scientists and people who understand science can do calculations. So instead of you going, I don't believe it, what you could do is you could take Newton's law of universal gravitation and take a moon, whatever moon, if you want to talk about our moon or one of Mars's or one of Jupiter's or whatever, and you could calculate a number that is the gravitational attraction between the sun and whatever moon you're talking about. And then you could do the same thing for the moon and its parent planet that it is orbiting. Which number do you think is going to be bigger, buddy? Which one do you think is going to be bigger?
And so
The
when we have-
planet, the one that it is orbiting
When
around.
we have a planetary alignment where all the planets are lining up, all of that gravity.
Hang on, you know what?
doesn't-
Sorry. I would like you to actually just address what I just said, because this is what happens: is I say something, or a flat Earth debunker like myself says something that just annihilates the idiotic thing you just said, and then you just gish gallop to another point. I would like you to admit that what you just said is stupid based on what I just said.
Repeat what you said.
I just explained to you why what you said about the sun and the moon is stupid,
Well,
and you just jumped to another talking point.
So you say that the gravity of the planet is holding on to these moons, and it's so much stronger. Let me finish. I'm reiterating what you say to show you how stupid it is. It's holding on to the planets, but the sun's gravity, it can hold on to the planets, hold on to distant planets, but can't affect those moons at all.
Can't affect, like I just said, you can do a calculation. Did you want to do the calculation? Do you want to do it together? Do you want to learn something today? It's called Newton's law of universal gravitation. Do you know what is in the denominator? R squared. It drops off, gravity drops off by the square of the distance. So as things get very, very far away, the gravitational influence is dramatically less, exponentially so. So when you have a moon that is right near a planet, the gravitational effect is way more than the faraway sun. Isn't that neat? Isn't that a neat thing that we can do with math and numbers that are real things that scientists do, instead of just going, it doesn't make sense, though, that's dumb.
You done?
Yeah, what do you got? Do you want to address this thing, or do you want to jump right to another thing?
I want to jump to something else, because you say that the sun's gravity that can hold on to Neptune and Pluto can't affect the moon, which is way closer to it, and that the Earth's gravity overwhelms that. That's stupid. That's me saying it.
Why?
All
you're saying is that's stupid. All you're saying is that's stupid.
And
Why?
all you're saying is that it works because I can do math, but it doesn't. It doesn't work.
What do you mean it doesn't?
Hey, model it. You ever know about the three-body problem? I'm sure you know about that.
Oh, the three-body problem, so we can't do calculations.
Stop being such a condescending prick. We already know. Just talk normal. Have a
Sorry,
discussion.
hang on one second. This is serious. This private chat keeps covering the screen. Can this stop? Why is this doing this? The private chat.
Yeah.
Like,
It shouldn't cover the chat, should it? Just trying to make sure everything's all right.
Covering the whole screen. All right.
Oh,
Anyway,
hang on, yes, we're sorting it out. There seems to be a problem with Sean's. I can't hear you, Sean. Yeah, that's going on. I've been watching Sean every now and then, just chatting away, and we've not been hearing him. There's tons of important snippets of information lost forever to the ethers of the internet. How are you guys doing? There's a lot of back and forth, isn't it? It's a very, dare I say, American debate, isn't it? It's
Isn't it?
Well, here's the thing.
Hello.
I'd like to get off of the lights in the sky, because I'd rather talk about the shape of the Earth.
because they destroy the flat Earth.
Well, you say that, but the lights in the sky have nothing to do with the flat Earth.
Okay, so this was my first talking point. Were we going to do the talking points that we prepared? Because my first talking point is about this, and it is an absolute annihilation of flat Earth. That's why you don't want to talk about it. That's why you say, why do we look at the things in the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth? Because that's how we figured it out 2,000 years ago, by looking at the stars. Can I show my slide that shows this? Okay, here we go. Observation of stars. Next one. You're controlling it, right? Do I just tell you when to go? Okay, so if you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, then hang on, all this stuff is covering. I can't even see the text. I think I remember what it says. Anyway, if you're looking at the North Pole in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. Go to the next one. If you're in the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, the stars rotate clockwise. Next one. How does this make sense on a flat Earth? Sorry, this is a screenshot from one of my videos. So in the video, they're rotating in different directions. Why would two people on a flat pizza land look at the sky and see a sky that is rotating in different ways? Next one. And furthermore, why can't we all see the same stars? There are stars that you can only see in the northern towards the northern hemisphere, and stars you can only see in the southern hemisphere. Next one. On a globe, this makes perfect sense. If you're in the northern hemisphere looking at the North Pole, east is to your right. If you're in the southern hemisphere looking at the South Pole, east
flat
is to your
Earth
left.
is for
Next
me,
one.
man.
And the reason we can't see certain stars is because you can't see through the Earth. Next one. That's why in
We'll
the
get
northern
to the
hemisphere we can't see the
bottom
Southern
of it,
Cross.
though,
That's
but-
why in the southern hemisphere we can't see Polaris. Next one.
This
Almost
dude,
done. Quick one here.
2 million followers, spent his whole life dedicated to flat Earth. He's being annihilated. Look how sad he looks right now. He looks like his whole life beliefs are getting torn out in front of him. And he's done more research than anybody on this fucking planet. Maybe. He's a fucking crackhead for all we know.
So it actually gets a lot worse than that in the southern hemisphere, because you've taken a globe and you've unwrapped it. The southern hemisphere makes absolutely no sense. People in the southern hemisphere who are all looking at the Southern Cross are somehow supposed to be, we're believing that they're all looking in completely different directions and seeing the same object, often at the same time. Next one. Go to the next slide.
It might be that because Ash is doing this. Oh, he's done it. Is it works?
Yeah, that's it. I think this is the last one. So again, on a globe, south actually means something. People who are looking south are all looking at the South Pole. They're all looking in the same direction, so that's why they all see the same thing, such as an object like the Southern Cross.
All right, can you go
I
back
think that's
to
the last one.
Let me go through the
Just
slide.
Check if it's the next one. Yeah. Check if it's the last one.
And if you can go back to the first one, that would be great. So in your world, we have people standing upside down, and you're assuming hemispheres on a sphere.
What do you mean upside down? What do you mean upside down? What
Well,
does that mean?
compare their feet are antipodal to my feet, people in the south.
Okay, so yours are upside down compared to them. What's the difference? What's down on a globe?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying people are upside down to each other halfway across the world.
So?
If we can go back to the original slide so I can remember all the points he made so I can address them, that would be fantastic.
I think the issue is that Ash, the producer, is having some issues with his internet and isn't able to do it. Sorry about this, guys. We're usually quite good with the tech and everything.
So,
yeah.
I'll try to.
I can tell you the points again.
I'd rather just see the point rather than hear you say them again.
Okay.
If the, I don't know, you can't change it back.
I don't think so. He's in, like, the Philippines or something mad like that, so he's having some difficulties with it. And I think Sean is as well. Good thing I'm here, saving the day.
Okay, look, it was that in the northern hemisphere, the celestial sphere rotates counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, it rotates clockwise, and we can't see certain stars.
You don't have to do the whole presentation. You can just remind
That was
me.
it. Go ahead.
So no matter where you are in the world, all of the stars, all the lights in the sky from
These pictures are pretty, like,
sun and moon, they all rise in the east
damn.
and the west. If I'm standing
By
on
the
a
way,
flat
Earth
looking out
is
to the
flat,
south,
bro,
the stars are
from
coming from my left.
Mexico.
If I'm standing in the north, looking at the north, the stars are coming from
Armas
my right.
seguidos para
We just explained the globe
curadas
model. You didn't take it.
tequila
How
too.
on the flat flat Earth, how do people see
By
the
the
sky
way,
rotating in
Earth
different
is
directions?
flat,
Because
bro,
it's
from
in different
Mexico.
directions, David. If it's basically
I will explain. If
I hope
was-
so. I honestly want the Earth to be flat. I think that would be cool.
I got it. It would be better if you can make me widescreen so I can show what I'm showing. But
Okay, well, there you go. And I'll just say this, Sean's just saying that his thing is freezing, so I guess he'll be back when you can. But for now, you keep going.
So on a flat Earth, if we have a flat Earth, north is the center, south is every direction away from the center. So if the stars are going this way from my right shoulder to left shoulder, I'm looking at the North Star, they're going one way. When I turn around and I look at the south away from the center, they're coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder. They just changed direction. Okay, there's no argument there. There's nothing to argue. That
This
we're
guy just
clockwise
looks
and
fucking
counterclockwise.
insane.
That's
Maybe
what we're
that's
talking about.
why.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Again,
You're talking about a direction. I'm talking about clockwise versus counterclockwise when you're looking at the poles. The poles.
This guy looks insane too, just came in.
Getting back to your point where you have somebody in Santiago, somebody in Johannesburg, and somebody in Australia, when they see the Southern Cross, well, they don't see it at the same time. They see it 12 hours apart from Santiago.
They don't see it at the same time, so people looking south can't see the night sky at the same time?
David, if you understand what the flat Earth model is, and somebody's in Santiago...
You don't have a model.
Listen.
Yeah.
Stop being a dick. Okay?
You stop being a dick. Your entire existence is being a dick to all of science. So stop telling me to stop being a dick.
Keep going. So somebody's in Santiago and it's midnight. They're looking at the Southern Cross. Well, somebody in Australia that's looking south, they're looking at the noon sun. You tell me how they
Noon
see the
sun?
sun.
How many time zones apart are they? Are they 12 time zones apart?
Armas, you got any good flat Earth
No, first of all, I'm not
videos?
listening, but it doesn't matter. How about you go 4 hours apart? Why don't you go 4 time zones apart? They should still be looking in completely different directions. 12 midnight, 4 a.m., night sky,
'Cause
both
they
looking south,
took
both looking
everything
across.
off YouTube.
On your pizza world should be looking in completely different directions. Explain that.
Pretty sure this is a Rumble
When,
one.
the only time that can happen is in Johannesburg and Santiago, and if you add magnetic declination in there, they're both looking in the same direction.
Magnetic declination?
Yeah.
So you think just saying the word magnet is going to be an argument here? That's going to work for you?
Look up the magnetic declinations of those areas. You don't know what direction you're facing, right? There's certain areas of Antarctica that the magnetic declination is 170 degrees. So when your compass says north is that way, it's 170 degrees the other way, according to Noah or whoever's in charge of that, right?
Look, you can dress it up however you want. We're talking about looking this way and looking that way, and they see the same thing. And you're fixating on Santiago and Johannesburg because you think that they're far enough apart that they're not going to both be nighttime. I'm telling you, you can go any distance apart. Just go from Perth to Sydney, right? That's far enough apart that if you're both looking directly south, you're looking in different directions, and you can see the same thing. You cannot explain that. That's why you're trying to throw out jargon to confuse people.
I'm not trying to throw out jargon to confuse people, David.
That's exactly what you're doing.
When you're looking towards the same area. You're looking towards the same area.
But on your pizza world, south is
Oh
a
my
different
God.
direction for every
He's
longitude line.
destroyed.
Do you not understand that? On your pizza land, right? You have all
Pizza
these longitude
land.
lines directly south
So
is towards your magic ice wall.
disrespectful.
Everybody
Pizza
looking
land.
south is looking in a different direction.
Magic ice wall.
Yeah. So stop trying to skip to something else, right? Are you denying that longitude lines, everybody on your pizza world is all looking?
As much as I do believe this guy's right, you know he's vaccinated. You know what he fucking believes in. He voted for Joe Biden. Posted a fucking black square. He's just a fucking bot, bro. But he's one of those. He's like Destiny. A fucking really good bot. Really good at fucking botting around.
And NASA or NOAA, they tell us, what longitude lines you're talking about. They tell us that the magnetic declination is a different direction. So we're
Do
listening.
they, or are you just randomly grasping at words to try to make sense of something that is absolutely unexplainable for you?
David, it's not true. And the optics in the sky, again, do not prove the shape of the Earth. You say
Well,
that they
I
do.
just did prove it with that, so I don't know what to tell you.
Let's move on.
So, I'm sorry, guys.
Do you want to move on from this thing?
Oh my god, he's destroyed.
Because I proved the Earth is a sphere by using that? Is that why you want to move on?
No, not at all.
Well,
Listen, we hear you, we don't care.
it is.
What talking point?
We hear you, we don't care.
What talking point are we on right now?
I just finished proving the Earth is a sphere by looking at stars, something that we've been doing for thousands of years.
Yeah, so says you.
Yeah, and everybody who's ever lived. So NASA isn't going to really help you with that one. Sorry, buddy. They started in the 1950s.
All right, so we've got a talking point from Dave, which is the Bible has 200 references to the flat Earth. Every major ancient civilization cosmology depicts the Earth as flat.
That's from me or from Dave?
That is
I've
from
never seen
you,
that.
I think.
That's not from me. That's not from me.
It's from Ash. It's from Ash.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a Bible believer, from page 1 of the Bible, it says God separated the waters from the waters and created the firmament. That's all interesting, but, I don't use the Bible as science, because science will show us. On a small Earth, Dave, you have to have a physical horizon, right? If my fingernail is a boat, as it goes away, it disappears below a physical horizon. And tuning...
If they weren't talking about the firmament in the Bible, what were they talking about? Interesting thing to think about. I'm gonna look that up later.
However, we can see too far. They say the ball is 24,901 miles around, but we can see things that are way, way, way farther. And with infrared now, we're seeing things 500 to 1,000 miles away. The amount of curvature...
you're not.
Yeah, we are.
You're not.
Go look at Jay Tolan Media's channel.
Go look at some lies that a flat earther said. That is real evidence.
No,
Sure.
it's well documented. You haven't looked at it. And then when you say the curvature formula is a parabola, I absolutely agree. It is. Over 1,000 miles, it gets off a little bit, but anything under 1,000 miles, all 3 formulas come within a very close proximity of each other.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't do math, so you just do the math wrong.
Well, you just say that, but if you look at all of the curvature formulas under 1,000 miles, it's perfectly accurate. And then you think that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel it, and we're changing, we're changing directions. How is that possible? How about when the Earth comes around towards the sun in the winter, in our northern winter, it's speeding up and taking its sharpest turn, and then we don't feel any of those forces?
Its sharpest turn. Okay, so this one's really hilarious to me. So the sun goes around the Earth, the Earth goes around the sun in how long? How long does it take?
A year.
A year, right? So why don't you go ahead and get in a car and do a 360 turn and make it take a year? Are you going to feel that?
Dave, that's not a
Let's
fair-
break it down. 360 degrees, 365 days, it's about a degree a year, right? Why don't you get in a car and drive for 24 hours, and over 24 hours, veer by 1 degree? Are you going to feel that?
That would be equivalent to this. People say, "Oh, I'm trying to think of the easiest."
I'm just trying to think of something to say that will make sense.
Stop being a dick, right? Imagine
being a
if
dick.
you want to compare that to reality, imagine you're in an airplane where you remove the outer shell of the airplane, you double the speed of the airplane, and you nosedive 2 miles a minute. Okay, and that's just to follow the curve of the Earth. That's the speed that the Earth is curving. And when something's moving and it's curving, that's acceleration. Okay, so just acceleration's a big word.
Well, it is for you because you're not using it properly. Acceleration is rate of change in velocity, so you're using it
when you change off of your vector, when you change off of your vector, that force is equal to acceleration. Okay.
Yeah, but I just told you, right? It takes a year to go around the sun. How much are you feeling? Do you want to calculate it? Should we calculate it together?
I'm talking about the spin of the Earth. The spin of the Earth. The spin of the Earth, right? You're dropping.
The spin of the Earth is constant.
2 miles
you do not
a minute.
feel.
You're falling like if you take a point in space and
See, I wish this was more of a good faith debate.
Okay?
He just fucking hates it. He's just trying to embarrass
This one,
him.
I think I figured out, and I think this one is genuine confusion on your part. So I don't want to hold this one against you as much as other lies you tell, which are just blatant lies. This one is just you not understanding. You're trying to compare motion within the atmosphere of the Earth. So you're like, oh my gosh, something going through the atmosphere so fast and it's crazy and we feel it, versus motion in frictionless space. Do you not understand that that's not the same thing? Right? The atmosphere on Earth is very thick. There's a lot of friction. Right? So when you try to move through air, there's friction and you feel it. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
If that air is spinning with the Earth, which you have to believe in your model, you would feel.
Doesn't matter.
You would feel that motion. If you're in an airplane.
Why would you feel the motion? Why would you feel the motion?
Because your energy is changing directions, and you would have.
Energy is changing directions.
What about eclipses, guys? What about eclipses?
That's my third talking point. I hope we get to it.
Let's finish this point. Your mainstream science says that because of the spin of the Earth, because of the centrifugal force, that the water bulges at the equator 14 miles high.
What?
This is what Neil deGrasse Tyson and science tells us about the spin of the Earth. The water at the equator, yes, it does. It bulges 14 miles high. It makes the Earth 29 miles wider at the equator.
No, that's the Earth, not the water. What are you talking about? Are you a moron, dude? The radius. This is what happened. You're very confused. No, stop, because you just said a very specific number, and I know why you said that number. The diameter of the Earth is about 27 miles greater at the equator. That's the whole Earth. You're trying to pretend that it's all water, that there's just this big thing of water that's 14 miles. Is that what you're genuinely trying to say? Are you that stupid?
Well, that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. But
no, he didn't say that.
I'll go with you. The Earth is bulging. So does that mean that large bodies of water at rest near the equator, if you hung a plumb line over it, that it wouldn't be perpendicular to the surface of the water? It would be off just a little bit because of that bulge? Or does gravity? What does the bulge of the equator have to do with the water? Well, because gravity pulls everything to the center of the Earth in the whole world, and if we have a bulge at the equator, a plumb line, which should be vertical, it should be perpendicular to the water, would not be perpendicular to the water because the water would be sloping away because we have a bulge.
What do you mean sloping away? Okay, a bulge isn't. First of all, as I just said, this has nothing to do with the water. It's the shape of the Earth itself. So you're just completely wrong anyway. But second of all, this is the thing with you guys. You think that the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be. You're talking about a plumb line. Do you think that the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be like this or something? Do you have no idea how big the Earth is? Do you not understand that the curvature is not detectable at the surface of the Earth? It's really big. It's a really big planet.
We can see boats go over the horizon, but we can't see the curve. Right? Dave, according to your math, there's certain things that should be behind a curve at certain distances, but we can see far.
But we can't. You just lie about them. You just said earlier that we can see things 1,000 miles away. Are you out of your mind? Everybody should be able to take a telescope then and see something 1,000 miles away. Why can't they?
Dave, you don't know where it was taking it from. It's infrared cameras. Go look at J. Tolan Media 1 and watch all of it.
He's the special one. He can do it. Nobody else can do it. Nobody else can get this footage. Oh, but they don't.
Dave,
they just don't because they don't feel like it.
Do you believe that the ground is horizontal?
It's almost perfectly horizontal. Yes.
Okay, are horizontals parallel?
If you,
horizontals parallel? It's a question.
I think what you're trying to ask is if you have parallel planes, right? If you have two flat planes, can they be made parallel? Yes, two flat planes can be made parallel. Well, what are you saying? Because nobody has
I fucking hate this guy,
if you have
dude.
a horizontal line on Earth, then there's
he's confused. He's 10 times more confused as this guy. So is he, and they're just sitting there laughing at him because they think it's funny. They wouldn't survive 10 fucking seconds in a fucking debate with him.
Rise up in space. But all horizontal lines line up with the horizontal horizon. Okay, they're all parallel.
Do they, or do they just look like that because your eyes suck and they can't distinguish between arc seconds of angle?
All right, well, let me
looking like it perfectly overlaps doesn't mean that it perfectly overlaps. Just because the horizon looks flat doesn't mean it's perfectly flat.
10 minutes left, guys. To move on to eclipses.
10 minutes left. I didn't even get to do I did one of my things.
Give me 13 minutes.
My question is, the top of the World Trade Towers, when they were up, are those floors larger than the lower floors? Because for them to be perpendicular, they would have to get larger, right?
How far apart were they? How far apart were the towers?
I don't know, but I'm asking about one tower.
Okay, but it doesn't look. It doesn't matter. We're talking about the distance between the towers or the width of a tower. Do you know how much curvature there is over such a small distance? It is so small that it is 100% negligible. What are you not understanding about that? The Earth is really big.
So do you believe that horizontal lines are parallel?
If you make them parallel, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about horizontal lines on Earth. When you're, surveying the land, you have a horizontal line, another one, another one, another one. Are they parallel?
If you make them parallel, they're not lines, right? They're not actual lines. Do you know that lines are just approximations, right? We can draw lines, we can graph lines and do math in perfect Euclidean geometry. The Earth has a spherical surface. So yeah, we can go, that's a line and that's a line. And if we're just looking at less than a mile, yeah, it looks really straight. But it's not because the Earth is a sphere. So you're not comprehending scale. That's the problem.
Has anybody measured curvature in large body water at rest? Large body water needs a container to hold it in place. And has anyone measured any curvature on resting water? No,
Okay.
only your drop and your wave, which is in your stupid video that got 10 million views.
Drop and wave? I don't even know what you're talking about.
You talked about water curves. And you showed a drop of
Oh,
water
yeah.
and
Okay,
wave.
no, I know what you're talking about.
That is just a complete straw man.
Well, it's not, but actually, this is what's funniest to me is that your flat earth, you debunked yourself with this level water thing, because the funny thing is that, so tides exist, right? And so on your little pizza world, tides are these little mounds of water that kind of travel around. I don't really know how else you can explain this, but tides exist, right?
Yeah, they do, but they don't correlate to the sun and the moon. There's
Stop.
no,
Stop. No sun in the moon. No sun in the moon. There are the water levels go up and down, right? And in different places, not everywhere at the same time, right? So on your little pizza world, you've got a little hold on, you've got a little mound of water that's just kind of traveling around. So I'm sorry, but water isn't level on your pizza world either.
Dave, what causes your high tides? The moon?
What causes tides? The moon and well, there's solar tides and there's lunar tides.
Right. And so when there's a new moon, which means the sun and the moon are on the same side of the earth, the tide should be bigger. But there's not. There's bigger tides when they're
No, it
opposing.
is.
No, they're not.
No, it is.
You're absolutely wrong.
No, I'm not. And you can Google it right now. What are you talking about? When the solar and lunar tides align, that's the highest tide.
Right, guys,
You're just saying it's not. because you're just lying.
I'm being pushed by Ash to say to move on to day/night regions of illumination.
Okay.
Right, what does that mean?
Oh well, that's my second thing. I'll do it super fast. I'll do it as fast as possible.
Go on. Do you need him to put the thing up?
Yeah.
Yeah, he might not be able to do that, you know. Sean, what are you thinking?
The system is crashed. That's why I got kicked off.
I mean, I can try to. I mean, you kind of need the visual, but I mean, I can just I'll wing it if you guys want. We're not going to get the slides. Okay, so so this is the funny thing about your pizza world is that in the northern hemisphere things are kind of okay, not really, but in the southern hemisphere it all goes to crap. And so to try to explain night and day and seasons, which you absolutely cannot do, you try to make the sun go way out towards the bottom, and you think that works because it makes it the longer nights, right, up in the north. But the problem is in the southern hemisphere everything is
This is
terrible
the only
because
type
you've got
of
the sun way out
debate they'll
towards the
let
edge,
on YouTube.
and therefore it shouldn't be able to illuminate very much of the earth. But in the southern hemisphere, in like December and January, you've got regions like towards the southern ends of those continents that are almost day almost all day. So you've got 19, 20 hours of daylight. So you've got this sun that's traveling around way out towards the edge, because this is how you like to do it, and it is somehow illuminating almost all of the outer regions of your pizza world, and yet it is somehow not illuminating the center because areas towards the North Pole have 24 hours of night at that time. So unfortunately, you can't do the like Antarctica isn't real, so the South Pole, that's not a thing. These are places where people live.
Antarctica is not real.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing.
Nothing but the truth.
But do you think the Earth is round or flat?
Round.
Round?
Yeah.
It's obvious, right? No question?
No question at all.
Okay, so how can you prove that to me right now?
I can't right now.
When can you, bud?
I don't know how I'd prove it to you right now. Do you want me to pull out my phone and show you stuff on the internet? Because that's what I can do.
Solve.
That's what I can do. That's what I can do. That's what I can do. That's what I can do.
Oh my god, is this gonna be like the Died Suddenly documentary?
Like, just give me like some facts or like some statements that like proves that the Earth is round. Like, without showing me an image of the Earth. Can you do that?
If random guy in the street can't prove it, then it must be real, right guys? Got him.
Off the top of my head, no.
Prove to you right now that it's
Oh,
wrong?
this guy.
Huh.
This guy fucking, I bet he's a professor at Yale, right? And if he can't figure it out, the Earth must be flat. Let's see.
I don't know. I probably couldn't really.
I cannot prove that. I just went to school and they say that to me and suppose that's real.
We've been told that our whole lives, so I can't prove anything.
Look at a tall ship sailing out over the water. Eventually, you'll start to lose sight of the bottom of the ship until the point where all you can see is the very top of the mast because of the curvature of the Earth. The curvature of the Earth. The curvature of the Earth.
You show them how the math works for the curvature of the Earth. Curvature of the Earth. Curvature of the Earth. Curvature of the Earth.
I fucking hate the music. Sounds like I'm being brought up into heaven.
How you're not going to be able to see something once it's past a particular point on the horizon.
Mile drop. Okay, that's where you see the curvature, maybe? I don't fucking know. I don't know. Drop inches, miles, blah, blah, blah.
how you're not going to be able to see something once it's past a particular point on the horizon via the curvature.
Trying to get to the fucking bottom of flat Earth, and these fucking videos with this fucking
curvature to the Earth.
I need some hard, solid facts. Bullshit.
What are we raised with? We're raised with space, kids, space. Red flag. Red flag. Why do they want to get kids with space so hard? Because they know that's when the indoctrination sets in as kids.
Bravo, Eddie. Eddie Bravo.
It started with the Big Bang. Everyone fucking believes that. Zero evidence. No one knows anything about the Big Bang Theory, but if you say you believe in it, you're considered a smart person. You don't know shit about it. You know nothing about it. Out of nothing, everything just came about and just exploded. Where's the evidence? There's no fucking evidence of that.
It's magic.
So shut the fuck up with this fucking Big Bang Theory shit.
Magic. That's
you have
magic.
no evidence and you like cling on to it. Zero evidence. You didn't even know that a priest came up with that shit. I did. A priest, not a scientist.
So it's just a bunch of clips and good music to kind of get you the feeling of flat Earth, but they're not fucking telling you anything. I'm gonna finish it. Might jump up the speed a little bit, but just be aware of it's. I want to believe in it. I think that'd be fucking fun. Hey.
It's
I want
hard
believe
to
in
find
it,
the truth
but
being a peasant because I don't have access to, high-level technology. We have to figure it out for ourselves.
Show me these experiments. Show me one. I want to be swayed. I'm swayed in the round direction right now. I know I'm a bot, blah, 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 but I'm not getting any good evidence. Maybe it's hidden. I just listened to a dude with 2 million followers try to debate flat Earth, and you look like a fucking moron. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man. $50 million a day just for the... That can't be right. Budget for 200 billion for the spend years. $50 million a day. How much text? So that's how much they get in total, not just for the pictures, which is still fucking insane. But damn, dude. Armas, what's up, my man? It says weather can't blend. Weather can't blend. I don't understand what you mean by that. Want to clarify? Weather can't blend. Weather can't blend. Weather can't blend. What does that mean? I don't know. Check out Mark Surgeon videos. Okay. Fuck this video. Is he fucking Mexican though? I can't listen to any Mexican speak unless I don't speak Spanish. Is he on Rumble? I don't know. Let's check YouTube. 10 questions about flat Earth from Eric Dubé also. Okay.
This is your brain. This is your brain on.
Okay. Flat Earth channel. This is the opening channel. Opening video. I don't like these fucking check marks on the videos. They look like scam ads. I know they're not, but they look fucking weird. Alright, let's see what he's all about.
Flat Earth.
What's up, guys? You're just popping in. We're getting to the bottom of Flat Earth tonight, and I fucking promise. We're gonna see if it's real or fake.
Questions.
Like and subscribe. I fucking love you.
You know, he believes it, so. Kyrie, the earth is flat, right? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, whatever. That's news. That's news. Here we go.
Shout out Kyrie.
Who plays for the Cavaliers? He recently said that he believes the world is flat. Is that a subject that you covered with him? Are you aware of that?
I wouldn't even know how to broach that topic.
Hey, AJ, do you want to talk about how you think the Earth is flat?
I do not think the world is flat. I'm just saying there's some stuff about it.
How do people actually believe the Earth is flat? I'm stumped, Sally. I don't know how people believe
It's crazy how fucking connected Bill Nye is with all the fucking elite people. I used to love that, man. The weather is from Armaz. The weather is always in a plane. What's a weather? Weather. W-A-T-H-E-R. Weather. I don't know. Let's look it up. Like a lake. Can't curve the weather. Do you mean weather? What the fuck's a weather? Is this some Mexican word? I don't speak Mexican, dude. Oh, okay. Hey, it's not a real word, dude. Maybe we just have a language gap. Let's see if I can try to get it right. Alright. The weather is always in a plane. The weather. I don't know, man. Let's get back to Homeboy's video.
You just grew a divide between us. What is happening?
Actually, no. Shaq goes the other way. Not debatable. It's flat. Kyrie, flat. Draymond, flat.
Shaq thinks it's flat? Shaq's a fucking bot.
What is going on in the world?
So where are you right now? You think you're in a globe spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That globe is spinning around the sun at 60,000 plus miles an hour. That solar system is flying sideways through the galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour.
Is that what we believe, that we're just flying at all times? I thought we were in one place at all times and everything was just kind of circling around. I didn't know we were like a fucking... the Power Rangers gearing up into one.
And that galaxy is
I don't know.
going through
Who knows what the fuck's going on?
and you feel nothing. In reality, you are actually in a giant planetarium.
Armas. Agua. Water. Oh, okay. Water. Okay, I see. Okay. Water can't bend. Can't curve the water. Okay. See if they talk about it. If not, we'll look that up.
Slash Hollywood backlot. That is
But I don't know. Flat Earth seems like a lot of people coping that just really want it to happen. Because I really want it to be real, but just I'm a realistic person. I want that license plate. That'd be fucking hilarious. No curve. Okay, is this it? Are we done? Is this the rest of the video? Just really? Okay. I don't like this guy's style so far. Okay. Flat Earth meetup. There's meetups for this fucking shit? What the fuck? Just pictures.
Indoctrination blinded us all from the very first day that we went to
What
school.
the
They put a
fuck
closure
is
face
this
on that
shit?
thing looked cool. The teacher explained how
Armas.
Of course, it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question?
Armas, do you have a good video from this guy? Damn it, the stream got privated from Rumble. So I have to watch this corny edgelord just to get the rest of it. At least you don't react much. Yeah, man.
Question it because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't
What the
know.
fuck
she
is this shit, Armas? Okay, let's try the one. 10 questions. About flat Earth, Eric Dubai. What's that on Armos? I don't know. How average people fall for flat Earth conspiracy. See, YouTube is just fucking one-sided, bro. What the fuck are these videos? 2 hours? What the fuck is this?
Last week's photos I gave out.
We're going to move on to
Well, think about the titles. I got you.
It is above the titles. You're absolutely right. Let's go to the Earthrise, otherwise known as Earthrise BS. Okay, this one, Earthrise as seen from Artemis, and it's only two minutes long. But as you get, see, you can see, Karen sees it from the bottom, right? See it? It's coming in at like 16 seconds. There it is. Earthrise. It's coming into frame. Oh god. Okay.
What the fuck is this shit, dude? I don't know if we're gonna be able to figure it out tonight, chat. Let me go back to Rumble. Rumble. Mark Surgeon, that's who you like, right? Alright, let's see. Okay. Yeah, I fucking hate that sound. Alright, Armos. Let's see what this guy's got. See if he can convince me.
She's around, she's a perm, she's a fully packed. She's around the back of my head. She's flat like your head.
Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue. And it's as vast, but also as fragile, as miraculous as anything in this universe. This blue marble belongs to all of us.
I'm delighted to share with you that NASA has been named the best place to work in government in the large agency category for a 4th year in a row. Our workforce continues to do amazing things, from carrying out a journey to Mars to developing the aeronautics and space technologies that will make our future brighter, and I couldn't be more proud. This year, The entire world watched as New Horizons sent back the first close-up images of Pluto. We made new discoveries about Mars that will help inform human missions there. We learned more about our home planet and our changing climate as newer Earth science missions began to return their data. The Orion spacecraft and the Space Launch System rocket that will carry us again to deep space continued to reach new milestones. In cooperation with our industry partners Boeing and SpaceX, we moved closer to commercial launch of astronauts.
We have pictures. Yeah, right. You ain't got shit.
What the fuck is that yet fucking laughing, dude?
Real radio. Wherever you are, make it
Okay, where's the debate?
Go in and describe in detail what the model actually looked like. And he was hearing it for the first time, even though I know he listened to some of my clues anyway. I just don't think he understood it because it was such a huge block. For
Debate
him.
review. Okay, we want the debate. We want the fucking the real shit. Oh, what's this guy's name? Mark Sargent. Flat Earth, blah blah blah. Flat Earth music. What? You Flat Earth people are fucking weird. Flat Earth debate. Stanton Friedman and Mark Sargent. $34 okay. Anybody else have a Flat Earth video? Or any video with that? How you can't be a truther for Flat Earth. You can believe in it, but is that a truther? I mean, you're a believer. There's no truth to Flat Earth. There's no truth to the fucking round Earth, I guess. Is there a truth to anything, dude? I don't know. Questioning reality right now. Flat Earth, blah, 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 debate. 2 hours. Okay. Go away.
Welcome. You're right, they don't have shielding for Orion yet. But Orion is a wait.
What do you mean they
Orion
don't have shielding? It was done.
Let's see what these fucks have to say. Play some Yu-Gi-Oh, dude. I'm just kidding.
We're chatting right now in the dark room at dark30radio.com. Join us, unless you're scared. Then maybe hide under your blankets. Just keep your ear close to the radio.
And this is the newest show in paranormal. Welcome.
Some people piss me off.
If you're here to talk flat
Just
Earth,
get to the
round
point,
Earth,
dude.
well, you are in the right place.
You know what I mean?
We have got a festive atmosphere tonight. I first want to introduce our first two participants and set the debate for what is going to happen. I set the stage for what's going to happen in the debate tonight. And to the participants as well who have partially been briefed, but now they will be fully briefed on how this will go. So we'll try to be as civil as we can. I will be the mediator and the moderator, interjecting only when needed, and to take our mandatory things. Person in the other software in 2014, he started looking into what is no doubt the most ridiculous conspiracy ever, called Flat Earth Theory, and through extensive research he has discovered that it's not so laughable after all. Mark Sargent, welcome.
Hey, thank you very much for having me.
And the other Mark is Mark D'Antonio. Now Mark is and he's got a crowd with him. He's the chief photo and video analyst for the Mutual UFO Network. Mark has been involved with MUFON since 1971, and he has a vast amount of experience investigating UFO cases. He's here as well. Good evening to you, Mark. Hey, good evening as well. Thank you very much. So is it safe to say that both of you disagree?
I would think so.
I do not believe in the Flat Earth Theory. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And this is Mark D'Antonio, so your response, Mark Sargent.
I used to believe in the globe, but I tried to prove it for 9 months, and now I'm on the Flat Earth side.
What was the tipping point for you?
How much time do I got?
Well, take a few.
All right. Well, the tipping point for me after looking at this thing really was the Admiral Byrd footage. Well, okay. You know what? Let me back up. I would start with Admiral Byrd, but I'm probably going to sell myself short. And that is, what I tried to do was go from the other side. I tried to debunk this, the flat Earth, for 9 months, meaning I should have been able to find overwhelming evidence for the globe. And that includes thousands and thousands of pictures that should be there, thousands of hours of videos that.
All right, I'm bored. All right, good 4 hours. I thought that was a good stream. First stream of 2023, first stream ever. Not too shabby. We'll do it again tomorrow. Find something to react to and stream about. But thanks to everyone who came here. Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate you, man. Yep, like and subscribe. Love you guys. See you tomorrow.